Hello everyone.
About 70% of the friends who watch my videos are not subscribed, and I would be very happy if you did.
I know many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you drift off, I'd love it if you could leave a comment letting me know where you're listening from around the world. Story 1. I woke up to the sound of my phone's alarm, but instead of the usual beeping, a whisper filled the room. It was a low, breathy voice saying, "Wake up," over and over again. My heart pounded as I scrambled to grab my phone from the nightstand. The screen showed the alarm app open, but I had never set it to anything like this. My fingers trembled as I silenced it, the eerie voice cutting off abruptly. I stared at the screen, trying to make sense of what had just happened. I checked the alarm settings, expecting to find some kind of glitch, but nothing looked unusual. The ringtone was set to the default sound, not the whisper I had just heard. I scrolled through my files, searching for any recording that could explain it, but there was nothing. A chill crept down my spine as I realized there was no logical reason for what had just happened. I had gone to bed like normal, my phone resting where it always did, untouched. I set the phone down and sat up, rubbing my face as I tried to shake the unease settling over me. Maybe I had been dreaming, caught between sleep and wakefulness, my mind playing tricks on me. The thought was somewhat comforting, but deep down I did not believe it. The voice had been too clear, too deliberate. It was not my imagination. I took a deep breath and decided to reset my phone, hoping that whatever had caused it would be gone by morning. The rest of the day passed without anything strange happening. I tried to push the morning's event to the back of my mind, convincing myself that it was just a glitch or some forgotten setting. By the time night came, I almost believed it. I double-checked my alarm before going to sleep, setting it to the default tone again. I placed my phone face down on the nightstand and turned off the light, determined to get a good night's rest. I jolted awake to the whisper again, my skin prickling with fear. "Wake up, wake up, wake up." The voice was even softer this time, almost like it was right beside me. I snatched my phone and shut off the alarm, my breathing ragged. The room was completely still, but the silence only made me more aware of my racing heartbeat. I gripped the phone tightly, staring at the screen as if it would give me answers. I went straight to my settings, checking everything again, but nothing had changed. There was no recording, no custom sound file, nothing that could explain the whispering. My hands were shaking as I turned on the flashlight and scanned the room. The closet door was shut, the windows locked, and nothing seemed out of place. Yet the feeling of being watched clung to me, refusing to fade. I could not stay in my bedroom after that. I took my phone and went to the living room, turning on the television for background noise. I stayed up for hours, too afraid to sleep, afraid that I would hear the voice again. At some point, exhaustion took over, and I drifted off on the couch. When I woke up in the morning, the phone was still in my hand, the screen dark. I knew I had to do something. The first thing I did was delete every alarm on my phone, wiping the settings completely. Then I reset the entire device, erasing everything just to be safe. The process took time, but I did not care. I needed to make sure there was no trace of whatever had caused the whispering. When the reset was complete, I set up my phone from scratch, avoiding any old settings that might have carried over. That night, I hesitated before setting an alarm again. My fingers hovered over the screen before I finally selected a simple tune. I placed the phone on the table across the room instead of next to me, hoping that distance would help ease my nerves. As I lay in bed, I listened carefully, every little creak and rustle making me tense. Morning came and the alarm rang like normal. No whisper, no eerie voice, just the usual sound I had chosen. Relief flooded through me, but a small part of me remained wary. I did not know what had caused it or if it would ever happen again. All I could do was stay alert and trust that I had done enough to put an end to it. Story 2. It was late in the evening when I stepped outside to take the trash to the curb. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth, the ground still wet from an earlier rain. The street was quiet, the distant hum of crickets filling the empty spaces between the dim glow of streetlights. As I walked toward the driveway, something caught my eye, a bright, steady beam cutting through the darkness. A flashlight lay on the ground, its beam fixed toward the tree line at the edge of my property. I stopped, my heart beating a little faster. There was no reason for it to be there. I had not used a flashlight, and I doubted anyone in the neighborhood would have casually dropped one in my driveway. The way it was positioned, perfectly angled toward the woods, sent a chill through me. I stood frozen for a moment, scanning the area for movement. My house sat at the end of a quiet road, with thick trees forming a natural barrier beyond my backyard. The woods were dense and deep, stretching for miles in every direction. Even in daylight, they felt endless. At night, they became an abyss. I bent down to pick up the flashlight, my fingers tightening around the cold metal. It was heavier than I expected, the grip worn as if well used. The beam was strong, cutting through the darkness with unsettling precision. I turned toward the woods, following the path of light. The trees stood still, their branches reaching upward like skeletal fingers. A part of me wanted to turn off the light and go back inside. Another part could not ignore the feeling that something was waiting just beyond the trees. The rational side of my mind told me to forget about it. It was probably a coincidence, nothing more. But the longer I stood there, the more uneasy I became. I aimed the flashlight deeper into the woods, sweeping the beam from left to right. The undergrowth was thick, the fallen leaves damp and undisturbed. But then something shifted, a flicker of movement just beyond the reach of the light. My breath caught as I strained to see. A shape, barely visible, lingered between the trees. It was not an animal, at least not one I recognized. It stood too still, too deliberate. The air around me seemed to grow colder as I took a step back, my grip tightening on the flashlight. My instinct screamed at me to turn and leave, but my feet stayed rooted in place. The beam wavered slightly as my hand trembled. I tried to convince myself it was a trick of the light, a shadow cast by the swaying branches. But then it moved again, shifting just enough for me to know it was real. The silence around me deepened, pressing against my ears with an unnatural weight. I swallowed hard and forced myself to step back. Whatever was out there, I did not want to find out. I turned off the flashlight and started toward my front door, my pulse hammering. Every step felt like an eternity, my back prickling with the feeling of being watched. The moment I stepped inside and locked the door, the tension in my chest eased slightly. But as I stood in the quiet of my home, a thought struck me: who had left the flashlight there in the first place? Was it meant to warn me, or was it meant to lure me closer? I placed the flashlight on the kitchen counter and tried to shake the unease settling deep in my bones. The night stretched on, my mind replaying the scene over and over. Eventually, exhaustion won, and I drifted into a restless sleep. The next morning, I stepped outside, my heart pounding as I glanced toward the woods. The trees stood undisturbed, bathed in the soft light of dawn. But something was different. The flashlight was gone. I searched the driveway, the yard, even the edge of the woods, but there was no trace of it. The only proof that it had ever been there was the lingering feeling of unease that refused to fade. For days, I could not shake the thought that someone or something had been in those woods, watching. I made sure to keep my doors locked, my curtains drawn once night fell. But no matter how much I tried to forget, I knew deep down that the flashlight had not been left there by accident. Whoever had placed it there had wanted me to see something, and whoever had taken it back wanted to make sure I never did. Story 3. A. The steady hum of the washing machine echoed through the house as I stepped into the laundry room. The sound was unmistakable, the low, rhythmic churn of clothes tumbling inside. At first, I assumed I had simply forgotten that I had started a load earlier, but as I stood there, staring at the vibrating machine, something felt off. The lid was closed, the digital display lit up, and the timer was counting down as if it had been running for a while. I reached out hesitantly, pressing the pause button. The machine beeped and came to a slow stop. I lifted the lid, expecting to find a pile of my clothes soaking in the soapy water. Instead, the drum was empty. No water, no clothes, nothing at all. A strange chill ran through me as I stared down at the bare metal interior. I closed the lid and checked the settings, but nothing looked unusual. It had been running on a normal cycle, yet I had no memory of starting it. I tried to recall my morning, wondering if I had absent-mindedly started a load and then forgotten to add clothes. That seemed unlikely. I had been in the kitchen the entire time, preparing breakfast and sipping coffee. I checked my phone to see if anyone else had been home earlier, but there were no missed calls or messages. I lived alone, and no one had a spare key. The thought made my stomach tighten. I scanned the room, looking for any signs that someone had been inside. The detergent bottles were in their usual spots, and the laundry basket sat untouched in the corner. There was no reason for the machine to have been running on its own. I decided to reset it, unplugging the machine for a moment before plugging it back in. The digital display blinked before going dark, as if the cycle had never happened. I waited a few seconds, then powered it back on. It was back to normal, displaying the default settings. Forcing myself to stay calm, I told myself it had to be some kind of electrical glitch. Maybe a power surge had triggered the machine to start on its own. That explanation made sense, but it still did not sit right with me. Later that evening, I could not shake the uneasy feeling. The house was quiet, except for the occasional creak of the floorboards. Every time I passed the laundry room, I felt a strange pull toward the machine, as if I needed to check it again. I tried to ignore it, focusing on my usual routine, but the feeling lingered. Before heading to bed, I made sure the laundry machine was unplugged. I even pulled it slightly away from the wall, just to be certain. I stood there for a moment, staring at the lifeless machine, convincing myself that it was over. Whatever had caused it to turn on earlier was done. I turned off the light and headed to bed, pushing the thought out of my mind. At some point during the night, I woke up to a faint humming sound. My heart pounded as I listened closely, hoping I had imagined it. But there was that same rhythmic churn, muffled through the walls. The laundry machine was running again. I sat up, my breath caught in my throat. The house was dark and still, yet that sound persisted, steady and unchanging. I knew I had unplugged it. There was no way it could be running. I reached for my phone and checked the time. It was just past 3 in the morning. I hesitated, trying to decide whether I should go check or stay in bed and pretend I had not heard it. Gathering my courage, I slowly got up and made my way toward the laundry room. My footsteps were cautious, the floor creaking under my weight. As I approached, the sound grew louder. I flicked on the light, and there was the washing machine, running as if it had never been unplugged. The lid was locked, the cycle in progress. The same digital timer counted down, but I could not tell when it had started. A cold wave of fear settled over me as I reached for the cord. It was still unplugged. The machine was not even connected to power. My fingers trembled as I yanked open the lid, forcing it past the lock mechanism. The drum was empty once again, spinning slowly before coming to a halt. My pulse hammered in my ears as I backed away, my mind racing for an explanation. I grabbed my phone and searched for logical reasons. Electrical issues? Some kind of malfunction? But the fact that the machine had been running while unplugged ruled out any reasonable cause. I felt an overwhelming urge to leave the house, but I did not want to abandon my home over something I could not explain. The next morning, I called an electrician. I explained the situation as calmly as I could, leaving out the part about it running without power. He checked everything: wiring, outlets, even the internal mechanisms of the machine. Everything was normal. There were no faulty connections, no signs of a short circuit. He assured me the machine was in perfect working condition. I asked if a power surge could have caused it to turn on, but he shook his head. If that had happened, the machine would have shut down once the surge was over. It should not have been able to start a cycle on its own. He suggested replacing the control board, just in case, but he admitted he had never seen anything like this before. After he left, I made the decision to get rid of the machine. I could not live with something I could not understand. I listed it for free online, and within a few hours someone came to take it. I watched as they loaded it into their truck, feeling a strange sense of relief. That night, the house felt lighter. The silence was comforting, no strange humming, no unexplained noises. I slept soundly for the first time in days. The next morning, I stepped into the laundry room, expecting it to feel empty without the machine. But instead, I felt nothing at all. No lingering unease, no sense of something watching me. I never heard from the person who took the machine, and I never asked. Whatever had happened, it was gone now. I replaced the laundry machine with a new one a week later, and it never turned on by itself. I never spoke about it again, and I never tried to find out why it had happened. Some things are better left unexplored. Story 4. I walked out to my car in the morning, expecting another routine start to the day. The air was crisp, and the streets were quiet, just as they always were. As I approached my car, something caught my eye on the driver's side door. At first, I thought it was just a streak of dirt or a reflection of light, but as I got closer, I realized it was something much worse. Scratched into the paint, deep enough that I could see the bare metal underneath, were 3 chilling words. "I see you. I see you." My breath caught in my throat as I stared at the message, my mind struggling to make sense of it. The letters were jagged, uneven, as if carved hastily but deliberately. I reached out to touch the grooves, feeling the rough edges where the paint had been stripped away. My heart pounded as I looked around, scanning the street, the neighboring houses, the windows of nearby buildings. There was no one in sight. Panic settled in as I tried to piece together how this had happened. I had parked my car outside my apartment last night, just like always. I was sure there had been nothing unusual when I locked the doors and went inside. Had someone been watching me? Was this a threat? A prank? I checked the rest of the car, my hands shaking slightly. There were no other markings, no signs of forced entry. Just those 3 words, burned into the metal like a warning. I took out my phone and snapped a picture, unsure of what to do next. Reporting it seemed like the logical step, but what would I even say? That someone had vandalized my car. That I felt unsafe. Would they even take it seriously? I hesitated for a moment before deciding to file a report anyway. It was better to have it documented in case something else happened. As I drove to work, I could not shake the feeling that I was being watched. Every time I stopped at a red light, I found myself glancing at the cars around me, wondering if one of the drivers had been the one to leave the message. I scanned the sidewalks, the alleys, the reflective glass of storefronts, but nothing seemed out of place. Still, the unease stayed with me, a gnawing sensation in the back of my mind. At work, I tried to focus, but my thoughts kept drifting back to the message. I replayed the events of the previous night, searching for anything out of the ordinary. Had I noticed any strange cars? Had I heard anything unusual? Nothing stood out. By the time my shift ended, I felt drained, exhausted from the constant paranoia. Driving home, I was more aware of my surroundings than ever before. I took different turns, watching for any cars that seemed to follow the same route. When I pulled into my usual parking spot, I sat in the car for a moment, scanning the area. Everything looked normal. The streetlights cast long shadows across the pavement, and the distant hum of traffic was the only sound. I stepped out of the car cautiously, my keys clutched tightly in my hand. As I approached my apartment building, a shiver ran down my spine. The sensation of being watched was stronger now, an almost physical weight pressing against my back. I turned quickly, expecting to see someone lurking nearby, but there was no one. Just the empty street and the faint rustling of leaves in the wind. That night, sleep did not come easily. Every small noise made me tense, every creak of the building setting me on edge. I checked the locks on my doors and windows more times than I could count, double-checking that everything was secure. At some point, exhaustion won over fear, and I drifted into an uneasy sleep. The next morning, I hesitated before going outside. Part of me did not want to see the car, afraid there would be another message. But I could not avoid it forever. Steeling myself, I stepped outside and walked toward the vehicle. My breath caught as I reached it. A new message had been added. "Still see you." This time the words were scratched into the rear passenger door, just as deep as before. My stomach twisted into knots as I scanned the area. Someone had come back. They had done this while I was asleep, just a few feet away from where I rested. Unaware, the thought made my skin crawl. I did not hesitate this time. I called the authorities, explaining everything that had happened. They arrived within the hour, taking pictures and asking me questions. Had I noticed anyone suspicious? Did I have any conflicts with anyone? Was there anyone who might want to scare me? I had no answers. I had no enemies, no ongoing disputes. They promised to patrol the area more frequently and suggested installing security cameras. It was good advice, but it did not ease my fear. Cameras would only show me what had already happened, not stop it from happening again. That night, I barely slept, jumping at every sound, my mind racing with possibilities. The next few days were quiet. I kept my routine, but with heightened awareness. I watched the streets more closely, avoided staying out too late, and always checked around before leaving my apartment. I did not receive any more messages, but the unease remained. One evening, as I approached my car after work, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. A small handprint-shaped smudge on the back window. It was faint, but unmistakable. I had not touched that part of the car. Someone had been there. I installed security cameras that night. The next morning I checked the footage, my heart pounding as I scanned through the hours. Then I saw it. At around 3 a.m, a figure appeared near my car. The grainy image showed a person dressed in dark clothing, their face obscured by a hood. They stood beside the vehicle for several minutes, running their hand over the surface as if inspecting it. Then, they leaned in, pressing their palm against the window. Finally, they stepped back and walked away, disappearing into the night. I could not tell who they were, but one thing was clear. This was not random. They were watching. I reported the footage immediately, and this time the authorities took it seriously. They increased patrols and assured me they were investigating. I took extra precautions, parking in a different spot, changing my routes, staying more aware. Days passed without further incidents. Then, one evening, a knock came at my door. My heart leaped into my throat as I peered through the peephole. It was an officer. They had identified someone from the footage. A man with a record of stalking and harassment, known for fixating on random individuals. They had found him in the area, carrying a knife. He was taken into custody, and I finally felt the weight lift from my chest. The nightmare was over. Though I knew I had been lucky, the experience left a lasting mark. I never took security for granted again, never dismissed a strange occurrence as just a coincidence. I had been seen, but in the end, I made sure that I was the one watching. Story 5. It was early in the morning when I stepped outside, stretching as I took in the crisp air. The sun was just beginning to rise, casting long shadows across the yard. My eyes wandered over the lawn, taking in the familiar sight of the neatly trimmed grass and scattered leaves. Then, something out of place caught my attention. My power tools were sitting there, lined up in the middle of the lawn, as if someone had carefully placed them there. I stared at them for a moment, my mind struggling to make sense of what I was seeing. I had not used those tools in months. In fact, they had been packed away in the garage, stored on a high shelf where they had remained untouched. I felt a chill creep down my spine as I took a hesitant step forward. The tools were clean, free of dirt or rust, as if they had just been taken out of storage. There was no sign of tampering, no footprints in the damp grass, nothing to indicate how they had gotten there. I glanced around the yard, my eyes scanning for any movement. The street was quiet, my neighbor's house is still dark. There was no one in sight, no sign of anyone lurking nearby. My heart pounded as I bent down and picked up one of the tools, turning it over in my hands. It was exactly as I had left it, no scratches or damage, nothing out of the ordinary except for its sudden and unexplained appearance on my lawn. I quickly gathered the tools and brought them inside, locking the door behind me. I checked the garage, expecting to find the shelf disturbed, but everything was in place. There were no gaps, no signs that anything had been removed or put back. It was as if the tools had simply materialized outside on their own. The more I thought about it, the more uneasy I felt. I spent the rest of the morning trying to convince myself that I had simply forgotten something. Maybe I had taken the tools out and left them outside without realizing it. Maybe someone had borrowed them and returned them without telling me. But deep down I knew neither of those explanations made sense. I was the only one with access to the garage, and I had no memory of touching those tools since the last time I had used them. That night I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, unable to shake the feeling that something was off. The idea that someone had been in my garage, taken my tools, and then carefully placed them on the lawn without making a sound made my skin crawl. I listened to the house settle around me, every creak and groan of the wood making me tense. Sleep did not come easily. The next morning I checked the yard again, half expecting to find something else out of place. Everything seemed normal, but the sense of unease remained. I decided to install a security camera facing the backyard and another one inside the garage. If someone was coming onto my property, I wanted to catch them in the act. Days passed without incident. I checked the cameras every morning, but nothing unusual appeared. The tools remained in their place, and there were no further signs of intrusion. Just as I began to relax, telling myself it had been a one-time event, something else happened. One evening as I locked up for the night, I noticed something strange near the back door. A single screwdriver, the same brand as the ones I owned, was resting on the doorstep. My stomach twisted as I bent down to pick it up. It was not mine. I knew every tool I owned, and this one did not belong to me. I checked the garage immediately, my hands shaking as I turned on the light. My tools were all accounted for, neatly stored on the shelves. Nothing was missing. Nothing had been moved. Yet someone had left a tool behind, just like they had placed the others outside days before. I checked the security footage, fast-forwarding through hours of recordings, but there was nothing. No one had appeared on the screen, no movement, no sign of an intruder. It was as if the screwdriver had placed itself there. The thought sent a shiver down my spine. I did not sleep that night. Every sound made me jump, every shadow seemed to move. I kept the lights on, my nerves stretched thin. By morning I was exhausted, but I forced myself to go about my day as usual. The screwdriver remained on my desk, a constant reminder that someone had been near my home. I decided to take extra precautions. I reinforced the locks on my doors and windows and set up additional motion sensors. If someone was coming onto my property, I wanted to be ready. Another week passed without incident. I told myself it was over, that whoever had done this had moved on. One evening, as I stepped into the garage, I noticed something different. The air felt heavy, as if the room itself was holding its breath. My eyes darted around, scanning every corner, every shelf. Then I saw it. A single wrench was sitting in the middle of the workbench. I had not left it there. I knew that for certain. I swallowed hard and stepped closer, my pulse quickening. The wrench was covered in a fine layer of dust, as if it had not been touched in years. But I knew better. Someone had placed it there, just like the tools on the lawn, just like the screwdriver on my doorstep. I picked it up slowly, turning it over in my hands. My reflection stared back at me from the polished metal. I exhaled sharply and put the wrench down. I could not explain it, but I was done being afraid. If someone wanted to play games, I would not let them win. I locked the garage, double-checked the security system, and went inside. That night, I slept soundly for the first time in weeks. The following morning, I checked the cameras again. Nothing had changed. No new disturbances, no more misplaced tools. Whatever had been happening had stopped. Days turned into weeks and life slowly returned to normal. The tools stayed where they belonged, and the security footage remained clear. I never found out who had placed those tools outside or why. Maybe it had been a prank, or maybe it had been something else entirely. In the end, I decided not to dwell on it. Life moved on, and so did I. The unease faded, replaced by a sense of quiet acceptance. The mystery remained unsolved, but it no longer haunted me. I had taken control of my home, my space, and that was enough. The tools, the screwdriver, the wrench, they became nothing more than a strange memory. Whatever had happened, it was over now, and that was all that mattered. Story 6. I blinked against the dim morning light filtering through the curtains, stretching as I tried to shake off the last remnants of sleep. My body felt heavy, my mind sluggish, but something felt off. I sat up slowly, rubbing my eyes, and as my vision cleared, a cold wave of unease washed over me. Every single closet door in my room was wide open. I stared for a long moment, my breath catching in my throat. The doors had been closed when I went to bed. I was sure of it. I had a habit of shutting them tightly before sleeping, always making sure they clicked into place. Now they stood open, revealing rows of clothes, empty shelves, and the dark spaces at the back where the light did not reach. I swallowed hard and forced myself to move, my heart hammering in my chest. The air in the room felt colder than it should have. I told myself there had to be an explanation. Maybe a draft, though none of the windows were open. Maybe I had sleepwalked, though I never had before. My fingers trembled as I reached for the closest door and pushed it shut. the hinges creaking loudly in the silence. I moved to the next, then the next, each door closing with a soft thud. My skin prickled with unease as I worked, a deep sense of being watched settling in my stomach. I glanced over my shoulder more than once, expecting to see something lurking in the shadows, but there was nothing. Just my room, just the quiet, just my own uneven breathing. I tried to go about my morning as usual, but the uneasiness lingered. Every time I turned away from the closets, I felt a pull to look back, as if something might change the moment I was not watching. I told myself I was being paranoid, but it was impossible to shake the feeling that something had been in my room while I slept. That night, I double-checked every door before climbing into bed. I made sure they were shut tightly, even pressing against them to test if they would open on their own. Satisfied, I crawled under the covers, pulling them up to my chin. Sleep came slowly, my mind refusing to quiet, but eventually, exhaustion won. When I woke, my stomach dropped. The closet doors were wide open again. A sharp chill ran down my spine, and I bolted upright. My pulse pounded in my ears as I scanned the room, half expecting something to be standing in the dark corners. My breathing was uneven, my chest tight with fear. This was not normal. This was not my imagination. I forced myself out of bed, my hands trembling as I shut the doors once more. I needed to find a rational explanation. Maybe I was moving in my sleep, even though I had never done anything like that before. Maybe the latches were weak, though they had never opened on their own before. I refused to let my mind go to darker possibilities. I set up a camera that night, positioning it so it faced the closets directly. If something was happening, I would see it. I needed proof. I needed to know. Morning came and my worst fear was confirmed. The closet doors were open. With shaking hands, I reached for my phone and played the footage. The first few hours showed nothing but stillness, the faint glow of the nightlight casting shadows across the room. Then, at some point past 3 a.m., the doors began to open one by one. No force was visible. No movement, no presence. Just doors creaking open as if on their own. I sat frozen, my phone gripped tightly in my hands. There was no logical explanation for this. The air in the room felt heavier, the walls seeming to press in around me. I had never believed in things beyond reason, but this I could not ignore. I refused to sleep in the room that night. Instead, I stayed in the living room, my heart pounding with every small sound the house made. The following morning, I checked the room, holding my breath as I pushed open the door. The closet stood wide open once again. I had to leave. I could not stay in that house, not knowing something was in there with me. I packed quickly, not bothering to organize. Every noise sent a spike of fear through me, but I forced myself to keep moving. Within an hour, I was gone. Days passed before I felt calm again. I did not look back. I did not return for anything I left behind. Whatever had been in that house could stay there. I wanted no part of it. Story 7. I was sitting in my living room when I noticed movement outside the window. At first, I thought it was just a shadow passing by, but when I turned my head, I saw someone standing there. The figure was partially obscured by the reflection of the room's light, but I could make out the shape of a person. They raised a hand and waved at me, slow and deliberate. My stomach tightened as I tried to make sense of what I was seeing. I stood up cautiously, my heart pounding as I took a step toward the window. The stranger did not move, their hands still slightly raised as if they were waiting for me to respond. Something about their posture unsettled me. It was not a friendly wave, nor did it seem casual. It felt intentional, as if they were trying to get my attention for a reason I could not understand. My fingers hovered near the curtain as I hesitated, unsure if I should pull it back for a better look. As soon as I reached the window, the figure was gone. I blinked and scanned the area outside, my breath catching in my throat. The street was empty. No footsteps, no signs that anyone had been standing there just moments ago. My reflection stared back at me from the glass, and I could feel my pulse pounding in my ears. I quickly glanced at the door, making sure it was locked, then turned back to the window, straining to see if someone was still there. I opened the curtain slightly, peering outside with cautious movements. The streetlights cast a dim glow over the sidewalk, and everything looked normal. No cars were parked nearby, no figures lurking in the shadows. I tried to convince myself that it had been my imagination, a trick of the light, or a passerby who had simply moved on before I reached the window. But the feeling in my chest told me otherwise. Someone had been there, and they had waved at me for a reason. I sat back down, trying to shake off the unease creeping up my spine. I picked up my phone and checked the time. It was late, but not so late that seeing someone outside would be impossible. Maybe it was a neighbor, though none of them had ever stopped by before. Maybe it was just someone who got the wrong house and left when they realized their mistake. I wanted to believe that, but something about the way they disappeared so quickly made my skin crawl. The next day, I could not stop thinking about what had happened. I checked the window again in the morning, scanning the ground for any footprints or signs that someone had been standing there. The pavement was dry and undisturbed. No footprints, no markings, nothing to prove that anyone had been there at all. It was as if I had imagined the entire thing, but I knew what I saw. That wave had been real. That night, I kept the curtains closed, but I found myself glancing toward the window every few minutes. The memory of that silent wave replayed in my mind, making it impossible to focus on anything else. I told myself that if it happened again, I would be ready. If someone waved at me through the window, I would not hesitate. I would go outside and confront them, demand to know why they were standing there. Hours passed, and nothing happened. Just when I started to feel foolish for obsessing over it, I noticed movement from the corner of my eye. My breath caught as I turned my head toward the window. The curtain was closed, but I could see the faintest shift of a shadow on the other side. My entire body tensed as I stood up, my mind racing. Someone was there again. I moved slowly toward the window, this time refusing to hesitate. I grabbed the curtain and yanked it open in one swift motion, my heart hammering in my chest. The space outside was empty. No one was standing there. I pressed my palm against the glass, my reflection staring back at me in the dim light. I let out a shaky breath, trying to make sense of what was happening. I turned away from the window, telling myself it was nothing, but the uneasy feeling did not fade. I checked the locks on the doors twice before heading to bed. Sleep did not come easily, and every small noise in the house made me jolt awake. The image of the stranger waving at me lingered in my mind, refusing to be forgotten. The following evening, I decided to set up my phone near the window to record any movement. If someone showed up again, I wanted proof. I placed it at an angle where it could capture the outside view without being too obvious. Then I went about my night as usual, keeping my routine the same, pretending not to be on edge. Hours later, when I checked the footage, my stomach turned. At one point, the video clearly showed a figure standing outside the window. They appeared suddenly, as if they had stepped out of nowhere. The quality was grainy, but I could make out the shape of a person. They lifted their hand and waved, just like before. I could not see their face, only a dark silhouette against the streetlight. Then, in an instant, they vanished. One frame they were there, and the next they were gone. I stared at the screen, my hands gripping my phone so tightly my fingers ached. I rewound the footage, watching it again and again, but the result was always the same. The stranger appeared, waved, and then disappeared without a trace. I had proof now. Someone had been outside my window, watching me, acknowledging me, and then slipping away as if they had never been there at all. I spent the next day debating whether to show the video to someone, maybe even report it. But what would I say? That a stranger waved at me and vanished. That I had caught it on video, but there was no clear face, no identifiable features. It felt pointless, like no one would take it seriously. So instead I took extra precautions. I reinforced the locks, installed a security camera outside, and made sure every window was secured. Days passed, and the stranger never returned. The camera outside captured nothing unusual. Life slowly returned to normal, but I never fully relaxed. The memory of that silent wave stayed with me, a lingering question that would never be answered. Who had they been, and why had they acknowledged me in such an unsettling way? I knew I would never find out. I eventually moved away from that house, but even in a different place, with different windows, I still caught myself glancing outside at night. I never saw the stranger again, but I knew deep down that they had seen me, and that thought was enough to keep me watching, just in case. Story 8. The house was quiet when I returned home that evening. I set my keys on the table and walked down the hall toward my office, already thinking about the emails I needed to check. As I pushed open the door, I immediately froze. My office chair was spinning slowly in place, as if someone had just been sitting in it. The sight of it sent a chill down my spine. I stood there for a moment, watching the chair rotate until it eventually came to a stop. My first thought was that maybe I had bumped into the desk, but I knew that was not the case. I had not touched anything. The air in the room felt still, but there was an unsettling energy lingering as if someone had just been there. I stepped inside cautiously, scanning the room for anything unusual. Everything else appeared to be exactly how I had left it. My desk was neat, the papers stacked in the same order as before, and my laptop was closed. There was no sign of forced entry, no open windows, and nothing else out of place. But that chair had been moving when I walked in. I reached out and placed my hand on the backrest, feeling the cool material beneath my fingers. The thought of someone sitting in it while I was gone made my skin crawl. I checked the entire house, searching for any sign that someone else had been inside. The front door was locked, the windows were secure, and nothing else seemed out of place. There were no footprints on the floors, no signs of forced entry, and no reason why the chair should have been moving. I tried to shake off the feeling, telling myself it was just a draft, or maybe I had not noticed it before leaving. The next morning, I woke up with the previous night still weighing on my mind. I hesitated before opening the office door, half expecting to see the chair moving again. It was still this time, exactly where I had left it. I let out a breath, relieved but still uneasy. I decided to set up a small camera in the office. If anything strange happened again, I would have proof. That night, I made sure the chair was still before heading to bed. The house was silent, the only sound coming from the occasional creak of the walls settling. I struggled to sleep, my thoughts looping back to the image of that chair slowly spinning. Eventually, exhaustion won, and I drifted off. In the morning, I checked the camera footage with a knot in my stomach. The video showed nothing unusual at first, just the empty office, dimly lit by the glow from my desk lamp. Hours passed with no movement. Then, sometime after midnight, the chair shifted. It started spinning slowly, just as I had seen the night before. There was no one in the room. No windows had opened, no air vents had turned on, and yet the chair moved as if someone had pushed it. I rewound the footage and watched it again, trying to find any logical explanation. There was nothing that could have caused it. The chair had been completely still, then had suddenly started to rotate on its own. My hands felt clammy as I paused the video, my pulse quickening. I checked the chair again, inspecting every part of it for loose mechanisms or anything that could explain the movement. It was solid, with no signs of malfunction. I even tried moving it myself, spinning it and stepping back to see how long it would rotate. It slowed and stopped within seconds, not nearly as long as it had moved in the video. I decided to take extra precautions. I placed a small object, a pen, on the seat of the chair before leaving for work. If anything moved again, the pen would not be in the same place. When I returned that evening, the first thing I did was check the office. My stomach dropped. The chair had moved slightly and the pen was on the floor. I grabbed the camera and reviewed the footage, my breath catching in my throat. Just like before, the chair had started moving in the middle of the night, spinning slowly before stopping. The pen had slid off as the seat tilted ever so slightly. I could not explain it. There was no visible force, no sign of tampering, nothing that made any sense. The next few nights followed the same pattern. Every time I checked the footage, I saw the chair move on its own. Some nights it spun just slightly, barely noticeable, while other times it turned in a full rotation before coming to a stop. I kept searching for an explanation, but there was nothing. After a week of this, I finally decided to get rid of the chair. I could not stand the sight of it anymore. I carried it out to the curb, leaving it with the trash. That night, I felt a weight lift from my shoulders. For the first time in days, I was able to sleep peacefully. When I woke up, I hesitated before stepping into the office. My desk was exactly as I had left it. The chair was gone, replaced with a new one I had picked up the day before. I sat down carefully, testing the feel of it beneath me. Nothing moved. And the next few nights passed without incident. No spinning chair, no strange movements, nothing. It was as if whatever had been happening had left along with the old chair. I never found out why it had moved or what had caused it, but I was grateful that it had stopped. To this day, I still think about that chair. I wonder if someone else took it, if it ended up in another home, and if it ever moved again. I will never know, but I do not need to. The silence in my office is enough. Story 9. When I woke up that morning, everything felt normal. The sunlight filtered through the curtains, and the house was quiet. I stretched, got out of bed, and walked toward the bathroom. As I reached for my toothbrush, my hand hesitated. The bristles were wet. I frowned, trying to recall if I had brushed my teeth earlier, but I knew I had not. My morning routine had barely started. I picked up the toothbrush, examining it closely. Water dripped slightly from the bristles, as if it had just been used. My heartbeat quickened. I lived alone, and no one else had access to my home. I checked the sink, but it was dry. If someone had used my toothbrush, they had been careful not to leave any other trace. I stepped back, my mind racing through possibilities. Maybe I had forgotten using it, but that did not make sense. The memory of waking up was clear, and I knew I had not even turned on the faucet yet. I left the bathroom and checked the rest of the house. The front door was locked, the windows secured. Everything was exactly as I had left it the night before. I walked back into the bathroom, staring at the toothbrush as if it held answers. Someone had used it. Someone had been in my home. The thought sent a chill through me. I stood there for a moment, forcing myself to think logically. I checked every corner of the house again, searching for any sign of disturbance. There was nothing. My belongings were untouched, my furniture was in place. If someone had broken in, They had done so without leaving any evidence. I grabbed the toothbrush and threw it into the trash. There was no way I was using it again. I took a deep breath, trying to shake off the feeling of unease. Maybe there was an explanation I had not thought of yet. Maybe it was something simple, something harmless. But the feeling lingered. All day I found myself glancing over my shoulder, listening for sounds that were not there. That night I double-checked the locks, making sure every window was secured. I placed a chair against the front door, not because I thought it would help, but because it gave me a small sense of control. The next morning I woke up with a knot in my stomach. I walked into the bathroom, hesitant to look at the sink. My breath caught in my throat. A new toothbrush, identical to the one I had thrown away, sat in the same spot. The bristles were wet. I backed out of the bathroom, my heart pounding. I knew I had not bought another toothbrush. I knew I had not placed it there. Someone had been in my home again. I checked every door and window, but everything was locked just as I had left it. Nothing was missing, nothing was out of place. The only thing different was the toothbrush. I felt my hands shaking as I picked up my phone, unsure of what to do. What would I even say? That someone had replaced my toothbrush overnight? I tried to calm myself, telling myself there had to be a rational explanation. But deep down I knew there was not. I had to do something. That evening I installed a small camera in the hallway, aimed directly at the bathroom door. If someone was entering my home, I needed proof. I barely slept that night, my ears straining for any sound. The house remained silent, but the feeling of being watched stayed with me. In the morning I rushed to check the footage. My hands trembled as I opened the video file. The footage showed the hallway, dimly lit by the bathroom light. Hours passed with nothing happening. Then, at some point during the night, the bathroom door slowly creaked open. My breath caught in my throat. No one was visible. No shadow, no figure, just the door opening on its own. I replayed the footage, searching for anything I might have missed. The door had remained closed all night until that moment. Then, after a few minutes, it shut again. The toothbrush had been replaced during that time, yet no one appeared on the camera. I felt my stomach turn. I grabbed my keys and left the house, sitting in my car while I tried to make sense of what I had seen. There was no logical explanation. I had locked my doors, I had been alone, but something had entered my home. I drove to the store and bought new locks, changing every single one before the sun set. I set up more cameras, checking them constantly. Night after night, nothing happened. The footage showed only silence and stillness. Days passed, then weeks. No new toothbrushes appeared. No doors opened on their own. The fear started to fade, replaced by cautious relief. Whatever had happened, it seemed to be over. One evening, as I was getting ready for bed, I glanced at the bathroom sink one last time. My toothbrush was dry. I let out a breath I had not realized I was holding. I turned off the light and walked out, feeling a sense of finality. For the first time in weeks, I slept soundly. When morning came, I walked into the bathroom without hesitation. The toothbrush was still there, untouched. I smiled to myself, finally ready to put the entire experience behind me. Whatever had happened, it no longer mattered. I had taken control of my home again, and this time I knew I was the only one inside. Story 10. The cassette tape had not been there the night before. I was sure of it. My desk was always neatly arranged, and I had no reason to own an old cassette tape. Yet there it was, sitting in the center of my workspace with the words "Listen Now" written in bold, uneven letters across the label. I picked it up carefully, turning it over in my hands. It was an ordinary cassette, the kind that had not been widely used in years. I had no idea where it had come from or how it had ended up in my house. The doors had been locked, the windows secured. There was no sign of forced entry. Despite the unease creeping through me, curiosity won. I searched through some old storage boxes until I found an old cassette player that had belonged to a family member. After checking that it still worked, I inserted the tape and pressed play. The cassette whirred, and for several seconds there was nothing but static. Then a voice, low, distorted, and unrecognizable. "Are you listening?" it asked. I felt my breath catch as the voice continued. "Good. Pay attention. This is important." The next sound was something I could not quite place. A faint tapping, like fingers drumming on a table. Then, a deep breath. I leaned closer, straining to make sense of the audio. "You do not remember me," the voice said, "but I remember you." A chill ran through me. The tone was calm, deliberate. Not threatening, but not reassuring either. I glanced around the room as if expecting someone to be there, watching. The tape continued. "I have been waiting, watching. You will understand soon." The words sent a shiver down my spine. My hands felt clammy as I hesitated to press stop. My heart pounded in my chest. Who had recorded this? And why was it left for me? The next sound made me freeze. It was the unmistakable creak of a door opening. My door. My head snapped toward the entrance to my room, but it was closed, just as it had been before. Yet the audio continued, playing what sounded like footsteps moving across a floor. I slammed the stop button. Silence filled the room. My mind raced. Was this a prank? Had someone recorded sounds from inside my home? I checked every door and window again, but nothing was out of place. The locks were secure. There was no sign of an intruder. I pressed play again, my fingers trembling. The recording picked up where it left off. The footsteps stopped, and the voice returned. "You are wondering if you are alone," it said. "You are not." A pause, then a faint, almost imperceptible chuckle. "Check the closet." I stared at my closet door. It was slightly ajar, just as I had left it that morning. But now I was not so sure. My pulse pounded as I rose from my chair, cassette player still in hand. I moved slowly, each step deliberate. Reaching out, I gripped the handle and yanked the door open. Nothing. Just clothes, shoes, and storage boxes. I exhaled shakily, feeling foolish for letting my imagination get the best of me. But when I looked down, I noticed something I had not seen before. A small envelope resting on top of my shoes. I picked it up and opened it with unsteady hands. Inside was a single photograph. A blurry image of me sitting at my desk listening to the tape. My blood turned to ice. I spun around, scanning the room. Someone had been here. Someone had taken this photo. The cassette player was still running, the voice speaking one final sentence. "See you soon." The tape clicked off. I spent the next few hours checking every inch of my home, searching for hidden cameras, signs of forced entry, anything that could explain what had happened. But I found nothing. The police were called, but without any real evidence of a crime, they could not do much. Days passed, then weeks. I never found out who left the tape or how they had managed to take that photo. I changed my locks, installed cameras, and made sure never to be alone in my house for long. The tape remained locked away in a drawer, untouched. I never listened to it again. Story 11. 11. I stepped outside, still groggy from sleep, and nearly missed it at first. A small yellow sticky note clung to my front door, slightly curled at the edges as if it had been there for a while. The message, written in black ink, was short but chilling. "Good luck tonight." My stomach twisted as I stared at the words, my mind racing with questions. I had no idea who left it or what it meant, but something about it sent a shiver down my spine. I glanced around the street, scanning for anything unusual, but everything looked the same as it always did. A few cars lined the curb, neighbors' houses stood quiet, and the early morning air felt still. There was no one around, no sign of movement, nothing to explain the note. I peeled it off the door, my fingers hesitating as I turned it over. The back was blank. No name, no clue, nothing. I stepped back inside and locked the door, my pulse slightly faster than normal. Maybe it was a prank, just someone messing around. But why my house? And why that message? I set the note on the kitchen counter and made coffee, trying to push the unease away. By the time I finished my first cup, I had almost convinced myself it was nothing. The day passed as usual, but the note stayed on my mind. Every time I glanced at it, the words seemed heavier, as if they carried some unseen weight. Good luck tonight. The more I thought about it, the less it felt like a joke. By evening, I could not shake the feeling that something was coming, something I was not prepared for. As night fell, I locked all the doors and windows, double-checking each one. The house was silent except for the occasional creak of the floorboards. I left a lamp on in the living room, not wanting to sit in complete darkness. I told myself I was overreacting, but my hands still felt unsteady as I picked up my phone. Hours passed and nothing happened. I watched the clock tick past midnight, my body tense with anticipation. Every sound made me flinch, but the night remained quiet. By 2 a.m, exhaustion began to take over. My eyes felt heavy, my limbs sluggish. I decided to lie down on the couch instead of going to my bedroom, just in case. I must have dozed off because I woke up suddenly to a noise outside. A soft rustling, barely audible but distinct enough to jolt me fully awake. I sat up, my breath caught in my throat, listening intently. The sound came again, just outside my front door. My mind raced back to the note, to the warning it carried. I stood slowly, careful not to make a sound. I grabbed my phone and crept toward the door, my pulse hammering in my ears. I hesitated, unsure if I should check. The peephole was too dark to see anything. My fingers hovered over the lock before I stepped back. Whatever was out there, I did not want to meet it. Minutes passed, then silence returned. No more rustling, no more sounds. My heart pounded as I waited, but nothing happened. After what felt like an eternity, I finally allowed myself to breathe. I stayed awake until the first light of morning seeped through the windows. When I finally worked up the courage to open the door, there was nothing there. No footprints, no sign that anyone had been there at all. Just the cold morning air and an empty street. The note was still on the counter, its message staring back at me. I did not know who left it or what it meant, but I knew one thing for sure. I had been lucky last night. Story 12. Of. It was late in the evening when I sat down on the couch, scrolling through my phone absent-mindedly. The day had been long, filled with the usual routine, and I was ready to wind down. I opened my settings, checking notifications when I saw a prompt from my location history. It was nothing unusual. My phone occasionally logged my whereabouts, marking familiar places like my home, work, and the grocery store. But one entry caught my eye. It was a location I had never been to. The name of the place meant nothing to me. It was over an hour away, deep in a part of the city I had no reason to visit. My first thought was that it had to be a mistake. Maybe the GPS had glitched or marked a spot incorrectly. But when I tapped on the entry, the details made my stomach tighten. The timestamp showed that my phone had been there in the middle of the night. I had been asleep, at home in my bed. I had not left the house. There was no reason for my phone to have recorded movement. I checked my call log, my messages, my photos, everything was normal. There were no late-night texts or outgoing calls, nothing that suggested I had been anywhere but here. I searched for the location online, hoping to recognize something about it. It was an abandoned building on the outskirts of town, a structure left untouched for years. The search results showed grainy images of a crumbling warehouse, the windows shattered, the roof sagging from neglect. The articles that came up mentioned nothing unusual, just that it had once been a storage facility before it was shut down. The unease creeping over me refused to fade. If I had not been there, then how had my phone registered it? I checked my door's security camera, scrolling through the footage from the night before. Every clip showed the same thing: my front door still and quiet. No movement, no sign of anyone coming or going. I tried to put it out of my mind, convincing myself it was just a technical glitch. But when I checked my phone again the next day, the location was still there. And this time there was another entry. A new place. Another unknown location. It was not far from the first. A few miles down the same road. The timestamp was almost the same as the night before, just after midnight. My hands felt clammy as I tried to piece together an explanation. Was my phone being tracked? Was someone else using my information? I reset my location history, cleared my data, and turned off tracking entirely. Whatever was causing the issue, I wanted no part of it. For the next few nights, I kept my phone beside me, checking it every morning with growing dread. Then, one evening, I noticed something new. My phone's battery was draining faster than usual. I had charged it fully before bed, yet when I woke up it was nearly dead. I opened my settings, checking for apps running in the background. There was nothing unusual except for a recent activity log showing that my location services had been used overnight. I had turned them off. I stared at the screen, my pulse quickening. I had disabled tracking completely. There was no reason for it to be on. My fingers trembled as I scrolled through the settings, searching for any sign of a change. That was when I saw that an unfamiliar device had accessed my phone during the night, a connection I had never approved. I turned off my Wi-Fi, reset my passwords, and even removed my SIM card. Whatever was happening, I needed to stop it. The fear gnawed at the back of my mind. Had someone been near my house? Had they taken my phone and returned it without me knowing? The next night, I stayed awake, watching. I placed my phone on the nightstand, keeping an eye on it as the hours passed. The house was silent, the dim glow of the screen the only source of light in the room. Just after midnight, my phone lit up on its own. The screen displayed my location history, showing a new entry. I felt my breath catch in my throat. I reached for it, my hands shaking as I tapped on the address. It was closer this time, barely 10 minutes from my home. A soft creak echoed from outside. My heart pounded as I strained to listen. The house settled in the stillness, every sound amplified by my racing thoughts. I moved to the window, pulling the curtain back just enough to see the street below. Nothing, no movement, no sign of anyone. I checked my security camera footage again. This time there was something. A figure standing at the edge of my driveway. They did not move. They did not step closer. They just stood there facing my house. I grabbed my phone and dialed for help. As I waited, my eyes stayed locked on the screen, watching. The figure remained there for another moment before slowly turning away and disappearing into the darkness. When the authorities arrived, they searched the area but found nothing. No footprints, no sign of forced entry. My phone was still in my room, untouched. There was no explanation for the entries in my location history, no proof of where they had come from. But I knew what I had seen. I knew someone had been watching. I got rid of my phone the next day. A fresh start. A clean slate. I reset everything, changed every password, and made sure no device was connected to mine. For a while, nothing happened. No strange locations, no odd entries in my history. The unease slowly faded, replaced by the comfort of routine. Then one evening I received a message on my new phone. A single location pin marked just a few blocks away. No name, no sender, just an address. And beneath it, a single word. Soon. Story 13. The clatter of dishes and the hum of the refrigerator filled the kitchen as I stood at the counter, lost in thought. The day had been uneventful, and I was grateful for the quiet. The house was still, the kind of stillness that felt comforting. I reached for a glass of water when a sound cut through the silence. A low, mechanical groan echoed from the direction of the garage. I froze, the glass hovering just above the counter. The sound was unmistakable, the deep rumbling of the garage door rising. My pulse quickened as I placed the glass down, straining to listen. The noise continued, the slow metallic creak of the door moving along its track. My first thought was a power surge or a malfunction, but the timing was odd. I had not touched the remote, and no one else was home. I hesitated for a moment before making my way to the door leading to the garage. My hand hovered over the doorknob, my heart pounding harder than I wanted to admit. Taking a breath, I twisted it open and peered inside. The garage was dimly lit by the weak glow of the overhead bulb, and sure enough, the door was halfway open. A cold draft seeped in from outside. I stepped forward, cautiously scanning the space. My car sat undisturbed, tools neatly arranged on the shelves. Nothing looked out of place, but something felt wrong. I moved to the garage door opener mounted on the wall and pressed the button. The motor whirred to life, and the door began descending, groaning as it settled back into place. I stood there for a moment, waiting. There was no movement outside, no sign of anyone lurking near the driveway. I checked the remote control sitting on the workbench, making sure it had not been accidentally pressed. It was right where I had left it, untouched. I picked it up and clicked the button a few times. The door responded normally, rising and lowering without hesitation. Telling myself it was a simple glitch, I secured the door, locked the side entrance, and went back inside. Still, unease clung to me as I returned to the kitchen. I tried to push the thought away, convincing myself that if it happened again, I would call a technician. The rest of the evening passed without incident, and I almost forgot about the garage door. Almost. That night, as I settled into bed, I heard it again. The same low mechanical groan, the heavy clank of metal shifting. I bolted upright, my skin prickling. The sound was unmistakable, the garage door opening on its own again. I grabbed my phone, my fingers hovering over the screen, debating whether to call someone. But who? The police, a repair service. Neither option made sense. Forcing myself to move, I grabbed the nearest object for protection and crept toward the garage. The moment I reached the door, I hesitated. A sharp chill ran through me, an instinct screaming at me not to open it. I pressed my ear against the wood, listening. The air was thick with silence, too silent. Gathering my courage, I turned the knob and slowly pushed the door open. The garage door was fully open now, exposing the dark driveway beyond. The night air was cold against my skin as I stepped inside, gripping my phone tightly. I scanned the space, my breath shallow. Nothing seemed out of place, yet the unease was suffocating. I walked to the wall panel and pressed the button again. The door hesitated for a split second before slowly descending. My nerves were frayed as I watched it shut completely. I locked it once more, double-checking every possible entrance. Then, with one final glance outside, I hurried back into the house and bolted the door behind me. I barely slept that night, my ears attuned to every creak and whisper of the house. Morning could not come fast enough. The first thing I did was call a garage door technician. He arrived later that afternoon, a friendly man who inspected the system with practiced ease. He tested the opener, the sensors, and the wiring. Everything was in working order. No signs of malfunctions, no electrical issues. I asked if a power surge could have triggered it, but he shook his head. The opener had no record of recent activity. I mentioned that it had happened twice, and he gave me a thoughtful look before suggesting a simple fix. He reset the system, changed the access codes, and told me to monitor it. If it happened again, I should call him immediately. That night I waited, tense and alert. Midnight passed, then 1, then 2 in the morning. The house remained still, no mechanical groans, no unexpected movement. Days passed, and the garage door remained shut, responding only when I pressed the button. The unease slowly faded, though I still found myself glancing at it more often than before. Whatever had happened that night, it was over now. I never did figure out what caused it. Maybe it was a glitch, maybe interference from a neighbor's remote, or maybe it was something I was better off not understanding. Either way, the door stayed closed from then on, and I was content to leave it that way. Story 14. I pulled into my driveway after a long day, expecting the usual sight of smooth concrete leading up to my garage. Instead, my eyes locked onto something that had never been there before. Dark, uneven tire marks streaked across the pavement, curving in a way that suggested a vehicle had stopped, reversed, and then pulled away. The sight made my stomach tighten. I lived alone and no one else had any reason to be on my property. I stepped out of my car slowly, my gaze scanning the driveway as I tried to make sense of what I was seeing. The marks were fresh, the rubber smudges still bold against the lighter concrete. I had left in the morning, and they had not been there then. That meant someone had been here while I was gone. A stranger had pulled up to my house, stayed long enough to leave a clear imprint, and then left without a trace. I walked toward the marks, kneeling to examine them more closely. The tread pattern was different from my own tires. The shape and width suggested a larger vehicle, possibly in SUV or a truck. I followed the tracks with my eyes, noting how they veered slightly before disappearing at the edge of the street. My heart pounded as I turned to look at my front door. It was locked, just as I had left it. Nothing seemed out of place, but the unease settled deep in my chest. I unlocked the door and stepped inside cautiously, flipping on the lights as I went. The house was still, exactly as I had left it. No signs of forced entry, no misplaced objects, nothing disturbed. Yet the feeling of being watched clung to me, a weight pressing down on my shoulders. I walked through each room, checking windows, closets, even under furniture, but I found nothing unusual. Still, I could not shake the thought that someone had been close. That night I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, replaying the discovery over and over. Had it been someone lost? A delivery driver making a wrong turn? Or was it something more intentional? The thought of an unknown vehicle pulling into my driveway and lingering made my skin crawl. At some point, exhaustion overtook my worry, and I drifted into an uneasy sleep. The next morning I stepped outside and hesitated before walking toward my car. The tire marks were still there, a reminder that something had been off the night before. I decided to check my security cameras. They were simple, just 2 mounted outside my front door and garage, but they had captured motion in the past. I pulled up the footage on my phone, my fingers tapping impatiently as I scrolled through the timeline. Then I saw it. Ice. At 1:46 in the afternoon, a dark SUV rolled into my driveway. The vehicle idled for several seconds before inching forward. It stopped near my front porch, sitting there as if the driver was waiting for something. My stomach tightened as I watched. The windows were tinted, obscuring whoever was inside. A minute passed, then another. Finally, the vehicle reversed slowly, pausing before backing out onto the street. I rewound the footage, watching again, searching for details. There was no visible license plate from the angle of my cameras. No one got out. No delivery was made. The car had simply arrived, waited, and left. My pulse pounded in my ears. Why would someone pull into my driveway, sit there, and then leave without doing anything? I saved the footage, my hands trembling slightly. I needed to report this, at least to have it on record. I dialed the authorities and explained the situation, describing the vehicle, the tire marks, and the footage. They agreed to send someone to take a report, though they warned me there was little they could do without more details. The call ended with them advising me to stay vigilant. That evening, I parked on the street instead of in my driveway, wanting a better view of my surroundings. I kept my lights off and sat near the window, watching, waiting to see if the vehicle would return. Hours passed, and nothing happened. I finally allowed myself to sleep, though it was restless. The next few days were quiet. The tire marks faded slightly with time and no new ones appeared. I started to believe it had been a one-time event, a mistake or coincidence. But on the fourth night, I woke to the sound of an engine idling outside my window. I sat up in bed, heart hammering. The street was mostly dark, the nearest street lamp casting only a faint glow. I crept toward the window, careful not to be seen. There it was. The same dark SUV, parked just beyond my driveway, its headlights off. It was barely visible, blending into the night. I watched, breath held, as the car sat motionless. My phone was in my hand before I even realized it, dialing the authorities again. My voice was low, urgent, as I explained that the vehicle had returned. They assured me someone would be dispatched. Minutes passed. The SUV did not move. Then, just as I saw a pair of headlights approaching from the other end of the street, the SUV's engine revved softly. It pulled away smoothly, disappearing down the road before the patrol car even arrived. The officer took my statement, but admitted that without a plate number or clearer details, there was little they could do. They promised to increase patrols in my area, but that did not erase the fear that had settled deep inside me. Whoever had been in that vehicle had come back. They had waited, watching from a distance, and now they knew that I had seen them. That realization kept me on edge. I changed my routine, varying the times I left and returned home. I installed additional cameras, making sure every angle was covered. I even had motion sensor lights placed around my driveway and front yard. Days passed, then weeks. The SUV never returned. I never found out who had been in that car or what they had wanted. Maybe it had been nothing. Maybe it had been something far worse. But the experience changed the way I saw my own home. I was careful, always aware, never assuming safety. The tire marks eventually faded completely, but the unease they had left behind never did. Story 15. It was early in the morning when I stepped outside, rubbing my arms against the chill in the air. The street was quiet, the sky still tinged with the last traces of night. I walked toward my car, already thinking about the errands I needed to run. As I reached for the door handle, my eyes caught something unusual on the roof. A single glove sat there, perfectly placed as if someone had deliberately left it. I frowned and glanced around, searching for any sign of movement. The neighborhood was still, my neighbors' houses dark and silent. I had not been outside since the night before, and I was certain the glove had not been there then. I hesitated before picking it up. The material was thick, like a winter glove, but it was not mine. I did not own anything like it. I turned it over in my hands, inspecting it closely. There was no sign of wear, no stains or tears, just a plain black glove. My stomach twisted as I looked around again. Someone had been near my car, close enough to place the glove on the roof without making a sound. The thought unsettled me. I set it aside and got into the car, trying to shake the feeling that something was off. Maybe it had blown onto the roof from somewhere, though that seemed unlikely. There had been no wind the night before, and the glove had been too neatly placed to have landed by accident. As I drove away, I glanced in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see someone watching me from the sidewalk. The day passed uneventfully, but I could not get the glove out of my mind. When I returned home, I checked the footage from the security camera facing the driveway. My pulse quickened as I skimmed through the recording. The hours passed with nothing unusual until just after midnight. A shadow moved near the edge of the screen. It was too dark to make out any features, but someone had definitely been there. The figure lingered for a moment before stepping closer. My breath caught in my throat as I watched the person approach my car. They reached out, placed something on the roof, then turned and disappeared into the darkness. I rewound the footage, pausing at the moment the figure placed the glove on my car. The person was careful, almost deliberate in their movements. I could not see a face, just a dark silhouette against the faint glow of the streetlights. My skin prickled as I realized they had not been in a hurry. They had taken their time. I checked the rest of the footage, but there was nothing else. No one returned, no other disturbances. The rest of the night passed in silence. I sat back, my mind racing with questions. Who had left the glove, and why? Was it some kind of warning, or just a strange prank? I decided to keep my doors locked and my phone nearby that night. Sleep did not come easily. Every creak of the house made me tense. Every gust of wind outside felt like a footstep. By morning I was exhausted but relieved to find nothing else out of place. For the next few days I remained on edge, checking the security footage every morning. Nothing unusual happened. The glove remained on my counter, untouched. I considered throwing it away, but something stopped me. It felt like getting rid of it would not make the situation any less unsettling. One evening, as I returned home from work, something caught my attention near the car. Another glove, identical to the first, was sitting on the hood. My stomach dropped. I scanned the area, my heart pounding. The street was empty, the houses quiet. I hurried inside and locked the door behind me. I checked the security footage immediately. Just like before, the figure appeared in the middle of the night. They moved toward my car, placed the second glove on the hood, then walked away. There was no hesitation, no rush. Whoever they were, they wanted me to find it. I decided to call the police. An officer arrived later that night, listening carefully as I explained what had happened. He examined the gloves but found nothing unusual. No markings, no hidden notes, nothing that could explain why they had been left. He advised me to stay cautious and call again if anything else happened. That night, I barely slept. Every sound outside made my pulse race. I kept my phone in my hand, ready to call for help at the slightest noise. But the hours passed in silence. The next morning I stepped outside, bracing myself for another glove. But there was nothing. The car was untouched, the street as empty as ever. Days turned into weeks, and no more gloves appeared. The security footage remained clear, and my unease slowly began to fade. The gloves remained on my desk, a reminder of the strange events that had unsettled me so deeply. I never found out who had left them or why. Maybe it had been a prank, or maybe it had been something more. But in the end, nothing else happened. I kept the security cameras running, just in case. The gloves stayed where they were, untouched, and life gradually returned to normal. Whatever had happened, it was over now, and that was enough. Story 16. I opened the freezer to grab some ice for my drink, expecting to see the usual tray filled with small, rounded cubes. Instead, my breath caught in my throat. The ice cubes were not their normal shape. They were keys. Each one was frozen solid, perfectly molded with grooves, ridges, and distinct cuts as if they had been cast from real keys. They filled every tray, stacked in neat rows. My fingers hovered over them, my mind racing to make sense of what I was seeing. I had not made these. I had not put them there. I took a hesitant step back, my heart hammering in my chest. Who had done this? How had they gotten into my home? My freezer was closed all night. No one else had been here. The more I stared at them, the more unsettling they became. Keys meant locks. Locks meant doors. Doors meant something or someone trying to get in. I reached for one of the ice keys, my fingers barely brushing the surface before I yanked my hand back. The cold was expected, but there was something else. Something wrong. A sensation that made my skin crawl, like the ice was not just frozen water, but something more. I grabbed a knife from the counter and tapped one of the cubes, watching it chip away. The inside was clear, normal, nothing unusual beyond its shape. I needed to understand how this happened. I checked the ice trays, searching for an explanation. The plastic was the same as always, no hidden molds, no signs of tampering. It made no sense. I emptied the trays into the sink, watching the frozen keys clatter against the metal and begin to melt. The water pooled around the drain, leaving no trace of their strange form. I filled the trays again with fresh water, setting them back inside the freezer. I needed to see if this would happen again. If it did, then I had a much bigger problem. That night, I barely slept. Every sound in the house made me tense. The hum of the fridge, the creak of the walls settling things I had heard 1,000 times before now sent spikes of unease through me. I forced myself to stay in bed, knowing that whatever had happened, I would have my answer in the morning. The moment the sun peeked through the blinds, I rushed to the freezer. My stomach dropped. The ice trays were full again, and every single cube was shaped like a key. A cold sweat broke out on my skin as I grabbed the trays and dumped them into the sink, watching them melt into nothingness. This was not possible. I was the only one here. The doors were locked. The windows were secure. I needed to leave. I grabbed my keys, real ones, metal and solid, and headed for the door. Just as I reached for the knob, I hesitated. A thought struck me, unshakable in its weight. What if the keys in the freezer were meant for something? What if they were for a lock I had not found yet? I turned back, my breath unsteady. I had checked everything, but maybe I had missed something. I moved through the house, checking every door, every drawer, every hidden space I could think of. Nothing. Until I reached the basement. I rarely went down there. The air was always heavy, damp, the concrete cold against my feet. But something told me to look. I descended the stairs, my pulse quickening with each step. And then I saw it. A small, rusted lock on the farthest wall, one I did not remember ever seeing before. It was embedded into the bricks, secured tightly as if it had been there forever. My throat tightened. I had no key that fit this lock. But the ice cubes had been shaped like keys. I ran back upstairs, yanking open the freezer door, but it was empty. I had melted them all. A deep unease settled over me. I had been given something, and I had destroyed it without knowing what it was for. I had no idea what lay behind that lock. Maybe it was better that way. I left that house the next day, unable to shake the feeling that I had missed my only chance to know the truth. Some doors, I realized, are meant to stay closed. Story 17. I reached for my wallet as I stood at the counter, ready to pay for my groceries. My stomach dropped when I realized it was not in my bag. I checked my pockets, then my bag again, digging through every compartment, but it was not there. The cashier watched me with polite impatience as I frantically searched. My mind raced as I tried to remember the last time I had seen it. I was sure I had it that morning when I left the house. Embarrassed, I told the cashier I had forgotten my wallet and left the groceries behind. I walked to my car in a daze, my thoughts clouded with confusion. Had I dropped it somewhere? I retraced my steps in my head, but nothing stood out. It had been with me when I locked the front door. I was certain of it. I checked the car, searching under the seats and in the glove compartment, but it was not there either. When I got home, I searched every corner of the house. I checked the kitchen table, the living room, even the bathroom, hoping I had absent-mindedly left it somewhere. It was nowhere to be found. Frustration built in my chest as I sat on the couch, trying to think of what to do next. If I had lost it outside, someone could have picked it up by now. The thought of canceling my cards and replacing everything inside felt overwhelming. I barely slept that night, my mind replaying every possible scenario. I kept wondering if I had been careless, if I had left it somewhere public without realizing it. I did not like the idea that someone else might have it. The next morning I got up early and checked my car again, hoping I had missed it in my exhaustion. It was still nowhere to be found. I walked back into the house, ready to start making calls to cancel my cards. But as I stepped inside, I froze. My wallet was sitting on the kitchen counter. My breath caught in my throat as I stared at it, my hands going cold. It had not been there the night before. I had searched this entire house multiple times, checking every possible place. I knew it was not there. I slowly approached the counter and picked up the wallet, my fingers trembling slightly. The weight felt the same, the texture familiar. I opened it, feeling a mix of relief and dread. My identification and cards were still inside, untouched. But when I checked the cash compartment, every single bill was gone. I stood there in stunned silence, my heart pounding in my chest. Someone had taken it. Someone had entered my home, taken my wallet, removed the cash, and then brought it back. I struggled to make sense of it. If someone had stolen it, why return it? Why not take everything, including my identification and cards? The thought sent a shiver through me. I checked the doors and windows, looking for any signs of forced entry. Everything was locked, just as I had left it. I even checked my security camera, but the footage showed nothing unusual. No one had entered, no movement in or out. It made no sense. I could not shake the feeling that someone had been inside while I slept. The idea of a stranger moving through my home without my knowledge made my skin crawl. I tried to tell myself I had somehow overlooked it the night before, but I knew that was not true. I had searched that counter. I had checked every surface in this house. The wallet had not been there. For the next few days, I found myself double-checking the locks more often. I kept my wallet close, never leaving it out of sight. But the uneasy feeling never fully left. I knew someone had been in my space. They had taken something from me and then returned what was left, as if to remind me they could. I never found out who did it or how they got in. Nothing else ever went missing, but I never felt truly safe in that house again. Eventually, I moved to a new place, hoping to leave that feeling behind. But even now, I always keep my wallet in the same spot, checking it more times than necessary. I never want to wake up to that feeling again. Story 18. The sound of the doorbell jolted me awake. My heart pounded as I sat up, trying to shake off the drowsiness clouding my mind. The clock on my nightstand glowed in the darkness, showing the time as 2 a.m. I held my breath, listening for any other sounds, but the house remained silent. My first thought was that it had been a dream, but I knew I had heard it clearly. I threw off the blanket and swung my legs over the side of the bed, my feet meeting the cold floor. My mind raced through possibilities as I made my way to the front door. Maybe it was a mistake, someone ringing the wrong doorbell. Maybe it was a prank, though no one had ever done that before. I peered through the peephole, expecting to see someone standing there. The porch was empty. A chill ran down my spine as I unlocked the door and slowly pulled it open. The street outside was quiet, bathed in the dim glow of the streetlights. I stepped out onto the porch, scanning the area for any movement. There was no sign of anyone. The sidewalk was empty, the neighboring houses dark and still. The wind rustled the trees in the distance, but nothing else moved. I hesitated before stepping back inside. Something about the situation felt wrong, but I could not put my finger on it. I locked the door and double-checked that all the windows were secure before returning to my bedroom. As I lay back down, I told myself it was probably nothing. Maybe a malfunction, or someone who had realized their mistake and left before I could answer. Still, sleep did not come easily. The next morning, I checked the doorbell camera. I expected to see at least some movement, maybe a shadow or a figure walking away. The footage showed nothing. The camera had recorded the sound of the doorbell, but there was no one there. I rewound it multiple times, watching the video closely. The timestamp confirmed it had happened at 2 a.m, but there was no sign of anyone pressing the button. I tried to shake off the unease as I went about my day. The rational part of me wanted to believe it was just a glitch. Maybe the button was faulty, or there was interference from another signal. I made a note to check it later, but deep down I could not ignore the nagging feeling that something was off. That night I went to bed feeling restless. I kept my phone close, my mind still replaying the footage. At exactly 2 a.m, the doorbell rang again. My body tensed as I sat up, my breath catching in my throat. I listened for any other sounds but heard nothing. My heart pounded as I reached for my phone and pulled up the live feed from the camera. The screen showed my empty porch, just as it had the night before. No one was there. My stomach tightened as I stared at the image, waiting for something to appear. The seconds dragged on, but the porch remained empty. The doorbell had rung, yet the camera had captured nothing. I forced myself out of bed and crept toward the door, my pulse hammering in my ears. I hesitated before peering through the peephole. The view outside was exactly the same as before. No movement, no sign of anyone. I stood there for several moments, barely breathing, before stepping back. I spent the next hour wide awake, trying to come up with a reasonable explanation. I considered calling someone, but what would I even say? That my doorbell rang on its own 2 nights in a row. It sounded ridiculous, even to me. Eventually exhaustion took over, and I drifted into uneasy sleep. The next day I inspected the doorbell closely. I checked the wiring, tested the button, and even looked for any signs of tampering. Everything seemed normal. I reset the system and made sure the camera was working properly. That night, I went to bed with a sense of unease, unsure of what to expect. At exactly 2 a.m, the doorbell rang again. This time I did not hesitate. I grabbed my phone and pulled up the camera feed. The porch was empty, just like before. My hands felt clammy as I watched the screen, my mind racing. I knew I had heard it. The footage even recorded the sound. But there was no movement, no person, nothing that could have triggered it. I stayed awake until morning, too unsettled to sleep. The next day I reached out to the company that made the doorbell. I explained the issue, hoping they could offer a technical reason for what was happening. They assured me that their devices could not ring on their own unless there was a direct trigger. If the button had been pressed, the camera should have captured whoever was there, but it did not. The following night, I sat in my living room, determined to see if it would happen again. I kept all the lights off, my phone in hand, ready to check the feed the moment the sound came. The clock ticked closer to 2, my anticipation growing with every passing minute. Then, right on time, the doorbell rang. I looked at the screen immediately. Nothing. The porch was still, just like before. My breath came in short, uneasy bursts as I forced myself to the door. I placed my hand on the doorknob, hesitating before pulling it open. The night air was cold against my skin. I stepped onto the porch, scanning the street. Nothing. But this time, something was different. A single footprint was visible on the doormat. My stomach clenched as I stared at it. It was fresh, the outline sharp in the dim light. Someone had been there. Someone had pressed the doorbell. But they were gone before I could see them. I stepped back inside, locking the door behind me. My mind raced with possibilities. Someone was doing this intentionally. Someone knew exactly what time to ring the doorbell, knew how to disappear before I could catch them. But why? The following night, I stayed awake again, watching and waiting. 2 in the morning came and went, but the doorbell never rang. I felt a strange mix of relief and dread. Whoever had been doing this had stopped, or maybe they had realized I was watching. Days passed, and the doorbell never rang at that hour again. I tried to move on, to convince myself it was just a strange prank. But every night, when the clock neared 2 in the morning, I found myself holding my breath, waiting for that sound. It never came again. But I never stopped wondering who had been standing outside my door in the middle of the night. Story 19. When I first noticed it, I almost missed it completely. The hole was small, barely larger than the tip of a pen, positioned low on the wall near the corner of my bedroom. I crouched down, running my finger over the edges. The surface was smooth, precise, as if it had been made deliberately. I felt a tightness in my chest. I had never drilled a hole there. I had no reason to. I lived alone, and I could not think of a single reason why it would be there. My mind raced through possibilities. Maybe it had always been there, and I just had not noticed before. Maybe there was an explanation I had not thought of yet. I leaned in closer, trying to see through the hole, but the angle made it difficult. I could only make out darkness on the other side. My heart pounded as I stood up and walked to the other room, the one that shared the wall. I checked the same spot, expecting to find a matching hole. But there was nothing. The wall was intact, smooth, no sign of any opening. That did not make sense. If there was a hole on one side, there should be one on the other. I pressed my palm against the wall, tapping lightly, listening for anything unusual. It sounded solid. I grabbed a flashlight and returned to my bedroom, kneeling beside the hole again. I turned on the light and shined it directly inside. The beam disappeared into the darkness, revealing nothing. No wires, no structural gaps, nothing that should explain why it was there. A shiver ran down my spine. If I had not drilled it, and there was no matching hole on the other side, then who had done it? And why? The thought made my stomach turn. I needed to cover it. I grabbed a small piece of tape from my desk and pressed it firmly over the hole, making sure no light could pass through. That night, I struggled to sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I thought about the hole, about what might be behind it, about why it was there. The feeling of being watched crept into my mind, making my skin crawl. The next morning, I checked the tape as soon as I got out of bed. It was still there, unmoved. I let out a small breath of relief. Maybe I had overreacted. Maybe it was nothing. But as I got ready for the day, something gnawed at me. I needed to know for sure. I decided to call someone to take a look at it. Later that afternoon, a contractor arrived, a man who had done some repairs in my home before. I led him to the bedroom, pointing at the spot. He examined the hole closely, frowning as he ran his fingers over it. I told him there was no matching hole on the other side of the wall. He tapped lightly, listening to the sound. Then he looked at me, his expression unreadable. "This was drilled carefully," he said. "It is not random. Someone made this on purpose." His words sent a chill through me. I asked him what might be behind it. He hesitated, then pulled a small tool from his bag. "I can check," he said, "but you might not like the answer." I swallowed hard and nodded. He inserted a thin wire with a small camera attached, feeding it slowly into the hole. He watched the screen closely, his brow furrowing. I could not see what he saw, but I knew from his reaction that something was wrong. He exhaled sharply and pulled the camera out. "There is a space behind your wall," he said. "It is not supposed to be there." My throat went dry. "A space?" I asked. He nodded. "It looks like an empty cavity. Someone might have built it there intentionally." I felt my hands start to tremble. There was not supposed to be any hidden space in my house. I had never done any renovations, never made any changes to the structure. The idea that someone else had, without my knowledge, made my skin crawl. "Do you want me to open the wall?" he asked. I hesitated. A part of me did not want to know, but another part of me needed to. I nodded. "Yes," I said, "open it." He grabbed a small saw and started cutting around the hole, removing a section of the drywall carefully. As he pulled the panel away, we both took a step back. Behind the wall was a small, narrow space, just wide enough for someone to crawl through. Dust and debris clung to the edges, but that was not what made my stomach drop. There was a mattress on the floor. A blanket, crumpled as if someone had used it recently. A half-empty water bottle sat in the corner, next to a small pile of food wrappers. My breath caught in my throat. Someone had been living inside my wall. I took a shaky step backward, my entire body cold with fear. The contractor looked at me, his face pale. "You need to call the police," he said quietly. I could barely move. My mind raced with horrifying thoughts. How long had they been there? How had they gotten in? Had they watched me through that hole? I grabbed my phone and dialed. My hands were shaking as I spoke, barely able to form the words. The officers arrived quickly, examining the space behind the wall. They searched my house, looking for any signs of forced entry, but found none. Whoever had been living there was gone, but the evidence was clear. They had been there recently, watching, listening, hiding just a few feet away from where I slept. That night, I did not stay in my house. I packed a bag and left, staying with a friend until I could figure out what to do next. The thought of being inside those walls again made my skin crawl. The next day, I called a professional to seal off the hidden space permanently. The hole was gone, the wall repaired. I changed every lock, installed security cameras, and double-checked every window. Weeks passed, then months. Nothing else happened. No signs of forced entry, no strange noises in the night, no new holes in my walls. Eventually, the fear faded. I started sleeping soundly again, living without the constant paranoia. But sometimes, late at night, I would lie in bed staring at the wall, wondering if I had truly been alone in my home, or if someone had been there watching me for far longer than I would ever know. Story 20. The moment I saw the notification for a new voicemail, I hesitated. I had not missed any calls, and there was no number listed. A strange feeling settled in my chest as I pressed play. The moment the sound came through, my breath caught. It was my favorite song, playing on loop. At first, I thought it was a mistake, maybe a pocket dial that had accidentally recorded background noise. But as I listened, I noticed something strange. There was no distortion, no background noise, no interruptions. The audio was perfect, as if it had been deliberately recorded and sent to me. I played it again, this time listening closely. The song repeated seamlessly, without skipping or pausing. My skin prickled. Who would send me something like this? And how did they know this was my favorite song? I checked the voicemail details, but there was no caller ID, no timestamp. It was as if the message had appeared out of nowhere. My first thought was that someone I knew was playing a prank, but the more I considered it, the less sense it made. No one had mentioned anything unusual to me, and I had not shared my favorite song with many people. A sudden thought struck me. I opened my music app and checked my playlists. My stomach tightened when I saw the most recent activity. The song had been played multiple times in the past few hours, but I had not opened the app since the previous day. Someone had accessed it. I locked my phone and looked around the room. The air felt heavier, the silence pressing in. I turned on the lights, my pulse quickening. The voicemail kept playing in my mind, the endless loop of the melody echoing in my thoughts. I needed to know who sent it. I decided to test something. I deleted the voicemail and set my phone down. If it happened again, I would have my answer. Hours passed without incident, and I began to relax. Maybe it had been some kind of system glitch. Then, just after midnight, my phone vibrated. A new voicemail. My breath hitched as I reached for it. The same unknown sender. The same song, playing on loop. My hands trembled as I listened. This time, something was different. The song played normally at first, but near the end of the second loop, the music faded slightly. A soft noise took its place. A faint breath. A whisper. I strained to hear it, my heart hammering in my chest. A single word came through the speaker. Listen. I dropped the phone as a cold wave of fear washed over me. My mind raced through possibilities, but none of them made sense. Someone was trying to get my attention, but why? And how were they sending these voicemails without calling? I turned off my phone and sat in silence, my thoughts spiraling. My home was secure, my doors locked, my windows closed. Yet I felt exposed, as if someone was watching. The urge to check outside was overwhelming, but I resisted. Sleep did not come easy that night. Every sound made me tense, every shadow seemed to move. By morning I felt drained, my body heavy with exhaustion. I turned my phone back on, half expecting another voicemail, but there was nothing. Days passed, and the messages stopped. I told myself it was over, that it had been some bizarre mistake or a cruel joke. But I never figured out who sent the voicemails or how they had accessed my music. I changed my number, wiped my phone, and tried to forget. But every now and then, Late at night, I wake up with that song playing in my head. A perfect loop. A voice whispering in the silence, "Listen." Story 21. I was cleaning the living room when I noticed them. Faint smudges on the glass, just visible in the light streaming through the window. I stepped closer, heart beating a little faster as I studied them. The fingerprints were large, distinct, and positioned at a height that suggested an adult. I had not touched that part of the window, and I lived alone. I pressed my hand against the glass to compare, but the prints did not match mine. The size was slightly different, the shape unfamiliar. A chill ran through me as I stepped back, suddenly aware of how vulnerable the house felt. Had someone been outside last night, standing at my window while I slept? I tried to remember if I had heard anything unusual, but nothing came to mind. I glanced outside, scanning the yard for anything out of place. The grass was undisturbed, the driveway empty. There were no footprints in the dirt near the window, no sign that anyone had been there. Yet the prints were real, evidence that someone had pressed their hands against the glass. I swallowed hard, forcing myself to stay calm. It could have been from a passing stranger, maybe someone looking for a lost pet or checking the wrong house. But something about the prints felt too deliberate. They were not scattered or accidental. They were clear, placed right at eye level as if someone had been peering inside. My stomach twisted at the thought. I grabbed a cloth and wiped the glass, but the uneasy feeling did not go away. Even with the prints gone, I could still picture them in my mind. I locked the windows and double-checked the front door, reassuring myself that everything was secure. Still, I could not shake the sense that someone had been watching. The rest of the day passed uneventfully, but my mind kept returning to the fingerprints. Every time I walked by the window, I glanced at it, half expecting to see them reappear. The house felt quieter than usual, the air heavier. As the sun set, the unease grew stronger, settling in my chest like a weight. That night, I made sure every door and window was locked before heading to bed. I pulled the curtains closed, something I rarely did, but it made me feel slightly safer. Lying in the dark, I listened to the silence of the house, every small creak making my heart jump. I kept telling myself it was nothing, but sleep did not come easily. Somewhere in the middle of the night, I woke up suddenly. I did not know what had disturbed me, but my pulse was racing. The room was dark, but something felt different. I held my breath, listening. The house was silent, but the hairs on my arms stood on end. I reached for my phone and checked the time. It was just past 3 in the morning. I sat up slowly, unsure if I had dreamed the noise or if something had really woken me. A cold dread settled over me as I forced myself to move. I slipped out of bed and tiptoed toward the living room, heart pounding in my ears. The curtains were still closed, but I hesitated before reaching for them. I took a deep breath and pulled them back just enough to peek outside. My breath caught in my throat. There, just beyond the glass, faint outlines of fingerprints had returned. They were pressed against the window in the exact same place as before. My body went cold as I realized what it meant. Someone had been here again. I backed away from the window, my pulse hammering. My mind raced, trying to make sense of it. Had they been standing there while I was asleep? Had they been watching, waiting? My hands shook as I grabbed my phone, debating whether to call for help. I turned on the camera and took a picture, my fingers unsteady. I needed proof. If this was real, I needed something to show. I stared at the image on my screen, the blurry fingerprints glowing in the reflection of the streetlight. It was not just my imagination. Someone had been here, and they had come back. My breath came in short gasps as I struggled to stay calm. I locked every door again, checking each window twice. I grabbed something heavy from the kitchen, just in case, and sat in the living room with my back against the wall. Sleep was impossible now. Every shadow felt like a threat, every sound like footsteps approaching. I did not know what was happening, but I knew I was not safe. The night stretched on, endless and suffocating. I stayed awake, my muscles tense, my mind exhausted but alert. When the first light of morning crept through the windows, I finally let out a breath. Nothing had happened, but the fear remained. I forced myself to move, to check the outside. The prints were still there, but the yard was empty. Whoever had left them was gone. I took another picture before wiping them away again. My hands trembled as I tried to think logically. If they had come back twice, would they come again? I did not want to wait and find out. I spent the morning installing an extra lock on the door and moving a chair in front of it for good measure. Then I set up a small security camera near the window. Its lens pointed exactly where the prints had appeared. If they returned, I would have proof. I would know who was watching. That night, I forced myself to sleep in my bedroom, though every part of me wanted to stay awake. The exhaustion won eventually, pulling me under despite my fear. The next morning, my hands shook as I checked the footage. My stomach twisted as the video loaded. At first, there was nothing. Just the quiet street, the occasional flicker of a passing car's headlights. Then, just after 2 in the morning movement, a figure stepped into the frame, pausing near the window. My breath caught as I watched them press their hands against the glass, their face hidden by the angle. They stood there for a long moment before slowly stepping back into the darkness. I did not recognize them. But now I had proof. I called the police, my hands still shaking as I replayed the footage. They arrived quickly, taking my statement and reviewing the video. They promised to patrol the area more often, but their words did little to ease my fear. Whoever it was, they had been outside my window twice. They had been watching. That night, I locked everything once more and sat in the living room, waiting. The weight of exhaustion pressed down on me, but I refused to sleep. Hours passed, but the night remained still. No noises, no shadows, no figures outside the window. Days passed, then weeks, and the prints never returned. I checked the footage every morning, but nothing appeared. Whoever had been there was gone. Slowly the fear began to fade, replaced by cautious relief. I never left the camera off, never forgot to lock the doors. But as time went on, I let myself breathe again. I never found out who it was or what they wanted. Maybe it was a stranger, maybe someone I knew. I would never know for sure. But the one thing I did know was that they had come back, and for some reason they had decided to stop. Story 22. It had been a long day, and all I wanted was to relax. I unlocked the door and stepped inside, already thinking about lying down. The house was quiet, just as I had left it. I dropped my bag by the door, stretched my arms, and made my way to the kitchen for a glass of water. As soon as I stepped inside, I stopped. The stove was on. A low blue flame flickered on one of the burners, steady and strong. The sight sent a chill through me. I had not used the stove in days. I stood frozen, trying to make sense of it. Had I somehow left it on without realizing it? No, that was impossible. I barely cooked at home. I always ordered food or ate out. I moved closer, reaching out cautiously to turn the knob. The flame disappeared with a quiet click, leaving only the faint smell of gas in the air. I stepped back, my mind racing. Maybe there was a malfunction. Maybe the stove had turned on by itself. But that did not make sense. It was a manual stove. Someone had to turn the knob. I checked the rest of the kitchen, looking for anything else out of place. The fridge was closed. The cabinets were untouched. Nothing seemed missing or moved, but the feeling of unease remained. I checked the front door again. It had been locked when I came in. The windows were all closed. There was no sign of forced entry. I took a deep breath and tried to calm down. Maybe I had forgotten. Maybe I had used the stove and just did not remember. Stress could do that to people. I shook my head, pushing the thought away. I was being paranoid. I poured myself a glass of water, trying to shake off the unease. That night, I barely slept. Every creak of the house made me flinch. I kept replaying the image of the flickering flame in my mind, trying to convince myself it was nothing. But deep down, something did not feel right. The next day, I checked the stove first thing in the morning. It was off, just as I had left it. I made sure every knob was tightly turned before leaving for work. Still, I could not shake the feeling that something was wrong. When I came home that evening, I hesitated before unlocking the door. My fingers hovered over the handle, my heart pounding. Slowly, I turned the knob and stepped inside. My eyes went straight to the kitchen. The stove was on again. The same burner. The same low blue flame. My stomach clenched. There was no way I had done this. I had checked it before I left. I had made sure it was off. Someone had been inside. I felt a cold sweat on my back as I reached for my phone. My hands trembled as I dialed for help. While I waited, I checked every door and window. Still locked. Nothing broken. But someone had been here. Someone had turned that stove on. When the authorities arrived, they searched the entire house. Nothing was stolen. No signs of forced entry. They checked the stove, but there was no evidence of tampering. There was nothing they could do. They asked if I had any enemies, anyone who might want to scare me. I told them no. I lived alone. I had no problems with anyone. They left, and I was alone again. The silence of the house felt heavier than before. I double-checked every lock, every window. I even put a chair against the door. I told myself I would not sleep, that I would stay up and watch. But exhaustion won. At some point in the night, I woke up to a sound. A faint, steady click. I held my breath, straining to listen. The sound came from the kitchen. I forced myself to move, creeping down the hall with my heart hammering. As I reached the kitchen, I saw it. The stove knob was turning, slowly, deliberately. The burner ignited with a quiet whoosh. My breath caught in my throat. I was alone. There was no one in the kitchen, no one standing by the stove. But the knob had moved. I had seen it. I turned and ran, grabbing my keys and rushing out the door. I drove without a destination, my hands gripping the wheel so tightly they ached. I just needed to be away. I could not go back, not that night. The next morning, I returned with someone to check the house. Nothing was missing. Nothing was out of place. But I knew what I had seen. I packed my things and left that day. I did not care if there was no explanation. I was not staying to find out. A few weeks later, I heard from the new tenant. They asked if I had ever had problems with the stove turning on by itself. I never answered. I just told them to be careful. Story 23. The morning air was crisp as I opened the front door, expecting nothing more than the quiet stillness of the street. The sunlight stretched across the pavement, casting long shadows over the yard. But something caught my eye immediately. Lying directly in the center of my doorstep was a single black feather. I frowned, stepping closer. It was large, sleek, and out of place. No birds like this lived near my home, and I could not recall seeing one like it before. It was not ruffled or damaged, as if it had simply been placed there rather than dropped by chance. I crouched down, hesitating before picking it up. The texture was smooth, the edges sharp. Turning it over in my fingers, I felt a strange unease settle over me. There was no note, no explanation. Just a single feather resting where I could not miss it. I glanced around, scanning the street and the yards of my neighbors. Nothing seemed unusual. There were no signs of movement, no one lingering nearby. The morning was still, and yet, the air carried a weight I could not shake. I stepped back inside, feather in hand, and placed it on the kitchen counter. It was just a feather, I told myself. A bird could have lost it, the wind could have carried it there. Yet my instincts whispered otherwise. The day moved on, but the image of the feather remained at the back of my mind. By afternoon, I had nearly convinced myself to forget about it when I stepped outside again. That was when I noticed something even stranger. Another feather. This time it was placed directly in the middle of the walkway leading to my porch. My stomach tightened. I moved toward it slowly, feeling the same creeping unease as before. The feather was identical to the first black, smooth, perfectly intact. I picked it up and scanned the area. The street was empty, the neighborhood quiet. I checked my phone, flipping through my messages as if expecting some kind of explanation, but there was nothing. Bringing the feather inside, I placed it next to the first. 2 in one day. That was not a coincidence. That night, sleep did not come easily. I kept glancing at my front door, listening for any sounds outside. The thought of waking up to another feather gnawed at me. I did not know why it unsettled me so much. It was just an object, harmless in itself. But it was the intention behind it that disturbed me. The next morning, my fears were confirmed. A third feather. This one was resting on my windowsill. I did not move immediately. My pulse quickened as I stared at it through the glass. Someone had placed it there. The idea of a bird randomly leaving it seemed impossible now. This was deliberate. I stepped outside, carefully lifting it from the ledge. I turned in every direction, scanning my yard, the sidewalk, the houses nearby. If someone had left it, they were watching. The thought sent a chill through me. I checked my security cameras, my hands tense as I scrolled through the footage. But there was nothing. No movement, no sign of anyone approaching my house in the night. The feathers just appeared. I debated telling someone, but what would I say? That someone was leaving harmless objects at my doorstep. It sounded ridiculous, even in my own mind. Days passed, and no more feathers appeared. The tension eased, and I began to convince myself that it had been nothing, a prank, an odd coincidence, something easily explained. I kept the feathers, though, tucked away in a drawer, a reminder that not all mysteries need solving. Then, one evening, just as I was locking up for the night, I noticed something new on my doorstep. Not a feather. This time it was a small, neatly folded piece of paper. My breath caught as I bent down and picked it up. I unfolded it with slow, deliberate movements, my heart pounding against my ribs. There were only 2 words written inside. See you. I stood frozen in my doorway, gripping the note in my hands. The air around me felt heavier than ever. I did not know who had been watching. I did not know why they had chosen me. But I knew one thing for certain. They were not finished yet. Story 24. I woke up groggy, my mind still heavy with sleep, and reached for my phone on the nightstand. The screen lit up, and I instinctively checked my notifications. Everything seemed normal until my eyes landed on the call log. A single outgoing call had been made at 3 in the morning to a number I did not recognize. A chill ran through me as I sat up, fully awake now. I had been asleep, I was sure of it. There was no reason I would have made a call in the middle of the night, and I never sleepwalked or did anything like that. My heart pounded as I stared at the unfamiliar number. It was not saved in my contacts and there was no name attached. I hesitated before clicking on the call details. The call had lasted exactly 24 seconds. That meant someone or something had been on the other end. I swallowed hard, trying to remember if I had woken up at any point during the night. My memory was blank. There had been no disturbances, no noises, nothing unusual. I copied the number and searched for it online. No results. No listings, no social media profiles, nothing to indicate who it belonged to. My mind raced through possibilities. Could it have been a glitch? A pocket dial? But my phone had been on my nightstand the entire night, untouched. My fingers hovered over the dial button. Part of me wanted to call back, to hear who or what was on the other end. But another part of me warned against it. If I had called them first, and they had answered, they already knew my number. They knew someone had called them. If I called back, I would be confirming that I had noticed. I locked my phone and placed it back on the nightstand, trying to shake the feeling of unease. Maybe it was nothing. Maybe it was just a system error. I lay back down, staring at the ceiling, listening to the silence of my room. But sleep did not come easily. The next morning I checked my phone again, half expecting the call log to be normal, for it to have been a mistake. But the call was still there, just as unsettling as before. I decided to forget about it, convincing myself it had been an accident, something not worth worrying about. That night, I made sure my phone was locked and placed face down before falling asleep. The next morning, the unease returned when I checked my call log again. Another call had been made to the same number, this time at 3:15 in the morning. My stomach dropped. This was not a mistake. It had happened again. I sat frozen, gripping my phone tightly, my pulse quickening. The call duration was longer this time, 42 seconds. Someone had been on the other end for nearly a minute. I had been asleep, completely unaware that my phone had dialed a stranger in the middle of the night. I turned on the speaker and called my service provider, asking if there had been any unusual activity on my account. They checked my records and found nothing out of the ordinary. According to them, the calls had been made from my device, as if I had manually dialed the number myself. I ended the call, a sick feeling settling in my stomach. If it was not a technical issue, then that meant something else was happening. I scrolled through my messages, my emails, my apps. Nothing seemed out of place. There were no outgoing texts, no other signs of unusual activity, just those two calls. I decided to call the number back. My hands were slightly shaky as I pressed the button. The phone rang once, twice. Then, silence. No voicemail, no message, just a dead line. I exhaled, my breath unsteady. Maybe it was a disconnected number. Or maybe whoever was on the other end did not want to answer. I put my phone down and tried to go about my day, but the tension never left my chest. That night I left my phone in another room, determined to see if it would happen again. I locked my bedroom door and placed my phone face down on the kitchen counter. When I woke up the next morning, I rushed to check it. Another call. 3:07 in the morning. I gripped the phone, my breath shallow. Someone or something was making these calls, and it was not me. The only thing different this time was that the call had lasted only 8 seconds, shorter than before. I deleted the number from my log, hoping that would stop whatever was happening. But that night I woke up suddenly, my heart hammering in my chest. A sound had jolted me awake, a faint vibration against wood. I reached for my phone with shaking hands. The screen was lit, and my stomach clenched when I saw what was on it. The unknown number was calling me. I stared at it, frozen. The ringing continued, the screen glowing eerily in the darkness. My mind screamed at me not to answer, but my fingers moved on their own. I pressed the button and lifted the phone to my ear. Silence. No static, no breathing, just emptiness. I whispered a shaky hello, but there was no response. The silence stretched, heavy and suffocating. Then, just before I could hang up, I heard it. A faint whisper, just one word. Soon. The line went dead. I sat there gripping my phone, unable to move. My skin crawled, my entire body tense. I deleted the call log, factory reset my phone, and changed my number the next morning. I never saw that call again. But for weeks, I woke up at 3 a.m., heart pounding, waiting for the sound of my phone ringing in the dark. It never came, but I never stopped listening. Story 25. I woke up to the soft glow of morning light filtering through my window. Blinking the sleep from my eyes, I stretched and sat up, rubbing my face. The room was quiet, the air still heavy with the remnants of sleep. As I turned to get out of bed, something caught my attention. My curtains, which I always left hanging loose, were tied in tight knots. I frowned and swung my legs over the side of the bed, my heart beating a little faster. The knots were not loose or accidental. They were deliberate, carefully tied, almost symmetrical. I stared at them for a moment before stepping closer, running my fingers over the twisted fabric. I had not done this. No one else had been in my room. I glanced at my bedroom door, still locked from the inside. The windows were closed, just as I had left them the night before. A chill ran down my spine as I slowly untied the knots, letting the curtains fall back into place. I tried to shake off the unease creeping over me, telling myself there had to be an explanation. Maybe I had done it in my sleep, though that made no sense. I had never done anything like that before. I went about my morning routine, trying to push the thought away, but the feeling lingered. The rest of the house was exactly as I had left it. Nothing was missing, nothing was out of place. Still, I could not shake the discomfort settling deep in my chest. That night, I made sure everything was secure before getting into bed. I checked the windows and doors twice, assuring myself that no one could have come in. I left the curtains hanging loose again, watching them for a long moment before finally turning off the light. Sleep was restless. I woke up several times, my body tense with unease. At some point, I thought I heard something shift in the room, a faint rustling sound. My eyes snapped open, scanning the darkness. The curtains were still, unmoving in the dim light from the window. I listened for a long time before eventually drifting back to sleep. Morning came, and my stomach dropped the moment I looked at the window. The curtains were knotted again, just as they had been the day before. The knots were tight, identical in size, carefully placed as if someone had taken their time making them perfect. I sat frozen for a long moment, my heart pounding. I forced myself to get up, checking the door and windows again. Everything was locked. I even checked the rest of the house, looking for any sign of disturbance. But there was nothing. No footprints, no open doors, nothing missing. It was as if someone had come in, tied the knots, and left without a trace. That night, I set up my phone on a shelf, aimed directly at the window. I wanted proof. I needed to know what was happening while I slept. As I got into bed, My pulse was steady but tense, my mind racing through possibilities. When I woke the next morning, my chest tightened as soon as I turned toward the window. The knots were there again. I reached for my phone with shaky hands, quickly unlocking it to check the footage. The video played in silence, showing the darkened room, nothing moving for hours. Then, somewhere in the middle of the night, the curtains began to shift. I leaned closer, my breath catching in my throat. The fabric twisted slowly, as if being tied by unseen hands. The knots took shape one by one, methodical and precise. But there was no one in the room. No figure, no shadow, nothing. The knots formed seemingly on their own. I stared at the screen, my mind struggling to make sense of what I was seeing. I replayed the footage again and again, but the result was always the same. The knots formed in complete silence, without a single sign of anyone doing it. My stomach churned as I set the phone down, my hands unsteady. I tried to find a logical explanation. Maybe the fabric had twisted on its own, maybe it was some kind of draft, or maybe I had somehow done it in my sleep. But deep down, I knew none of that made sense. The knots were deliberate. Something or someone was doing this. That night, I left the lights on and barely slept. I kept my phone beside me, ready to record at any moment. But nothing happened. When morning came, the curtains remained untouched. The knots did not return. Days passed, and still nothing changed. I kept checking the window every morning, expecting to see the knots again, but they never reappeared. Eventually, the fear began to fade. Whatever had been happening had stopped. I never figured out why it had happened or what had caused it. The footage remained on my phone, a silent, impossible record of something I could not explain. I never deleted it, but I also never watched it again. Some things were better left unanswered. Story 26. I reached into my coat pocket absent-mindedly, expecting to find nothing more than my gloves or a few receipts. Instead, my fingers brushed against something cold and metallic. I pulled it out and stared at the unfamiliar car key resting in my palm. It was sleek, black, and had a small silver emblem on it. I did not recognize the brand or where it could have come from. A strange feeling crept up my spine as I turned it over, searching for anything familiar. I had not borrowed a car or picked up anything that was not mine. I tried to remember if I had been near anyone who might have dropped it, but nothing stood out. My pockets had been empty when I left home earlier. There was no reason for this key to be with me now. I stepped outside, glancing up and down the street. My car sat parked where I had left it, untouched. But there were plenty of other vehicles lining the curb, some of which I had never paid much attention to before. Holding the key tightly, I hesitated for a moment. Pressing the button could tell me which car it belonged to, but the thought of unlocking a stranger's car made me uneasy. I looked around, but there was no one nearby. I pressed the button cautiously, my heart pounding in my chest. A faint chirp echoed from a few cars down. My breath hitched as I turned toward the sound. A black sedan sat near the corner, its lights flashing once before going still. The car was spotless, the windows tinted so dark that I could not see inside. My pulse quickened as I took a slow step forward. Something felt wrong. I had never seen this car before. It was parked close enough to be noticeable, but far enough that it did not seem out of place. I hesitated before pressing the button again. The sedan's lights blinked once more, confirming it was the one. My hands felt clammy as I glanced around again, expecting someone to step forward and claim it. No one did. The street was quiet, too quiet. I stood there, debating my next move. I could ignore it and walk away, pretend I had never found the key. But what if someone was waiting? What if they had been watching to see what I would do? I swallowed hard, gripping the key tightly. The only way to know for sure was to check inside. My fingers trembled as I reached for the door handle. It clicked open smoothly. I pulled it slightly, revealing a pristine leather interior. The air inside smelled faintly of new car scent, mixed with something else I could not place. The dashboard was spotless, the seats untouched. But there was something on the passenger seat. A folded piece of paper. My breath caught as I reached for it, unfolding it slowly. The handwriting was neat, precise, as if each letter had been carefully crafted. The message was simple. Do not take what is not yours. A chill ran through me. My instincts screamed at me to shut the door and leave, but my feet felt rooted to the spot. Who had left this here? Why was I holding the key to this car? My mind raced through possibilities, none of them making sense. I looked around once more, but the street remained empty. The silence pressed in around me, making every small sound feel amplified. I placed the note back where I found it and stepped away from the car. I needed to get rid of the key. Whatever this was, it was not meant for me. I hurried home, locking the door behind me as soon as I stepped inside. My fingers felt cold as I placed the key on the kitchen counter. It sat there, small and unassuming, yet it felt heavier than it should have. I should throw it away, drop it somewhere far from here. But something told me it was not that simple. That night, sleep did not come easily. Every small sound made me jolt awake, my mind refusing to rest. When I finally drifted off, my dreams were restless, filled with glimpses of dark roads and unfamiliar voices whispering in the distance. I woke up to the soft chime of my phone. A message. Shane. Return what does not belong to you. My blood ran cold. My hands shook as I gripped the phone tighter, rereading the words over and over. The number was unlisted. I had no idea who had sent it or how they had found me. My gaze flickered to the key still sitting on the counter. It was no longer just an object. It was a problem I had no idea how to solve. Morning arrived slowly, dragging the weight of exhaustion with it. I had barely slept, my thoughts consumed by the key and the message. I needed to get rid of it. That was the only answer. But how? Tossing it in the trash felt too easy. What if someone came looking for it? What if they were already watching? I decided to take it back to where I found it. Maybe if I left it in the car, this would all be over. Slipping the key into my pocket, I stepped outside. The street was quiet, but a lingering tension filled the air. I walked toward the corner where the black sedan had been parked, my heart pounding with each step. But when I reached the spot, my breath caught in my throat. The car was gone. I turned in every direction, searching for any sign of it, but it had disappeared. My chest tightened as panic crept in. What was I supposed to do now? I had no way to return the key. I stood there, uncertain, when my phone vibrated again. A new message. Too late. Too late. My stomach dropped. I spun around, scanning the street, the windows of nearby buildings, but I saw nothing. No movement. No shadows. Just an eerie stillness that wrapped around me like a suffocating grip. My hands clenched into fists as I fought to steady my breathing. I needed to leave. Now. I rushed back home, my heart hammering in my chest. As soon as I stepped inside, I locked every door, every window, pulling the curtains shut. I grabbed the key and shoved it into a drawer, slamming it shut. My mind raced through every possibility. If someone wanted it back, why not come for it directly? Why the messages? The warnings? Another vibration. My phone screen lit up with a final message. You should not have kept it. I could barely breathe. Every instinct told me I had made a mistake, but I had no idea how to fix it. I reached for the drawer, hesitating before pulling it open. The key was gone. In its place was another note. You will understand soon. I stumbled back, my pulse roaring in my ears. My legs felt weak, my hands trembling at my sides. A deep, overwhelming sense of dread settled in my chest. I did not know who was doing this or why, but one thing was certain. I had taken something I was never meant to have. Story 27. I woke up to a strange feeling, something I could not quite place. The air in my house felt different, heavier somehow. As I walked into the living room, my eyes locked onto my favorite chair. It was not where I had left it. The chair, which always sat by the window, was now in the middle of the room. I stood still, staring at it, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. I had not moved it. I was certain of that. The night before, I had been sitting in it, reading like I always did. When I went to bed, everything was in its usual place. Now it sat there, perfectly positioned as if someone had carefully placed it there. I checked the locks on my front door and windows, even though I was sure I had secured everything. Nothing seemed out of place. There were no signs of a break-in, no footprints, no disturbed furniture, just the chair sitting where it did not belong. I tried to brush it off, telling myself I must have moved it and forgotten. Maybe I had been half asleep, or maybe I had simply misremembered. Still, the uneasy feeling did not leave me. I pushed the chair back to its usual spot, running my hands over the armrests as if that would reassure me. The rest of the day was normal. I went through my routine, keeping myself busy to push the thought out of my mind. As the evening came, I made sure everything was where it should be before heading to bed. The chair was right where it belonged. I even took a picture of it, just to be sure. When I woke up the next morning, my stomach tightened before I even looked. I already knew something was wrong. Stepping into the living room, I saw the chair in the exact same place as before, in the center of the room. My hands clenched at my sides as I tried to control the panic rising in my chest. I grabbed my phone and checked the picture I had taken the night before. The chair had definitely been by the window. There was no doubt about it. Someone or something had moved it again. I checked the locks, the windows, the entire house, but everything was untouched. I decided to test something. That night I set up my phone to record while I slept. I placed the chair back where it belonged, turned on the camera, and went to bed with my heart pounding. Sleep did not come easily. Every creak, every distant noise made me jump. The next morning I hesitated before checking the camera. My fingers trembled as I pressed play. The video showed the living room still and quiet for hours. Then, just after 3 a.m., the chair moved. It did not slide or tip over. It lifted, hovering above the floor, and drifted to the middle of the room before settling down. My breath caught in my throat. There was no one in the video. No shadow, no visible force, nothing. The chair had moved on its own. I played the footage again and again, hoping I had missed something, but it was the same each time. I did not know what to do. I tried to reason with myself, telling myself there had to be an explanation. Maybe there was something wrong with the video. Maybe my mind was playing tricks on me. But I knew better. Something was happening in my home, something I could not explain. That night, I did not sleep. I stayed in the living room, watching, waiting. I kept every light on, my phone in my hand, ready to record again. The hours dragged by and nothing happened. I started to feel foolish for letting myself get so worked up. Then, just past 3 a.m., the air changed. The room felt colder, heavier. My breath came in shallow gasps as I watched the chair. My heart pounded so hard I could hear it in my ears. The chair did not move right away. It sat still, almost as if it was waiting. Then, slowly, it began to lift. I wanted to run, but I could not move. My body refused to obey. I watched in horror as the chair drifted once again to the center of the room and settled down as if nothing had happened. The air felt suffocating, thick with something unseen. I grabbed my phone and ran out of the house, my hands shaking so badly I could barely unlock my car. I did not care where I was going. I just needed to get away. I drove aimlessly for a while, my mind racing. What was happening in my home? What had I just witnessed? After a few hours, I convinced myself to go back. The sun was rising, and the world felt normal again. I stepped inside cautiously, expecting to feel that same heavy presence, but the house was quiet. The chair was still in the middle of the room. I made a decision then. I was not going to let this continue. I pushed the chair back against the window, took a deep breath, and spoke aloud. I did not know who or what was listening, but I needed to make it stop. I told it that this was my home, that I did not want this to keep happening. That night I stayed up again, watching. The house remained still. The air no longer felt heavy. For the first time in days, I felt at ease. When I woke up the next morning, the chair was still in place. It never moved again. Story 28. The sight of the number on the screen made my breath catch in my throat. My thermostat had never malfunctioned before, and I had never seen it display anything other than the temperature. I stared at the glowing numbers, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. 13. No degrees, no units, just the number itself, standing out against the dim light of my hallway. I pressed a few buttons trying to reset it, but the number remained unchanged. A chill crept over me as I backed away from the thermostat. Maybe it was just a glitch. Electronics acted up sometimes, but I could not ignore the uneasy feeling twisting in my stomach. I pulled out my phone to look up any possible explanations. There was nothing. No reports of similar issues, no mention of the thermostat displaying random numbers. I decided to restart it completely. I pulled the cover off, disconnected the power, and waited. After a few moments, I reattached everything and watched as the screen blinked back to life. The number was gone. The temperature displayed as usual, as if nothing had ever been wrong. I let out a breath I had not realized I was holding. Maybe I had been overthinking it. It was late, and I was exhausted. I told myself I would check it again in the morning and went to bed, trying to push the thought from my mind. Sleep did not come easily. My mind kept replaying the image of that glowing number, the eerie way it had just sat there, unchanging. I woke up several times throughout the night, checking my phone for the time, feeling unsettled in a way I could not explain. When morning came, I forced myself out of bed and went to check the thermostat. The temperature was normal. No strange numbers, no sign of anything being wrong. For the rest of the day, I tried to forget about it. I kept busy, telling myself it had just been a small error. But as night fell, my unease returned. I hesitated before checking the thermostat again. The screen showed the correct temperature, nothing unusual. I shook my head at myself, annoyed that I was still thinking about it. But just as I turned to leave, the numbers flickered. My breath hitched as I watched the screen. For a brief second, the temperature disappeared, and in its place, the number 13 flashed before vanishing again. My stomach twisted. That was not a normal glitch. I knew what I had seen. The thermostat returned to normal as if nothing had happened, but my pulse was racing. I checked the wiring again, searching for any sign of interference. I looked online for reports of hacking or software issues. Nothing explained what was happening. I considered calling someone to look at it, but what would I even say? That my thermostat was flashing an ominous number at me? It sounded ridiculous. That night, I could not shake the feeling of being watched. I kept glancing at the thermostat as I moved around the house, waiting for it to change again. Hours passed and nothing happened. I started to relax, telling myself it was just my imagination. But just as I was heading to bed, the screen flickered again. The number appeared. This time it did not disappear right away. It stayed on the screen, glowing softly in the dim light. My throat tightened as I stared at it. The air in the room felt heavier, as if something unseen was pressing down on me. My fingers trembled as I reached out and touched the screen, trying to reset it again. The moment my hand made contact, the number vanished. The temperature returned, as if it had never changed in the first place. I barely slept that night. Every creak, every shift of the house made my skin prickle. I kept my phone within reach, ready to capture proof if it happened again. The next morning, I called the company that made the thermostat. I explained what was happening, trying to sound as calm as possible. The representative on the other end of the line was polite but unhelpful. They told me that the thermostat could not display anything other than temperature settings. If I was seeing numbers that were not supposed to be there, it had to be a malfunction. They suggested replacing it. I agreed and ordered a new one. Maybe it was just a technical issue, and I was letting my imagination get the better of me. The new thermostat arrived the next day. I installed it, relieved to finally have an answer. The screen displayed the correct temperature. No strange numbers, no flickering. That night I went to bed feeling lighter, confident that the problem had been solved. But at exactly midnight, I woke up suddenly, my heart pounding for no reason. The room was silent. I turned my head toward the thermostat just to reassure myself. The screen was dark. My stomach twisted as I sat up, my pulse quickening. Slowly, the screen flickered to life. The number 13 appeared. My chest tightened as I stared at it. This was a brand new device. There was no reason for it to be doing this. My fingers clenched the blanket as I tried to convince myself it was just another glitch. But deep down, I knew it was not. I did not move for what felt like forever, waiting to see if it would change. Slowly, after a long moment, the number faded away. The temperature returned as if nothing had happened. I sat in the dark, listening to my own breath, unsure of what to do next. The next morning I removed the thermostat completely. I could not take it anymore. I did not care if I had to adjust the temperature manually. I would rather deal with that than see that number again. Once it was gone, I felt like I could breathe again. Days passed, and nothing strange happened. No flickering screens, no numbers appearing where they should not be. I finally started to relax, telling myself it had all been in my head. Maybe I had just been overtired. Maybe it really had been a malfunction. Weeks later, as I was cleaning up, I found the old thermostat sitting on the shelf where I had left it. I hesitated before picking it up, turning it over in my hands. It was powered off. The screen was dark. But as I stared at it, the display flickered. For just a brief second, the number 13 appeared one last time before the screen went black again. I put it in a box and took it out to the trash that same day. Nothing strange has happened since, and I hope it never does again. Story 29. The toy sat in the middle of my bed, small and plastic, its bright colors standing out against the plain sheets. I froze in the doorway, my mind struggling to process what I was looking at. It was a child's toy, the kind that came in cheap sets, something simple and harmless. But I did not own anything like it. No one in my home did. I took a slow step forward, my pulse quickening. The room was exactly as I had left it. The blankets were smooth, the pillows undisturbed. Nothing else was out of place. But that toy had not been there when I left that morning. I picked it up hesitantly, turning it over in my hands. It was clean, no dust or dirt, as if it had just been placed there. I turned to check the door. It had been locked when I got home. The windows were still shut, the curtains drawn exactly the same way I had left them. There was no sign of a break-in, no forced entry, no misplaced furniture. A cold feeling settled in my stomach. Someone had been in my room. Someone had left this here. I set the toy down on my nightstand and backed out of the room, checking the rest of the house. The front door was locked. The back door was locked. Nothing was missing, nothing seemed out of order. But I could not shake the feeling that something was wrong. I returned to my bedroom, staring at the toy. I tried to think of a rational explanation. Maybe someone had come in without me knowing. Maybe I had left a door unlocked. Maybe I had forgotten that I had picked it up somewhere and brought it inside myself. But no matter how many ways I turned it over in my head, I knew the truth. I had never seen that toy before. That night, I struggled to sleep. Every sound in the house felt louder than usual. The creak of the walls, the soft hum of the refrigerator, the occasional groan of the pipes. It was all normal, but it did not feel normal. I woke up several times, my heart pounding, convinced I had heard something moving. Each time I held my breath, listening to the silence, waiting for something to happen. But nothing did. In the morning, I checked the toy again. It was still there, sitting on the nightstand exactly where I had left it. The uneasiness had not faded. If anything, it had only grown stronger. I decided to check the house again in daylight. I walked through each room carefully, looking for any signs that someone had been inside. I checked the locks, the windows, the closets. Everything was secure. There were no strange marks, no misplaced furniture, nothing else left behind. But then I noticed something I had not seen before. In the hallway outside my bedroom, there was a faint smudge on the wall. A streak of something dark, just low enough to be at a child's height. I stepped closer, running my fingers over it. It looked like dirt, like small fingers had pressed against the surface. A shiver ran down my spine. I cleaned the smudge off the wall and returned to my room, picking up the toy one last time. I did not want it in my house. I carried it outside and dropped it into the trash bin, shutting the lid firmly. For a while, things were quiet. I convinced myself that maybe it had been nothing. Maybe there was an explanation I just had not thought of yet. Then, a week later, I woke up to find another toy. This time it was a small car, placed neatly on my pillow. I sat up quickly, my breath caught in my throat. My bedroom door was still locked. My windows were shut. But there it was, sitting just inches from where I had been sleeping. I turned on every light in the house, checking each room again. The doors were locked. The windows were locked. Nothing was out of place. But I could not ignore the fact that someone had been in my room. I threw the toy away just like I had done with the first one. I tried to push it out of my mind, but a few days later I found another. A tiny doll sitting on my kitchen counter. I felt sick. Someone was doing this on purpose. They were getting inside without leaving a trace. They wanted me to find these things. They wanted me to know they had been here. I changed the locks. I set up cameras around the house. I double-checked every entry point before going to bed. But a few nights later, the camera in my living room picked up movement. I watched the footage with my heart pounding. The video showed the living room empty for hours. Then, at 2 a.m, the screen flickered, and suddenly a small toy sat in the middle of the floor. No one had entered. No one had been caught on camera. The toy had just appeared. I could not stay there anymore. I packed a bag and left that night, staying in a hotel while I tried to figure out what to do. The next morning, I returned to the house with a locksmith, hoping to find an explanation, something that would make sense. But when I stepped inside, I saw it immediately. Sitting on the hallway table was another toy. A small stuffed bear facing the door, as if waiting for me to come back. I walked back outside and never returned. Story 30. The sight of the leash clipped to the fence sent a shiver down my spine. My dog was inside, curled up in his usual spot by the couch, fast asleep. I had not taken him outside all day, and I never left his leash anywhere but on the hook near the door. The sight of it hanging there, fastened securely as if someone had deliberately placed it, filled me with a deep unease. I stepped closer, my hands tightening into fists. The leash was looped carefully around one of the metal bars, not just tossed there carelessly. Someone had taken the time to secure it. My eyes scanned the yard, looking for any sign of movement. The gate was shut, the fence intact. There were no footprints in the dirt, no broken branches, nothing that indicated someone had been there. But I knew better. I reached for the leash and unclipped it, holding it in my hands as I tried to make sense of the situation. Had I somehow done this and forgotten? Was it possible I had absent-mindedly clipped it to the fence the last time we were outside? No, I was sure I had not. I always put it back in the same spot inside the house. The realization that someone else had been in my yard made my stomach twist with unease. Taking a deep breath, I turned back toward the house. My dog stirred as I stepped inside, lifting his head slightly before settling down again. He did not seem disturbed, which only made me more uneasy. If a stranger had been in the yard, why had he not barked? He was usually alert, barking at the slightest sound from outside. The fact that he had remained silent made me wonder, had the person done something to keep him calm? I walked through the house, checking the doors and windows. Everything was locked. Nothing appeared out of place inside, but I could not shake the feeling that something was wrong. I placed the leash back on its hook and sat on the couch, trying to calm myself. Maybe there was a logical explanation. Maybe I had forgotten after all. That night, I barely slept. Every noise made me sit up, my heart pounding. The creak of the floor, the hum of the refrigerator, the rustling of the trees outside, it all felt amplified in the silence. I kept my dog close, his warmth the only thing grounding me. By morning, I was exhausted but determined to get answers. I decided to check the security cameras, hoping to find footage of what had happened. As I fast-forwarded through the night, my pulse quickened when I saw the motion sensor activate at 2 a.m. The footage showed my backyard empty at first. Then, from the corner of the frame, a figure emerged. My breath caught in my throat as I watched. The person moved slowly, deliberately, heading straight for the fence. In the dim glow of the streetlights, I could make out their hands reaching for something. They had my dog's leash. I watched in stunned silence as they clipped it to the fence, pausing for several seconds before stepping back. They stood there, motionless, as if admiring their work. Then, without a sound, they turned and disappeared into the darkness. I rewound the footage, trying to make out any details. The person was dressed in dark clothing, their face obscured. There was no hesitation in their movements. They knew exactly what they were doing. My stomach churned as I realized what this meant. Someone had been in my home. They had taken the leash from inside, walked out into the yard, and left it clipped to the fence as if sending a message. But why? I backed away from the screen, my hands shaking. My dog lifted his head, sensing my distress. I reached for my phone and called the police, trying to keep my voice steady as I explained what had happened. When the officers arrived, they checked the yard and reviewed the footage. There were no clear leads, no signs of forced entry. They suggested it could have been a prank, someone trying to scare me. But their eyes held the same unease I felt. After they left, I changed the locks, installed new security measures, and made sure my dog never left my side. I checked the footage again, but the person had not returned. Days passed, then weeks. Nothing else happened. The leash remained untouched on its hook, and I tried to move on. But every night before I went to bed, I checked the fence. And every night I wondered if the person who had stood there in the dark was still watching, waiting. Story 31. The meeting room was silent except for the voice of the speaker at the front. I sat with my hands folded on the table, listening carefully while taking notes on my laptop. The air conditioning was set to a comfortable level, and the dim lighting made the projector screen easy to see. Everyone was focused, some nodding along while others scribbled notes in their notebooks. The atmosphere was professional, and I tried my best to stay attentive despite the long hours. Just as I was about to write down an important point, a bright light suddenly flashed across the table. I blinked in surprise, my eyes adjusting to the sudden brightness. Looking down, I saw that my phone's flashlight had turned on by itself. Confused, I reached for my phone and tapped the screen, but it was locked just as I had left it. A few people nearby noticed the light and turned their heads toward me with curious expressions. I quickly pressed the power button to turn the flashlight off, but nothing happened. My fingers swiped across the screen, yet the light remained stubbornly on. The speaker paused for a brief moment, glancing in my direction before continuing with the presentation. My face grew warm as I felt the weight of several eyes on me. I muttered a quiet apology and tried again to turn it off. After several failed attempts, I decided to restart the phone, hoping it was just a temporary glitch. I pressed the necessary buttons, but the screen remained frozen. The flashlight continued to shine, casting a stark glow on the polished wooden table. My heart pounded slightly as an uneasy feeling settled in my chest. I had never encountered a problem like this before. A colleague sitting next to me leaned over and whispered a question about what was happening. I gave a small shrug, unsure of what to say. It was embarrassing to cause a distraction during such an important meeting. I pressed the power button repeatedly, but the screen stayed unresponsive. Frustration built up as I realized I had no choice but to sit there with the light shining. The meeting carried on, but I could hardly concentrate. My mind kept returning to my phone, wondering why it had suddenly malfunctioned. After a few minutes, I tried again to shut it down, pressing every possible button. This time the screen flickered, and for a brief second, it displayed a strange pattern of static. My breath caught in my throat as I stared at the unusual sight. The static disappeared as quickly as it had come, and the phone restarted on its own. The flashlight turned off, leaving the room in its original dimness. I exhaled slowly, relieved that the problem had seemingly fixed itself. A few colleagues gave me knowing looks, some offering small smiles as if to say it was nothing serious. I nodded in return, trying to push away the lingering discomfort. Determined to put the matter behind me, I focused back on the presentation. The speaker continued explaining the details of the project, pointing at the slides filled with data. I took a deep breath, pushing my phone to the side, away from my immediate reach. I did not want any more distractions, especially ones I could not explain. My fingers hovered over the keyboard as I attempted to catch up on my notes. Just when I started feeling at ease, my phone vibrated sharply against the table. My pulse quickened as I glanced at the screen, which was now flickering again. This time, the flashlight did not turn on, but the device seemed to be struggling to function properly. Lines of distorted text appeared briefly before the screen went black. I reached for it again, but the moment my fingers touched the surface, it lit up once more. I swallowed hard and checked the battery percentage, wondering if it was a power-related issue. The indicator showed a nearly full charge, ruling out any possibility of a dying battery. My mind searched for logical explanations, but none made sense. A small part of me wondered if it was some kind of remote access or hacking attempt. The idea sent a chill down my spine. Wanting to be cautious, I decided to turn the phone off completely. I pressed and held the power button, watching as the screen displayed the shutdown prompt. My thumb hovered over the option before pressing it, waiting for the device to power down. The moment the screen went black, a sharp static noise crackled from the speaker. It was so sudden that I flinched slightly in my seat. A few heads turned toward me again, and I felt the embarrassment return. I forced a small smile, pretending everything was fine. I placed the phone face down on the table, hoping it would remain silent for the rest of the meeting. My hands returned to the keyboard, but my thoughts remained fixated on what had just happened. The static sound had felt unnatural, almost deliberate. The meeting continued, and I forced myself to concentrate. The minutes passed, and I began to relax again, convincing myself it had been a temporary glitch. I even managed to participate in the discussion, sharing a few thoughts about the topic. My confidence returned, and I almost forgot about the strange behavior of my phone. Everything felt normal again. As the meeting neared its end, I glanced at my phone one last time. It remained silent and dark, showing no signs of further issues. I exhaled in relief, feeling silly for having been so tense about it. Perhaps it had just been a system bug or a minor hardware malfunction. Whatever the case, I was ready to put it behind me. When the speaker wrapped up the presentation, the room filled with quiet murmurs as people began packing up their things. I followed suit, gathering my notes and shutting down my laptop. With one last glance at my phone, I decided to restart it later to check for any updates. For now, I just wanted to leave the room and clear my leave. As I stepped out of the meeting room and into the hallway, I pulled out my phone again. The screen turned on normally, and everything seemed to be in order. I navigated through the settings, checking for any unusual activity. Nothing appeared out of the ordinary. I sighed, relieved that whatever had happened earlier was not causing further problems. Still, a lingering curiosity remained in the back of my mind. I considered looking up similar cases online to see if others had experienced something like this. Maybe there was a logical explanation that I had overlooked. I decided to investigate later when I had more time. For the rest of the day, my phone functioned as it always had. No strange flickering, no unexpected static, and no mysterious flashlight activity. It was as if nothing had ever happened. I could not help but feel a sense of closure, knowing that the issue had resolved itself. By the time evening arrived, I had almost forgotten about the incident. I placed my phone on the nightstand before getting ready for bed. As I lay under the covers, I thought about how technology sometimes behaved in ways we did not understand. I reminded myself that glitches happened all the time. Before closing my eyes, I reached for my phone one last time. I checked my messages and scrolled through a few notifications. Everything was normal. With a final glance, I set the device down and turned off the lights. My room became dark and quiet, the way it always was at night. As I drifted off to sleep, I felt a deep sense of relief. Whatever had caused my phone to act strangely earlier was no longer a concern. It was just another odd experience that had come and gone. In the end, everything had returned to the way it was supposed to be. Story 32. I got home from work feeling exhausted. The day had dragged on and all I wanted was to relax. As I stepped inside, I noticed an envelope on the floor near the door. It had no return address and was completely plain. Curious but wary, I picked it up and opened it. Inside, there was only a single photograph. It was a picture of me standing outside my office building. The angle suggested it was taken from a distance, but the image was clear. A chill ran down my spine as I examined it. There was no message, no explanation, just the photo. I flipped it over, but the back was blank. I looked outside, scanning the street for anyone suspicious. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary. Cars passed by and people walked along the sidewalk. I tried to shake off the unease and told myself it could be a prank. Still, the thought of someone watching me was unsettling. I locked the door and placed the photo on the table. Sleep did not come easy that night. Every small noise in the apartment made me sit up. The idea of someone following me kept circling in my mind. I thought about calling someone, but what would I say? There was no direct threat, only a picture. The next morning, I left for work feeling paranoid. I kept glancing over my shoulder, but no one stood out. At the office, I checked the security cameras near the entrance. There was no footage of anyone unusual leaving a letter at my door. It was as if it had appeared out of nowhere. The lack of answers made my anxiety worse. Days passed without another letter. I started to believe it had been a one-time thing. Maybe someone had meant to send it as a joke and lost interest. I focused on my routine, trying to ignore the lingering fear. Just as I began to relax, another envelope arrived. This time, the picture showed me inside a coffee shop. I was sitting by the window, reading a document. The angle suggested the person had been seated nearby. That meant they were close, possibly watching me the whole time. My hands trembled as I held the photo. I checked the back of the picture again, hoping for some sort of clue. It was blank like the last one. My mind raced with possibilities. Was someone stalking me? Was this a warning? The worst part was not knowing the intent behind it. I considered going to the police, but I hesitated. There was no direct threat, no message, nothing illegal about receiving photos of myself. Still, it felt like a violation of my privacy. I decided to be more aware of my surroundings. From that moment, I made sure to sit where I could see the entire room whenever I went out. Another week passed, and there were no more letters. I kept my guard up but slowly started feeling normal again. Then, late one evening, I noticed something strange. A car was parked across the street from my apartment. It had been there for over an hour, and the engine was running. I watched from behind the curtain, waiting to see if anyone would get out. No one did. After another 10 minutes, the car finally pulled away. My stomach twisted with unease. Had they been watching me the entire time? I did not sleep well that night. The next morning, I checked the mail as usual. There was another envelope waiting for me. My breath caught as I opened it. The picture showed me in my apartment, sitting on the couch. The angle suggested it was taken through my window. Fear gripped my chest as I stared at the image. Someone had been outside my home, close enough to see inside. My hands felt ice cold as I dropped the picture. This was not just someone following me in public. They had gotten close enough to see into my private space. I grabbed my phone and called the police. This time I was not going to ignore it. An officer arrived within the hour, taking my statement. They examined the photos but admitted there was little they could do without a clear threat. They advised me to be careful and report anything unusual. That night I double-checked every lock and closed every curtain. I even left a light on in the living room. Despite the precautions, I felt exposed. Someone had been right outside watching me. The thought made it impossible to sleep. The following day, I installed security cameras around my apartment. I checked the footage constantly, hoping to catch anything suspicious. Days passed, but nothing happened. No more letters, no strange cars, nothing unusual. I wondered if my reaction had scared them off. Weeks later, I was finally starting to feel at ease again. Life returned to normal, and I stopped jumping at every sound. Then one evening, I received a call from the police. They had found someone lurking near my apartment. He had been caught watching my building, carrying a camera with a telephoto lens. When they searched his car, they found several photos of me. He refused to explain his actions, but the evidence was enough to charge him with stalking. Relief washed over me as I heard the news. The nightmare was finally over. I could sleep without fear, knowing the person who had been following me was caught. Though the experience had shaken me, I refused to live in fear. I moved forward, determined not to let it define my life. Story 33. I woke up feeling groggy and made my way to the bathroom. The house was silent, except for the faint hum of the refrigerator in the kitchen. I reached for my toothbrush and turned on the faucet, letting the cold water run for a moment. As I glanced up at the mirror, I noticed something that made me pause. A smudge in the shape of a handprint was on the glass, faint but clearly visible. I frowned and leaned in closer, examining the print. It was too small to be mine, and I was sure I had cleaned the mirror just a few days ago. I rubbed at it with my sleeve, but it did not come off easily. The more I tried to wipe it away, the more I realized it was not just an ordinary smudge. The outline of the fingers and palm was so distinct that it seemed like someone had pressed their hand against the mirror with force. The thought unsettled me, and I stepped back, trying to recall if I had touched the mirror recently. I lived alone, and no one had been in the house for days. A chill ran down my spine as I considered the possibility that someone else had been in my home. I checked the bathroom door and then the window, both of which were locked. There was no sign of forced entry or anything else out of place. I shook off the unease and convinced myself that maybe I had absent-mindedly placed my hand on the mirror at some point. I went about my morning routine, brushing my teeth and washing my face. The feeling of discomfort lingered, but I tried to ignore it. I had a long day ahead and could not let a simple smudge distract me. Still, as I left the bathroom, I glanced back at the mirror once more. Throughout the day, I could not stop thinking about the handprint. I went to work and tried to focus, but the image remained in my mind. I told myself it was just my imagination running wild, but something about it felt wrong. When I got home later that evening, I hesitated before entering the bathroom again. The moment I stepped inside, my eyes went straight to the mirror. The handprint was still there, just as clear as before. I felt a shiver run down my spine as I realized something was different. The position of the fingers seemed to have shifted slightly, as if the hand had moved. My breathing grew shallow as I stared at the mirror, my mind racing with explanations. I grabbed a cloth and wiped the surface thoroughly, making sure to remove any trace of the smudge. Feeling a little better, I stepped back and let out a relieved sigh. But as I turned to leave, I heard a faint creak behind me. My heart pounded as I slowly turned my head toward the mirror again. The reflection in the glass seemed darker than before, the corners of the room appearing dim despite the bright light above. I took a cautious step closer, my pulse quickening. The mirror remained unchanged, and I exhaled, shaking my head at my own paranoia. I left the bathroom and made sure to close the door behind me, hoping a good night's sleep would help me forget about the whole thing. That night, I tossed and turned, unable to shake the feeling that something was wrong. I kept waking up, my ears straining to hear any unusual sounds. At some point, I drifted into an uneasy sleep, only to be startled awake by a sharp noise. I sat up, my heart pounding as I listened carefully. The house was silent, but I could not shake the feeling that I was not alone. Gathering my courage, I got out of bed and made my way to the bathroom. I hesitated before opening the door, a sinking feeling in my stomach. When I flipped on the light, my breath caught in my throat. The mirror was completely covered in handprints, dozens of them overlapping each other. Some were larger, others smaller, but all of them looked pressed into the glass as if they had been left there with force. My knees felt weak as I backed away, my mind struggling to process what I was seeing. I grabbed my phone and considered calling someone, but I had no idea what I would even say. No one would believe me, and I was not sure I believed it myself. I forced myself to take a deep breath and stepped forward, running a shaky hand over the mirror. The prints did not smudge or fade. It was as if they were embedded in the glass itself. Feeling an overwhelming sense of dread, I decided I could not stay in the house that night. I grabbed my keys and left, not even bothering to pack a bag. I drove to a hotel and checked in, my hands still trembling as I locked the door behind me. The entire night I kept glancing at the mirror in the hotel room, half expecting to see another handprint appear. Morning came, and I forced myself to return home. I hesitated before entering the bathroom, my heart hammering in my chest. The mirror was completely clean. There were no smudges, no prints, nothing out of the ordinary. I stood there for a long time, trying to make sense of what had happened. Had I imagined it all? Was I just overtired and seeing things? I cleaned the entire bathroom, making sure to inspect every corner. Nothing seemed out of place, and for the next few days everything remained normal. Slowly, I began to convince myself that it had been a trick of the mind. A moment of paranoia caused by exhaustion. The fear faded, replaced by a cautious sense of relief. Weeks passed, and I barely thought about the handprint anymore. Life went on as usual, and I settled back into my routine. Then one night, as I was getting ready for bed, I turned off the bathroom light and caught a glimpse of something in the mirror. My blood ran cold as I realized what I was seeing. There, faint but unmistakable, was a single handprint, slowly fading into the darkness. I stood frozen for what felt like an eternity, my breath shallow and unsteady. This time I did not try to wipe it away. I did not question it. I simply turned and left the bathroom, shutting the door behind me. I climbed into bed and pulled the covers up, willing myself to ignore the chill creeping up my spine. I closed my eyes and told myself that whatever it was not my problem anymore. Story 34. I woke up to find my shoes placed neatly at the foot of my bed. I did not remember putting them there the night before. My heart pounded as I tried to recall every detail of the previous night. I was certain I had kicked them off near the door before collapsing into bed. The room felt colder than usual, and a strange feeling settled in my chest. I sat up and looked around, searching for anything else out of place. Everything seemed normal except for the shoes. I reached for them, hesitating for a moment before picking them up. They were clean, as if they had never touched the floor outside. I knew they had been covered in dirt when I came home. I stood up and walked to the door, checking the lock. It was still bolted from the inside, just as I had left it. My windows were also closed, with no signs of forced entry. There was no way someone had entered my room while I was asleep. Yet the shoes were proof that something had happened. I tried to shake off the uneasy feeling and went to the bathroom to splash water on my face. As I looked in the mirror, I noticed faint smudges on my shirt. They looked like fingerprints, but they were too light to be certain. My breathing grew heavier as I inspected my arms for any marks. There was nothing unusual on my skin. I went back to my room and checked my phone. No missed calls or messages. I scrolled through my gallery, half expecting to find a picture I did not remember taking. Nothing seemed out of place. I sat on the edge of my bed, gripping my phone tightly. I needed to figure out what was going on. I decided to check the security footage from my front door camera. The footage showed me coming home late at night, taking off my shoes and entering my apartment. The timestamp confirmed everything was as I remembered. But then I saw something that made my blood run cold. Hours later, the footage showed the door unlocking on its own. The door did not swing open, but the lock turned without anyone touching it. A few minutes passed before the door locked itself again. There was no sign of movement, no shadow, nothing at all. I replayed the footage several times, hoping I had missed something. The results were the same every time. I grabbed my keys and rushed to the front door, my hands trembling as I unlocked it. I needed to check if anything else had been disturbed. The hallway outside was empty, and the door to my apartment showed no signs of damage. I stepped out, scanning the area for anything suspicious. Everything was silent. I returned inside, locking the door behind me. My mind raced with possibilities. Maybe I had been sleepwalking, but that did not explain the footage. Maybe someone had access to my apartment, but nothing was missing. I tried to convince myself that there was a logical explanation, but I could not ignore the fear creeping into my thoughts. I spent the day trying to distract myself, but the unease never faded. I double-checked every lock before going to bed, making sure the shoes were exactly where I left them. Sleep did not come easily, and I kept waking up at the slightest sound. Each time I checked the foot of my bed, relieved to see the shoes untouched. The next morning they were placed neatly again. I shot up from my bed, my heart pounding in my chest. I had locked the door, checked the windows, and even placed an object in front of the shoes. Yet they had been moved. My breathing quickened as I tried to process what was happening. I felt like I was losing control. Determined to catch whatever was happening, I set up my phone to record overnight. I placed the shoes in a different spot and positioned the phone at an angle that captured the entire room. I barely slept, waiting for something to happen. When the sun rose, I grabbed my phone with shaky hands and played the footage. At first, nothing happened. The room was still, and the shoes remained untouched. Hours passed with no movement. Then, in the middle of the night, the screen flickered slightly. It was subtle, like a glitch, but enough to make my stomach drop. When the screen returned to normal, the shoes had moved. I stared at the footage, unable to believe what I was seeing. There was no one in the room. No shadow, no sound, nothing. One moment, the shoes were in the same place I had left them. The next, they were neatly arranged at the foot of my bed. My hands shook as I replayed it over and over. I could not stay there any longer. I packed a bag with my essentials and left the apartment without looking back. I booked a hotel for the night, desperate to get away. Sleep came easily for the first time in days, and I woke up feeling more rested than I had in a long time. I knew I could not avoid the apartment forever, but I needed time to think. I contacted my landlord and asked if the apartment had any history. At first, they were hesitant to say anything. After some pressing, they admitted that a previous tenant had lived there for years before disappearing without a trace. No one knew what had happened, and their belongings had remained untouched for weeks before being removed. I felt a chill run down my spine as I listened. The idea that something was still lingering in that apartment made my skin crawl. I asked to break my lease immediately, willing to pay any fee necessary. The landlord agreed, sounding almost relieved. I made arrangements to retrieve my belongings during the day. When I returned to the apartment, everything was exactly as I had left it. The shoes remained at the foot of the bed, perfectly aligned. I moved through the rooms quickly, gathering what I needed without lingering. As I was about to leave, I hesitated at the door. I turned back one last time, feeling a strange sense of closure. I never found out what was moving the shoes. I never looked for an answer beyond what I had already seen. I moved to a new place, far from that apartment, and never experienced anything strange again. Some things are better left unexplained. Story 35. I woke up early in the morning and went straight to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. The moment I pulled open the drawer, I noticed that all the kitchen knives were missing. I stood there for a moment, staring at the empty space where they should have been. My mind started racing as I tried to remember if I had moved them the night before. I checked the sink and the countertops, but they were nowhere in sight. I walked around the kitchen, opening every drawer and cabinet, hoping that I had simply misplaced them. The thought of someone entering the house and taking them crossed my mind, but that seemed unlikely. I lived alone, and there were no signs of forced entry anywhere. I considered the possibility that I had absent-mindedly placed them somewhere unusual. The uneasiness settled in as I continued my search. After several minutes of looking, I decided to step away and focus on making something simple for breakfast. I opted for cereal, trying to push aside the nagging feeling that something was not right. As I sat down at the table, I kept glancing toward the drawer, expecting the knives to suddenly reappear. The longer I thought about it, the more unsettled I became. I knew for a fact that I had left them there the night before. I tried to recall every detail of the previous night, searching for any clue that might explain their disappearance. I had cooked dinner, washed the dishes, and wiped down the counters before heading to bed. There was no reason for the knives to be anywhere else. I even checked the trash can, thinking that I might have accidentally thrown them away, but they were not there. The absence of any logical explanation made my anxiety grow stronger. I decided to check the rest of the house, though I doubted I would find them anywhere outside the kitchen. I searched the living room, the hallway, and even the bathroom, but they were nowhere to be found. The idea that someone had entered my home while I was sleeping became harder to dismiss. I checked the locks on all the doors and windows, but they were all secure. If someone had been inside, there were no signs of forced entry. I returned to the kitchen, feeling a deep sense of unease. I stood in front of the drawer, staring at the empty space where the knives should have been. My pulse quickened as I considered the possibility that I was losing my mind. I knew for a fact that they had been there the night before. There was no reason for them to be gone. The only thing I could do was wait and see if they would turn up. Hours passed, and I tried to go about my day as normally as possible. I avoided the kitchen as much as I could, not wanting to deal with the unsettling reality of the missing knives. I distracted myself with work, hoping that keeping busy would take my mind off of it. Every now and then I would glance toward the kitchen, half expecting to see them sitting on the counter. The unease never truly left me. By the time the afternoon rolled around, I felt exhausted from overthinking the situation. I decided to go back into the kitchen and check one more time. As I approached the drawer, my heart pounded in my chest. I pulled it open, and my breath caught in my throat. The knives were back, sitting exactly where they had been the night before. I stood frozen, staring at them as a cold chill ran down my spine. I had checked that drawer multiple times throughout the morning, and they had been missing. There was no way I had simply overlooked them. I reached out hesitantly and picked one up, turning it over in my hand. It was the same knife I had used the night before, and there was no sign that it had been moved or cleaned. My hands trembled slightly as I placed the knife back in the drawer. I stepped away slowly, my mind struggling to process what had just happened. The fact that they had disappeared without explanation was disturbing enough, but their sudden reappearance was even worse. It felt like something had played a cruel trick on me, something I could not understand. I checked the locks again, making sure nothing had been tampered with. Everything was exactly as it should have been. I walked through the house once more, looking for any signs that someone had been inside. The unsettling feeling in my chest refused to fade. There was no rational explanation for what had happened, and that terrified me. I decided to sit down and take deep breaths, trying to calm myself. As much as I wanted an answer, there was none that made sense. I considered calling someone to tell them what had happened, but I hesitated. I knew how ridiculous it would sound. Knives do not just disappear and reappear on their own. No one would believe me. I spent the rest of the day on edge, unable to shake the feeling that something was wrong. Every time I walked past the kitchen, I glanced at the drawer, half expecting the knives to vanish again. The house felt different, as if I was not alone. It was a feeling I could not ignore. I kept the lights on even as night fell, unwilling to sit in the dark with my thoughts. When it was time for bed, I hesitated before turning off the kitchen light. I stared at the drawer one last time, silently willing the knives to stay where they were. I locked my bedroom door that night, something I had never done before. Even with the door shut, I found myself listening for any sound that might indicate movement in the house. Sleep did not come easily. The next morning, I forced myself to check the drawer again. The knives were still there, exactly as I had left them the night before. I let out a breath I did not realize I had been holding. As unsettling as the experience had been, I could not let it consume me. I told myself that maybe I had simply overlooked them, even though I knew that was not true. Days passed, and nothing else unusual happened. I slowly allowed myself to believe that it had just been my imagination playing tricks on me. I convinced myself that I must have been too tired to notice them in the drawer that morning. Life returned to normal, and the fear that had gripped me began to fade. Even so, I never forgot the way I had felt that day. The memory of standing in front of that empty drawer, knowing that something was not right, never truly left me. No matter how much time passed, I always made sure to check the knives every morning. I never wanted to experience that feeling again. Story 36. I came home late from work and reached for my keys. As I slid the key into the lock, I noticed the scratches surrounding it. The metal looked worn, as if someone had tried to force their way in. My heart pounded as I hesitated, glancing around to see if anyone was watching. The quiet street felt different, heavier, as if danger still lingered nearby. Taking a deep breath, I turned the key slowly and pushed the door open. The moment I stepped inside, a cold draft brushed against my skin. The air felt thick, carrying a scent I did not recognize. I flicked on the lights and scanned the room. Nothing seemed out of place, but a sense of unease settled deep in my chest. I locked the door behind me, checking twice to make sure it was secure. I moved cautiously, checking each room one by one. My belongings were where I had left them, but I could not shake the feeling that something was off. The silence pressed against my ears, making my own breathing sound too loud. I glanced at the windows, ensuring they were locked. Everything appeared normal, but the uneasy feeling did not fade. I walked back to the door and examined the locks closely. The scratches were fresh, rough, as if made in a hurry. Someone had tried to break in, and I had no way of knowing if they had succeeded. I turned toward the hallway, my heart hammering. If someone had been inside, could they still be hiding somewhere? I needed to be sure. Moving cautiously, I checked the closets and under the furniture. Every shadow felt like it could be hiding something sinister. My hands trembled as I pulled back the shower curtain in the bathroom, but the tub was empty. I exhaled shakily, forcing myself to think logically. If someone had entered, they would have taken something, but nothing was missing. I returned to the living room and sat down, trying to calm my thoughts. My mind raced with possibilities. Had someone been watching me, waiting for a chance to get inside? Or had they already been inside and left before I arrived? The idea sent chills through me. I reached for my phone and debated whether to call someone. I decided to set up a chair beneath the doorknob as an extra precaution. It was a simple trick, but it made me feel slightly safer. Then I checked the windows again, making sure every lock was secured. I knew I would not sleep well, but at least I could take measures to protect myself. I just had to get through the night. The hours dragged by as I lay in bed, unable to close my eyes. Every sound made my body tense, and every creak of the house felt like a warning. I kept my phone close, ready to call for help if I needed to. My mind kept replaying the image of the damaged lock. The thought of someone trying to get inside my home made my skin crawl. At some point, exhaustion took over, and I drifted into a light sleep. A sudden noise jolted me awake, my heart racing. I held my breath, listening carefully. The sound had come from outside, near the front door. I grabbed my phone and tiptoed toward the entrance. Pressing my ear against the door, I listened closely. Silence. I stood there for several moments, debating what to do. If someone was still outside, opening the door could be dangerous. Instead, I turned off the lights and peeked through the window. The porch was empty, but the uneasy feeling remained. I needed to know if I was truly alone, or if someone was still lurking nearby. I moved to another window for a better view. My street was quiet, but something caught my eye near the sidewalk. A dark figure stood near the corner, partially hidden by the shadows. My pulse quickened as I watched them. They were not moving, just standing there, as if waiting for something. I swallowed hard, gripping my phone tightly. I stepped back, making sure I remained unseen. I did not recognize the figure, but their presence sent alarm bells ringing in my mind. Had they been the one who tampered with my lock? Were they waiting for another opportunity to strike? The thought made my stomach twist. I needed to do something before they got the chance. After a moment of hesitation, I called for assistance. My voice was calm, but my hands shook as I explained what had happened. They assured me someone would arrive soon. I stayed near the window, keeping my eyes on the figure outside. They had not moved, but something about their posture felt unsettling. Minutes passed, stretching endlessly. The silence outside was deafening. Then, suddenly the figure turned and walked away. I let out a shaky breath, but my relief was short-lived. They had not run or acted startled, just calmly walked off, as if they had all the time in the world. That meant they were not afraid. A knock at the door made me jump, but I quickly checked before opening it. Help had arrived, and I explained everything I had noticed. They inspected the door and confirmed that someone had indeed attempted to force their way in. The damage to the lock was clear evidence. My gut feeling had been right. They assured me they would patrol the area throughout the night. I thanked them, but deep down I knew I would not feel at ease for a while. I was not sure if the person outside had been the one responsible, but the timing felt too perfect to be a coincidence. That meant they might come back. I decided to install additional security measures the very next day. New locks, a security camera, and motion-activated lights were my first priorities. I could not afford to take chances. The thought of someone watching my home, waiting for the right moment, made my stomach turn. I needed to be prepared for anything. That night, I slept with the lights on, every small noise making me flinch, but no other disturbances came. The next morning, I wasted no time securing my home. The scratches on my lock would serve as a reminder, a warning that I needed to take my safety seriously. I refused to be caught off guard again. Days passed and I remained cautious. I checked my doors and windows religiously, always aware of my surroundings. The figure I had seen never returned, but I was not naive enough to think the danger had passed completely. The locks had been tampered with once. That meant it could happen again. I refused to live in fear, but I would not ignore the warning signs either. I stayed alert, took precautions, and made sure my home was as secure as possible. If whoever had tried to break in thought I would be an easy target, they were mistaken. I was prepared now, and I would not let them catch me unaware again. Story 37. I was alone at home when I got the notification on my phone. The doorbell camera had detected motion. I glanced at the screen and saw a man standing at my front door wearing a mask. His face was covered except for his eyes, which stared directly into the lens without blinking. My heart pounded as I watched him remain still, making no attempt to knock or ring the bell. I stayed frozen, unsure of what to do next. The timestamp on the footage showed that he had been standing there for nearly 5 minutes. He did not move his head or adjust his posture. It was as if he was waiting for something or someone to react. My hands trembled as I turned up the volume, but there was no sound. The mask he wore was plain and featureless, making it impossible to read any expression. The longer I stared, the more unsettling it became. His breathing was slow and controlled, visible in the slight rise and fall of his shoulders. I checked the locks on my door again, reassuring myself that they were secured. A part of me wanted to shout through the speaker, but I hesitated. My mind raced through possible explanations. Maybe it was a prank or someone who got the wrong house. I tried to convince myself that there was nothing to fear, but my gut told me otherwise. I could not shake the feeling that he knew I was watching. He was not just standing there randomly. He was staring because he wanted me to see him. I took a deep breath and decided to call the police. As I reached for my phone, I glanced back at the screen and realized he had slightly tilted his head. It was a small movement, barely noticeable, but enough to send a chill down my spine. I quickly dialed 911 and explained the situation. The dispatcher assured me that an officer would be sent to check. I kept my eyes on the screen, waiting for him to make another move. He continued to stand there, his body still except for his slow breathing. I checked the time again, realizing he had been there for nearly 10 minutes. The dispatcher stayed on the line with me, asking if I could see any weapons. I told her he had nothing visible in his hands. A few minutes later, I heard the sound of sirens approaching. The man suddenly turned his head slightly, as if listening. Then, without any hurry, he stepped backward and disappeared from view. My heart pounded as I watched the empty frame where he had just stood. The police arrived moments later, knocking on my door. I hesitated before opening it, still shaken from what had just happened. When I finally unlocked the door, the officer asked me to show the footage. He watched it carefully, his expression unreadable. After a moment, he radioed in a report and said they would check the area. I nodded, still feeling uneasy despite their presence. The officers searched around my house and the neighborhood but found nothing. There were no footprints or any signs that someone had been there. It was as if he had vanished the moment he stepped out of the camera's view. One of the officers reassured me that they would keep a patrol car in the area for the night. I locked the door again as soon as they left, double-checking every window and entrance. Even though he was gone, I could not shake the feeling that he had been there for a reason. I replayed the footage over and over, trying to see if I had missed anything. The way he stood there, the way he stared, it was deliberate. That night, I barely slept. Every small sound made me sit up and listen. The wind outside, the creaking of the house, even my own breathing seemed too loud. I kept my phone nearby, refreshing the camera feed every few minutes. Nothing appeared on the screen, but the uneasiness never left. The next morning, I checked with my neighbors to see if anyone had seen him. No one had noticed anything strange, and their cameras had not picked up anyone matching his description. It was as if he had come just for me. That thought unsettled me more than anything else. I could not understand why someone would just stand there and stare. I decided to install more cameras around my house. If he came back, I wanted to be ready. I even changed the locks, just in case. The officers had said he could have been a prowler, or someone testing the response time of the police. That explanation made sense, but it did not make me feel any safer. Days passed, and nothing happened. The footage remained the only proof that he had ever been there. Eventually, I started to relax again, convincing myself that it was a one-time event. Life returned to normal, but a part of me stayed on edge. I kept my routines the same, but remained more aware of my surroundings. One evening, I received another motion alert from the camera. My heart stopped as I reached for my phone. When I checked the footage, I expected to see him again. Instead, it was a package delivery sitting on my porch. I let out a breath I had not realized I was holding, relieved that it was nothing sinister. Over time, I stopped obsessing over the footage. The fear faded, but I never forgot how I felt that night. I had no idea who he was or what he wanted, but he never returned. That was the part that unsettled me the most. It was not that he had stood there for 10 minutes. It was that he had left without a trace, as if watching me had been enough. Story 38. I walked outside early in the morning to grab the mail. The air was crisp, and the street was quiet, except for the occasional sound of birds. As I approached the mailbox, something strange caught my eye. A thick rope was tied tightly around the post, knotted and the pain seemed deliberate. I looked around, but there was no one in sight. I reached out and touched the rope, feeling its rough texture under my fingers. It was not an ordinary string or ribbon someone might leave as a decoration. It was sturdy and thick, something meant for heavy lifting or securing objects. A chill ran down my spine as I examined the knot. It was not loosely tied or hastily wrapped. Someone had taken their time with it. My first thought was that maybe a neighbor had done it for some reason. I looked toward the houses nearby, wondering if anyone had seen something. The street remained empty, and no windows had curtains shifting as if someone had been watching. The silence around me felt heavier, making me uneasy. I bent down to check if anything else was left near the mailbox. There was nothing unusual on the ground, only fallen leaves and small pebbles. I took out my phone and snapped a quick picture of the rope. If this was some kind of prank, I wanted proof. I hesitated before untying the knot, wondering if I should just leave it and ask around later. My gut told me this was not something to ignore. I carefully loosened the knot and slid the rope off the post. Holding it in my hands made me even more uncomfortable. It was long, as if meant for securing something much bigger than a mailbox. I folded it and placed it inside my house before heading back outside. The mail was still in the box, just ordinary letters and advertisements. Throughout the day, I kept thinking about the rope. I asked a couple of neighbors if they had seen anyone near my mailbox the night before. No one had noticed anything strange. One of them suggested it might have been kids playing around, but that explanation did not sit right with me. The way the knot had been tied was too intentional. That evening, I double-checked the locks on my doors and windows. The feeling of unease had not gone away. I decided to check the security camera I had installed near my front door. Skimming through the footage, I paused when I saw a figure approaching my mailbox late at night. The person was dressed in dark clothing, their face hidden by a hood. I watched as they took out the rope and tied it with careful movements. The entire act took only a few minutes before they walked away, disappearing into the night. My heartbeat quickened as I replayed the footage. This was not some random prank. Someone had done this with purpose. I could not tell if it was meant to be a warning or something else. I debated whether to call the police. There was no crime committed, but the situation felt too strange to ignore. After thinking it over, I decided to report it. I showed the officer the footage and the rope, explaining how I had found it that morning. They took notes and said they would patrol the area more frequently. For the next few days, I kept an eye on my surroundings. Nothing unusual happened, but I still felt uneasy every time I stepped outside. I placed the rope in a drawer, unsure of what to do with it. Even though the police had been notified, I did not feel completely reassured. A week passed without any incidents. I slowly started to relax, convincing myself that maybe it had been a harmless prank after all. Then, one evening, as I was about to head to bed, I heard a noise outside. It was a faint rustling, like someone moving through the bushes. My pulse quickened as I approached the window. I peeked through the curtain but saw nothing at first. Then movement near my mailbox caught my attention. A dark figure stood there, motionless, as if waiting for something. My breath caught in my throat as I realized they were staring directly at my house. I could not see their face, but the posture made it clear they knew I was watching. I reached for my phone with shaky hands and dialed the police. As soon as I turned back to the window, the figure was gone. The street was empty again, as if nothing had happened. When the officers arrived, they searched the area but found no one. They assured me they would increase patrols and told me to stay alert. That night, sleep did not come easily. I kept my lights on and stayed near my phone, ready to call for help if needed. The next morning, I checked my security footage again. The same dark figure had returned, standing by my mailbox for a few minutes before vanishing into the darkness. My stomach twisted with unease. I knew I had to do something more. I installed additional cameras and motion-activated lights around my property. I also let my neighbors know what had been happening, asking them to stay vigilant. The presence of security measures seemed to help, as no further incidents occurred in the following weeks. Slowly, my anxiety lessened, though I never completely forgot about the rope. I kept it stored away as a reminder to always stay cautious. Whoever had left it behind never returned, or at least not where I could see them. The strange encounter remained a mystery, but I chose to move forward without fear. Life eventually returned to normal. I continued my daily routine, greeting my neighbors and checking my mail without hesitation. The experience had unsettled me, but it had also taught me to be more aware of my surroundings. Whatever the reason for that rope, it no longer had power over me. Story 39. I woke up in the middle of the night to an eerie silence that felt heavier than usual. The air in the room was still, and the only sound was the faint hum of the refrigerator down the hall. My eyes adjusted to the darkness, and I reached for my phone to check the time. It was just past 2 in the morning, and I had no reason to be awake. I turned over, trying to fall back asleep, but something felt off. A sudden burst of sound made me sit up in bed, my heart pounding in my chest. The television in the living room had turned on by itself, filling the apartment with the harsh crackling of static. My first thought was that I must have accidentally rolled onto the remote, but I knew it was still on the coffee table. I hesitated for a moment before pulling back the covers and stepping onto the cold floor. Each step toward the living room made the hairs on my arms stand on end. When I reached the television, I saw the remote untouched in its usual spot. The screen flickered aggressively, white noise filling the quiet space. I pressed the power button on the remote, but nothing happened. I tried again, but the screen remained the same. Frustration started to creep in as I reached out and pressed the power button on the television itself. The static disappeared, and the room fell into silence once again. I let out a breath I had not realized I was holding and turned to go back to bed. Before I could take a step, the television turned back on, the same static filling the screen. I felt my stomach twist uncomfortably as I stared at it, unsure of what to do next. I unplugged the television from the wall, expecting the screen to go dark, but it remained on. A chill ran down my spine as I backed away, my mind racing for a logical explanation. I had always been skeptical about things like this, but the situation was becoming impossible to ignore. I grabbed my phone, intending to search for possible reasons why a television could stay on without power. As I unlocked the screen, the display glitched for a second before returning to normal. My hands felt unsteady as I typed, but before I could find an answer, the static on the television started to change. The white noise shifted, forming vague shapes that flickered and disappeared before I could make them out. I swallowed hard and took another step back. The sound of the static seemed to grow louder, almost deafening in the otherwise silent apartment. I reached for the light switch, but when I flicked it on, nothing happened. The room remained bathed in darkness, with only the flickering light of the television illuminating the space. A cold sweat formed on my forehead as I stood frozen in place, unsure of what to do. I had never felt this kind of fear before. A distorted voice crackled through the static, though I could not make out the words. My breath caught in my throat as I listened, hoping I had imagined it. The voice came again, broken and distant, like someone trying to speak through a bad connection. My heart pounded as I watched the screen, waiting for something to appear. My mind screamed at me to leave, but my body refused to move. I forced myself to take a deep breath and think rationally. Electronics malfunctioned all the time, and there had to be a reason for this. I reached for my phone again, considering calling someone, but I had no idea who would believe me. The moment my fingers touched the screen, a sharp noise pierced through the static, making me flinch. The sound was unlike anything I had ever heard before, like metal scraping against metal. The lights in the apartment flickered suddenly, and the air around me grew colder. I could see my breath in the dim light, and my hands trembled as I held my phone tighter. The static on the screen shifted again, this time forming something that almost resembled a face. My stomach dropped as I realized that whatever was happening was not a simple malfunction. I took another step back, feeling my legs weaken beneath me. I had to do something before this got worse. I unplugged everything connected to the television, hoping to cut off whatever was causing this. The screen finally went black and the silence was overwhelming. I stayed still, listening for any sign that it would turn on again. Minutes passed and nothing happened. Relief washed over me, though the unease in my chest remained. I turned on my phone flashlight and walked around the apartment, checking every room. Nothing seemed out of place, but the lingering chill made it hard to shake the feeling that something had changed. I took deep breaths, trying to calm my racing heart. Sleep felt impossible after what had just happened, but I knew I needed to rest. I made my way back to my bedroom and closed the door behind me. Lying in bed, I stared at the ceiling, replaying everything in my mind. There had to be an explanation, but no matter how hard I tried, nothing made sense. I closed my eyes, willing myself to sleep despite the lingering fear. The silence of the apartment felt heavier than before, but I refused to let my imagination get the best of me. Morning would come soon and everything would feel normal again. When I woke up, the sunlight streamed through the curtains, making the events of the night before seem distant. I cautiously stepped into the living room, half expecting the television to turn on again. It remained off and everything appeared as it should be. I let out a breath of relief, convincing myself that it must have been some strange electrical issue. I shook my head and laughed softly at my own paranoia. To be sure, I left the television unplugged and went about my morning routine. The normalcy of the day helped push away the lingering unease, and I felt more at ease as time passed. By the afternoon, the fear from the night before had almost faded completely. I told myself that as long as I did not plug the television back in, nothing like that could happen again. It was an easy solution to something that did not need further explanation. Days passed without any strange occurrences, and I began to forget about it. Life continued as usual, and the experience became nothing more than a weird memory. Eventually, I bought a new television, convincing myself that the old one had simply been faulty. It never turned on by itself, and there were no more strange noises in the middle of the night. The fear that had once consumed me slowly faded into the past. Looking back, I still do not have an answer for what happened that night. Maybe it was just a glitch, or maybe my tired mind had exaggerated everything. Either way, I never experienced anything like it again. The apartment remained quiet, and I was able to sleep peacefully once more. Whatever it was gone, and that was all that mattered. Story 40. I stepped onto the back porch early in the morning, rubbing my arms against the cool air. My foot brushed against something near the door, and I looked down to see a small bundle of sticks tied together with red string. The way it was placed made it seem intentional, as if someone wanted me to find it. I crouched down, hesitating before picking it up, unsure of what to make of it. A strange feeling settled in my stomach as I examined the tightly bound sticks in my hands. I turned the bundle over, noting that the sticks were all about the same length and carefully arranged. The red string stood out sharply against the dull brown wood, its fibers rough beneath my fingers. It was not something that had accidentally ended up here. That much was clear. Someone had taken the time to tie it neatly and leave it at my door. My thoughts raced as I glanced around the backyard, searching for any sign of movement. The yard was still, the trees barely swaying in the gentle breeze. The gate was locked just as I had left it the night before, and nothing else seemed out of place. I set the bundle on the porch railing and took a deep breath, trying to shake off the unease creeping up my spine. There had to be a logical explanation for this, though none came to mind. I decided to leave it where it was for now and go about my morning routine. As I moved through the house, I could not stop glancing toward the back door, the image of the sticks lingering in my mind. There was no reason to feel so unsettled, yet I could not ignore the feeling. I thought about asking the neighbors if they had seen anything, but it felt silly to make a fuss over a bundle of sticks. Pushing the thoughts aside, I focused on getting through the day. The feeling of unease, however, refused to fade. Later that evening, I stepped back onto the porch, the sky now a deep shade of blue. The bundle remained exactly where I had left it, undisturbed. Something about it felt even stranger in the dim light, the red string almost glowing under the porch light. I picked it up again, turning it over in my hands as I debated what to do. Keeping it seemed wrong, but throwing it away felt like a mistake. I carried it inside, setting it on the kitchen counter as I grabbed my phone. A quick search revealed various superstitions and symbols associated with tied bundles of sticks. Some sources claimed they were harmless folk symbols, while others hinted at warnings or curses. The conflicting information did nothing to ease my nerves. I leaned against the counter, staring at the bundle as if it held the answers I needed. A sudden knock at the front door startled me, and I nearly dropped my phone. My heart pounded as I moved to check through the peephole, but no one was there. I waited a moment before unlocking the door and peering outside. The porch was empty, the street eerily quiet under the dim glow of the streetlights. I stepped back inside quickly, locking the door behind me. Returning to the kitchen, I stared at the bundle, a deep sense of unease settling in my chest. I told myself it was just a coincidence, that the knock had nothing to do with the sticks. Still, I could not bring myself to put them away. Instead, I left them on the counter, deciding to deal with them in the morning. Sleep did not come easily that night, my mind racing with unanswered questions. When I woke up, the first thing I did was check the bundle. It remained exactly as I had left it, but something felt different. I could not shake the feeling that I was being watched, a presence lingering just beyond my sight. I moved through the house slowly, checking every door and window. Everything was locked, just as I had left it the night before. I decided I needed to get rid of the bundle once and for all. Wrapping it in a plastic bag, I carried it outside and tossed it into the trash bin. As I walked back inside, a strange sensation settled over me, like I had made a mistake. I shook my head, refusing to let my imagination get the best of me. It was just a bundle of sticks, nothing more. The day passed without incident, though I found myself glancing toward the trash bin more often than I would have liked. As the sun began to set, a familiar unease crept over me once more. I locked all the doors and windows, double-checking each one before settling in for the night. Despite my precautions, sleep did not come easily. Every creak and rustle outside made my heart race. In the middle of the night, I woke up to the sound of something tapping against the back door. My breath caught as I lay still, listening intently. The tapping came again, slow and deliberate. I forced myself to sit up, my pulse hammering in my ears. Taking a deep breath, I crept toward the kitchen, every step feeling heavier than the last. When I reached the back door, I hesitated before peering through the window. The porch was empty, but something was different. My eyes darted toward the railing, and my stomach dropped. The bundle of sticks sat exactly where I had first found it, the red string still tightly wrapped around it. I backed away slowly, my mind struggling to process what I was seeing. I knew I had thrown it away. I had watched it land in the trash bin with my own eyes. Yet here it was, sitting in the exact same spot as before. A cold chill ran down my spine as I turned away, refusing to look at it any longer. My hands shook as I locked the door, my breath coming in shallow gasps. The rest of the night passed in restless silence, my ears straining for any sound. When morning finally came, I stepped onto the porch, forcing myself to pick up the bundle one last time. I carried it to the far end of the yard, my fingers tightening around it as I searched for a place to discard it. A small fire pit sat near the fence, long unused but still intact. Without hesitation, I placed the bundle inside and grabbed the box of matches from the nearby shelf. My hand shook as I struck a match, watching the small flame flicker to life. As soon as it touched the sticks, the fire took hold quickly, the red string curling and blackening within seconds. I stepped back, watching as the bundle turned to ash. A strange sense of relief washed over me as the last ember faded. The air felt lighter, the tension that had lingered for days finally lifting. I stayed outside for a while, making sure the fire was completely out before heading back inside. For the first time in days, the house felt normal again. That night, I slept soundly, free from the unease that had plagued me. When I woke up, the feeling of being watched was gone, replaced by a calm stillness. I stepped onto the porch once more, taking a deep breath of the morning air. The spot where the bundle had been was empty, and I knew it would stay that way. Story 41. The day started like any other, filled with meetings, emails, and deadlines that needed my attention. I barely had time to check my phone except for a few quick messages and work-related notifications. It was not until late in the afternoon that I finally had a moment to sit down and go through everything. I unlocked my phone and opened the browser to look something up. The moment the page loaded, I froze. The search bar displayed a query I had never typed. My eyes scanned the screen, confusion settling in as I read the words. It was not a recent topic I had researched, nor was it something I had any interest in. A strange unease crawled up my spine as I scrolled down. More unfamiliar searches lined the history, each one more unsettling than the last. I tapped on a few of the links, but none of the pages seemed familiar. Some were harmless, while others left a sick feeling in my stomach. I knew for a fact that I had never visited those websites. My first instinct was to check if someone had borrowed my phone, but I had been with it the entire day. No one else had access to it. The thought made my pulse quicken. My mind raced through possible explanations. Maybe it was a glitch or some kind of syncing issue with another device. I checked my account settings to see if my phone was linked to another browser, but everything appeared normal. I refreshed the history page, hoping it had been a mistake, that the searches remained. They were real. A chill settled over me as I considered the possibility of someone remotely accessing my phone. The idea seemed impossible, yet the evidence was right in front of me. I opened my security settings and checked for unusual logins, but there were no alerts. Everything showed that I was the only one using this device. That did not explain what I was seeing. I tried to think logically. Maybe it was a virus or malware running in the background. I downloaded a security app and ran a full scan, waiting impatiently for the results. The progress bar crawled forward, taking longer than expected. I drummed my fingers against the table, my anxiety growing with every passing second. When the scan finished, it reported no threats. That only deepened the mystery. If my phone was secure, then how had these searches appeared? I decided to delete the history and reset my browser settings. Maybe that would stop whatever was causing the issue. I cleared everything out, making sure no trace remained. For the rest of the evening, I kept a close eye on my phone. I avoided using the browser, not wanting to trigger any more strange activity. Everything seemed fine, but a lingering sense of unease stayed with me. I could not shake the feeling that something was wrong. I told myself I was being paranoid and that the issue was over. The next morning, I woke up and checked my phone out of habit. My heart sank when I saw the browser history filled with new searches. The same unsettling topics appeared, ones I had never typed. My hands tightened around the device as a wave of frustration and fear washed over me. I had deleted everything the night before. How had it come back? Determined to find an answer, I went through every setting I could think of. I changed my passwords, removed unnecessary apps, and checked my browsing permissions. I even considered factory resetting my phone, but I wanted to understand what was happening before taking that step. There had to be a logical reason for this. I reached out to a tech-savvy friend, explaining the situation in detail. They suggested a few troubleshooting steps, but I had already tried most of them. After a long discussion, they mentioned the possibility of someone using my account on another device. I checked again, but nothing showed up. Still, the idea lingered in my mind. Later that night, I stayed awake, determined to catch whatever was causing the searches. I left my phone unlocked and placed it beside me while I worked on my laptop. Every few minutes I checked the history, looking for any changes. Hours passed with nothing unusual happening. I started to believe it had finally stopped. Just as I was about to give up, my phone screen lit up on its own. My breath caught as I watched the browser open without me touching it. My fingers hovered over the device, hesitant to move. The search bar filled with letters, typing out words I did not recognize. My chest tightened as I watched in disbelief. I snatched the phone and pressed the power button, forcing it to shut off. My hands trembled slightly as I placed it face down on the table. My mind struggled to make sense of what I had just seen. There was no denying it anymore. Something was controlling my phone, and I had no idea how to stop it. I took a deep breath and tried to think. Maybe it was a remote access exploit, or maybe my device had been compromised in a way I did not understand. I needed to act fast before it got worse. I powered the phone back on and immediately turned off all internet connections. If something was accessing my device remotely, cutting off the connection might help. With no Wi-Fi or mobile data, I checked the browser history again. No new searches had appeared. I stared at the screen, my mind racing through possibilities. If the searches only happened while the phone was connected to the internet, then someone had to be manipulating it from a distance. That realization sent another wave of unease through me. I decided to take drastic action. I backed up my important files, making sure I had everything I needed. Then, I performed a full factory reset, wiping the phone completely. It was the only way to ensure that whatever had taken control of my device was gone for good. I watched the progress bar move, feeling a mix of relief and anxiety. When the reset finished, I carefully set up my phone from scratch. I installed only the essential apps, avoiding anything that seemed unnecessary. I created new passwords for all my accounts and enabled extra security measures. It took hours, but I refused to leave anything to chance. For the next few days, I monitored everything closely. No strange searches appeared, no unusual activity took place. My phone functioned like it should, with no signs of interference. The problem had finally been resolved. I never found out exactly what had caused the searches, whether it had been a hidden exploit, a compromised account, or something else entirely. I could not say. All I knew was that taking immediate action had put an end to it. The experience had left me cautious, but at least I had regained control. As time passed, the incident became just another strange memory. I moved on, making sure to keep my phone as secure as possible. Though I would never know the full story, one thing was certain. Whatever had been controlling my searches was no longer there. Everything had returned to normal. Story 42. I was looking for a jacket when I noticed the suitcase. It sat in the corner of my closet, slightly covered by some old clothes. My heart skipped a beat as I stared at it. I did not remember putting it there. It was not mine. I knelt and hesitantly pulled it out. The material was worn, and the zipper looked slightly rusted. A thin layer of dust covered the surface, but it was not as dusty as it should have been if it had been there for a long time. That meant someone had placed it there recently. My fingers trembled as I unzipped it. Inside, the first thing I saw was a pile of clothes. They were neatly folded but unfamiliar. I lifted one of the shirts, revealing a collection of photographs underneath. My breath caught as I picked them up. They were all pictures of me. Some were recent, while others looked like they had been taken years ago. A deep chill settled in my chest as I flipped through them. They showed me at work, walking down the street, even sitting in my living room. Someone had been watching me for a long time. My hands felt cold as I dug deeper. Underneath the photos, there were notes written on small pieces of paper. They contained detailed observations about my daily routine, what time I left for work, which route I took home, what I usually ate. Some notes described things I did inside my home, things no one should have been able to see. My stomach turned as I realized what it meant. Someone had been inside my apartment. I stood up quickly, my heart pounding. The room suddenly felt too small, too exposed. I scanned my surroundings, feeling as though someone was watching me even now. How had they gotten inside? Had they been here more than once? My breathing became shallow as panic took over. I grabbed my phone and called the police. My hands shook as I explained the situation. They told me to stay on the line and not touch anything else. Minutes later, a knock on the door made me jump. The officers arrived and immediately checked the apartment. They examined the suitcase, taking pictures of the contents. One of them asked if I had given anyone access to my apartment. I shook my head, unable to comprehend how this had happened. They found no signs of forced entry, which meant the person had either picked the lock or used a key. The thought made me feel sick. When officers suggested that the intruder might have been someone I knew, that idea unsettled me even more. Was it a neighbor? A co-worker? Someone I had spoken to in passing without realizing what they were capable of? My mind raced through possibilities, but no one stood out. The police took the suitcase for evidence and promised to investigate. They advised me to change my locks immediately. That night I barely slept. Every sound made me jump. The idea of someone entering my home without my knowledge haunted me. I checked the locks multiple times, but it never felt secure enough. The next day, I hired a locksmith to change every lock in my apartment. I also installed a security camera near the door, but knowing someone had been inside made me feel violated. I wanted to believe it was over, but a part of me feared that whoever had done this was still watching. Days passed, and I remained on edge. I avoided going out alone and kept my curtains shut at all times. Then, a week later, the police called. They had found fingerprints on the suitcase and identified a suspect. It was someone who had worked as a maintenance worker in my building months ago. He had kept a copy of the keys and had been entering apartments without anyone knowing. My stomach churned at the thought of how many times he had been inside while I was asleep or away. The police arrested him, and he later confessed to watching multiple tenants. Relief washed over me when I heard he had been caught. The fear that had followed me for days finally eased. I knew it would take time to feel safe again, but I refused to let this control my life. I took every precaution, determined never to feel that helpless again. Story 43. I noticed it when I got home late in the evening. The blinds on my living room window had been cut, the slats sliced cleanly as if someone had run a sharp blade through them. My stomach tightened as I stepped closer, my eyes tracing the precise cuts. They were not random or frayed. They were deliberate. Someone had done this on purpose. I reached out and ran my fingers over the edges. The material was smooth where it had been severed, confirming what I already suspected. This was not an accident. I turned toward the window, checking the lock. It was still in place, just as I had left it. The glass was unbroken, with no sign of forced entry. That should have reassured me, but it did not. Whoever had done this had not needed to break in. They had only wanted to leave a message. I scanned the room, my heart pounding in my ears. Everything else looked untouched. The television was still in its place. The books on the shelf were undisturbed, and the furniture had not been moved. If someone had been inside, they had not taken anything. They had only done one thing. They had cut my blinds. I swallowed hard, trying to steady my breathing. I walked through the house, checking every door and window. The locks were all secure. Nothing seemed out of place. I even checked inside the closets and under the bed, half expecting to find someone hiding there. But the house was empty. At least that was what I told myself. The feeling in my gut told me otherwise. Someone had been here. Someone had stood at that window holding a blade, and they had made sure I would notice. I grabbed my phone and stared at it, debating whether to call someone. The police would ask if anything was stolen. I already knew the answer. They would ask if I had any enemies, or if I had noticed anyone suspicious lately. I did not have an answer for that either. The truth was, I had no idea why anyone would do this. But that did not mean I felt safe. I turned on every light in the house and sat on the couch, keeping my eyes on the window. The cut blinds swayed slightly from the air circulating in the room, making it seem like someone was still touching them. My skin prickled, and I forced myself to look away. I needed to think logically. Maybe they had done it during the day while I was at work. Maybe it was just a random act of vandalism. But even as I tried to convince myself, I knew better. I barely slept that night. Every sound made me jolt awake. The creak of the house settling, the wind against the windows, even my own breathing felt too loud. I kept glancing toward the living room, expecting to see a figure standing at the window. When the sun finally rose, I was exhausted but relieved. The daylight made the fear seem foolish, but the blinds were still cut. That part was real. I spent the morning replacing them, forcing myself to focus on something practical. With new blinds in place, the room felt normal again. I told myself it had been a one-time thing. Maybe some kids messing around, or maybe I had not noticed a defect in the blinds before. I had almost convinced myself it was nothing. Then that night, I heard it. A faint rustling outside my window. My body went rigid, and I held my breath, listening. The sound came again, slow and deliberate, like someone was brushing against the glass. I reached for my phone with shaky hands, my pulse hammering in my chest. I did not want to look, but I knew I had to. Summoning every ounce of courage, I turned my head toward the window. The blinds were closed, but I could see the faint outline of a shadow behind them. Someone was there. My throat went dry as I gripped my phone, ready to call for help. Then, as suddenly as it had appeared, the shadow shifted and vanished. I sat frozen for what felt like hours, my mind racing. I was not imagining this. Someone had been watching. They had been close enough to touch the glass. I forced myself to move, to check the locks again. Nothing had been tampered with, but that did not make me feel any better. I stayed awake until morning, too afraid to sleep. The moment the sun came up, I pulled back the blinds and checked the outside of the window. There was nothing. No footprints, no signs that anyone had been there. But I knew what I had seen. I was not going to ignore it this time. I installed security cameras that same day. I double-checked every lock, every possible entry point. That night, I watched the live feed from my phone, my heart pounding with every little movement outside. Hours passed, and nothing happened. I started to relax, telling myself I had overreacted. Then, just before dawn, emotion alert went off. I opened the app, my hands trembling. The footage was grainy in the dim light, but I could see it clearly. A figure standing just outside my window, barely visible in the shadows. They did not move. They just stood there, watching. Then, slowly they reached up and ran something along the edge of the glass. The moment their hand moved, the feed cut out. Panic surged through me as I stared at the screen, my breath coming in short gasps. I grabbed my phone and rushed to the window, my heart hammering so hard I could barely think. But when I pulled back the blinds, there was nothing there. The cameras never picked up anything again. No more shadows, no more movement. It was as if they had never been there at all. But I knew better. Someone had been watching. Someone had been standing just outside my window. And whoever they were, they had left a mark to make sure I knew it. Story 44. I noticed it first thing in the morning as I stepped outside. A single red stripe ran across the sidewalk in front of my house. It was bold and fresh, the paint still slightly damp in the morning sun. My stomach tightened as I stared at it, trying to figure out why it was there. I had not seen or heard anyone outside during the night. I looked up and down the street, expecting to see more markings, but there was nothing. The stripe stopped directly in front of my house and did not continue in either direction. It was precise, as if someone had measured it carefully before painting. I crouched down and touched the edge of it, confirming that it had been done recently. A faint chemical smell lingered in the air. I went back inside and tried to push it out of my mind, but a feeling of unease settled in my chest. I had lived here for years, and nothing like this had ever happened before. I searched online for any meaning behind a single red stripe on a sidewalk, but all I found were articles about construction markings and utility work. There were no signs of workers, no notices, nothing to suggest that this was an official marking. As the day went on, I kept checking outside, hoping for some kind of explanation. Neighbors passed by without reacting to the stripe. Either they did not notice it, or they did not care. I thought about asking someone, but I hesitated. If it was important, surely someone would have said something by now. That night, I could not sleep. Every sound outside made me tense up. I checked the front window repeatedly, expecting to see someone near the stripe, but the street remained empty. The silence felt heavier than usual, pressing against my ears. I finally drifted off just before dawn, only to wake up with the start a few hours later. The stripe was still there, but something had changed. A small object sat in the middle of it. My heart pounded as I stepped outside to get a closer look. It was a single white stone, smooth and round, placed perfectly in the center of the stripe. I picked it up, turning it over in my hand. It was cold despite the morning sun. I looked around, searching for any sign of who might have left it. The street was as quiet as ever. I set the stone on my porch and checked my doorbell camera, hoping it had captured something. I scrolled through the footage until I reached the early morning hours. My stomach tightened when I saw movement. A figure stood on the sidewalk just before dawn. They were dressed in dark clothing, their face obscured by a hood. They bent down and carefully placed the stone in the center of the stripe before straightening and walking away. They did not hesitate, did not look around. It was as if they had done it 1,000 times before. I replayed the footage, trying to make sense of it. The person had not painted the stripe, but they clearly knew something about it. I wanted to believe it was a prank, but something about their movements made me doubt that. There was an intentionality to what they did, as if the stripe and the stone meant something important. I spent the rest of the day debating whether to remove the stripe or leave it alone. Part of me wanted to wash it away, erase whatever message had been left in front of my home, but another part of me feared what might happen if I did. If someone had gone through the effort to place it there, would they come back if it disappeared? By nightfall, my nerves were on edge. I double-checked that all my doors and windows were locked. I left my porch light on, hoping it would deter anyone from approaching. Sleep felt impossible, but exhaustion eventually pulled me under. When I woke up, I knew immediately that something was different. I rushed to the window and looked outside. The red stripe was gone. The sidewalk was completely clean, as if it had never been there at all. My heart pounded as I stepped outside to confirm it. The stone was also missing. The only proof that anything had happened was the footage on my camera. I played it back, my hands trembling. Just before dawn, the same figure appeared again. They stood in the exact spot as before, motionless for a long time. Then, without any tools or cleaning supplies, they bent down and placed their hand over the stripe. When they lifted it, the red paint was gone, leaving only bare concrete beneath. I could not explain what I had seen. No paint remover, no scrubbing, just a single touch. The person picked up the stone and walked away, disappearing into the distance. I stared at the screen, trying to understand. I had no answers, only more questions. I never saw the figure again. No more red stripes appeared, and no more objects were left behind. Life returned to normal, but the memory of that night never faded. I stopped trying to explain it and simply accepted that some things are not meant to be understood. Story 45. I woke up feeling groggy and made my way to the kitchen, rubbing my eyes as I prepared to start the day. As soon as I stepped inside, I noticed something was off. The refrigerator door was wide open, and a faint chill filled the air around it. I stopped in my tracks, trying to remember if I had forgotten to close it the night before. I was sure I had shut it properly, but now it stood open as if someone had been rummaging through it. My stomach twisted as I stepped closer. I scanned the shelves, trying to see if anything else was out of place. The usual items were their leftover food, condiments, and vegetables, but the milk was missing. I checked every shelf, even the drawers, but there was no sign of it. I knew for certain that I had bought a fresh carton just the other day. My mind raced as I tried to come up with a reasonable explanation. The idea of someone entering my home and stealing only the milk seemed absurd, but the alternative made even less sense. I closed the refrigerator and took a step back, glancing around the kitchen. Nothing else appeared to be disturbed. The doors were still locked, and all the windows were closed. If someone had been inside, they had not taken anything valuable. My heart pounded as I considered the possibilities. Had I been careless and left the door open? Had the milk spoiled, and I had thrown it away without remembering? Neither explanation felt right. I decided to check the trash, just in case I had absent-mindedly thrown the carton away. I lifted the lid and sifted through the contents, but it was not there. I even checked the sink and the countertops, hoping I had left it out somewhere. but there was nothing. The absence of any logical answer made the unease settle deeper in my chest. I knew something was not right. I walked through the rest of the house, checking every room, even though I knew I would not find anything. Everything was exactly as I had left it the night before. I stood in the middle of the living room, staring toward the kitchen, feeling a creeping sense of discomfort. If no one had entered the house, and I had not moved the milk myself, then what had happened? I had no answer, only the growing certainty that something was very wrong. Trying to shake off the feeling, I went back to the kitchen and made myself a cup of coffee. I sat at the table, sipping slowly as I replayed the events in my head. I did not want to believe that I had simply forgotten to close the refrigerator, but it was the only explanation I could force myself to accept. The idea of anything else was too unsettling. I kept glancing toward the refrigerator, half expecting something else to be missing. Hours passed, and I tried to go about my day as normally as possible. The lingering unease never truly left me, but I pushed it aside. I told myself that I had been overthinking. Maybe the refrigerator had not been closed all the way, and it had slowly opened during the night. Maybe I had finished the milk and just forgotten. I did everything I could to convince myself that there was nothing to worry about. As the afternoon sun filtered through the windows, I found myself standing in front of the refrigerator again. I opened it cautiously, my breath hitching as I scanned the shelves. The milk carton was sitting right where it had always been. I froze, staring at it, my mind struggling to process what I was seeing. It had been gone that morning. I had searched everywhere. Now it was back as if it had never been missing. A chill ran down my spine as I reached for it, my hand slightly unsteady. I turned it over in my grip, checking the expiration date. It was the same carton I had bought, the same one I had not been able to find. My pulse quickened as I placed it back on the shelf. My mouth felt dry as I closed the refrigerator door and took a step back. I had no explanation for what had just happened. I checked the locks again, making sure everything was secure. Nothing had been tampered with. Every door and window was exactly as I had left it. I stood in the silence of my home, feeling as if I was being watched even though I was alone. The unsettling feeling from that morning had only grown stronger. I could not ignore it any longer. That night, I locked my bedroom door, something I had never done before. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, listening to the stillness of the house. Sleep did not come easily. I kept thinking about the open refrigerator, the missing milk, and its sudden return. No matter how much I tried to convince myself that there was a rational explanation, I knew deep down that something had changed. The next morning, I hesitated before walking into the kitchen. The refrigerator was closed, and nothing was missing. The milk was still there, right where I had left it. I let out a slow breath, trying to push away the lingering fear. I told myself that I had imagined it all, that there had been a simple mistake. But even as I forced myself to move on, I knew I would never forget how I had felt in that moment. Days passed, and nothing unusual happened again. I went back to my routine, though I never truly let my guard down. I started checking the refrigerator every night before bed, making sure it was shut tight. I told myself it was just a habit, but deep down I knew it was something more. No matter how much time passed, I could not shake the feeling that something had been in my home that night. And whatever it was, it had not wanted me to know. Story 46. I had been feeling uneasy ever since I noticed the locks on my door had been tampered with. Every night I double-checked the windows and doors, making sure everything was secure. The thought of someone trying to break in still haunted me, making sleep difficult. That was why I had installed an outdoor camera, hoping it would give me peace of mind. I never expected it would capture something that would make my anxiety even worse. One morning I woke up early and checked the camera footage like I had been doing every day. The screen showed the usual empty street, nothing unusual at first. But as I scrolled through the recordings, my stomach tightened. At exactly 3 a.m, a figure appeared near my mailbox. The footage was grainy in the dim light, but I could see them clearly enough. They walked up to my house, placed something inside the mailbox, and then quickly disappeared into the night. I rewound the footage and watched it again, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. The person had moved with purpose, as if they knew exactly what they were doing. They had not hesitated, had not looked around nervously. That meant they were confident, or worse, familiar with the area. I could not shake the feeling that this was not random. My heartbeat quickened as I glanced toward the front door. The mailbox was just outside, and the letter was still sitting there, waiting for me. I hesitated, debating whether to check it right away or wait until daylight. But the longer I sat there, the more my curiosity grew. I needed to know what was inside. I grabbed my keys, unlocked the door carefully, and stepped onto the porch. The early morning air was cold against my skin, and an eerie silence hung over the street. I reached for the mailbox with trembling fingers and pulled out the envelope. It was plain, with no markings, no return address, just a folded piece of paper inside. I stepped back inside quickly, locking the door behind me before I even opened it. My hands shook slightly as I unfolded the paper, my eyes scanning the words. The message was short, written in uneven handwriting. It said they were watching. No explanation, no details, just that single chilling sentence. My breath caught in my throat as I stared at the note. A shiver ran down my spine, making my skin crawl. This was not some harmless prank. Someone had gone out of their way to leave this message for me in the middle of the night. That meant they wanted me to see it. They wanted me to know they were watching. I read the message over and over, searching for any clue as to who could have left it. But there was nothing, just those 2 words that sent dread coursing through my veins. I reached for my phone, unsure if I should call someone. Would they even take me seriously? It was just a letter, but deep down I knew it meant something more. For the rest of the day, I felt on edge. Every noise made me jump. Every shadow outside caught my attention. I checked the camera footage again, hoping I had missed something. The person had been wearing dark clothing, their face partially hidden. It was impossible to tell who they were, but something about their movements unsettled me. They had not been in a rush. They had been calm, deliberate. As night fell, I struggled with the idea of sleeping. I set my phone next to me, kept my lights on, and checked the camera feed constantly. Each time the street remained empty, but that did not ease my fear. Whoever had left that letter knew where I lived. They knew how to reach me. And worst of all, they had done it without hesitation. By 3 a.m, I was still awake, watching the camera in real time. My body tensed as I stared at the screen, dreading the possibility that they would return. The minutes passed slowly, dragging on like an unbearable weight. Then, just as I was about to convince myself that nothing would happen, a movement caught my eye. A dark figure appeared again, standing near the edge of my property. My pulse pounded as I watched them remain still, almost as if they were waiting for something. They did not approach the mailbox this time. They just stood there, watching. My breath felt stuck in my throat, and my hand shook as I reached for my phone. I called for help, forcing my voice to stay steady. They assured me someone would come by, but I had no idea if the figure would still be there by then. As I kept my eyes on the screen, I realized they were no longer standing still. They were walking away, slowly disappearing into the darkness. By the time help arrived, the person was long gone. I showed them the footage, explained the letter, and tried to put into words how disturbing it all felt. They took notes, checked the area, and promised to keep an eye out. But deep down, I knew that would not be enough. Whoever had left that message had a plan, and I had no idea what would come next. The next morning, I took steps to secure my home even further. I installed extra cameras, reinforced the locks, and made sure every possible entry point was sealed. I refused to be an easy target. Whatever they wanted, I was not going to let them succeed. Days passed, and I stayed alert, watching for any signs that they might return. But they never did. The footage remained clear, the nights quiet. It should have been reassuring, but the unease never fully faded. The memory of that note, those words, still lingered in my mind. Even though nothing happened again, I knew one thing for certain. Someone had been watching me, and I might never know why. But I would not let fear control me. I had taken every precaution, prepared for the worst. If they ever tried again, they would find that I was ready. Story 47. I stepped into the bathroom, rubbing the sleep from my eyes. The morning light filtered through the small window, casting soft shadows across the tiled floor. As I reached for my toothbrush, something caught my attention. A thin, jagged scratch stretched across the surface of my mirror, cutting through the reflection like a scar. I froze, my mind struggling to process what I was seeing. I leaned in closer, running my fingers over the glass. The scratch was deep enough to be felt, but smooth, as if something sharp had glided across it with precision. My stomach tightened as I tried to remember if I had done anything that could have caused it. I had used the mirror the night before, brushing my teeth and washing my face. It had been perfectly fine then. I stepped back, scanning the bathroom for anything that could explain it. There was nothing out of place, no fallen object, no sign of a struggle. My toothbrush, soap, and other items were exactly where I had left them. The thought that someone had entered my home while I slept sent a chill through me. I quickly checked the door and windows, but everything was locked. I tried to dismiss my unease, convincing myself that maybe I had not noticed it before. Maybe the scratch had always been there, and I was only now paying attention. I left the bathroom and went about my morning routine, but the feeling of unease stayed with me. I kept glancing back at the mirror, drawn to the imperfection that had no explanation. As the day went on, I found myself checking the mirror again and again. The scratch was still there, unmoved, unchanged, but it felt different. The way it caught the light, the way it seemed to disrupt the reflection unnerved me. It was not just a mark on the surface. It felt like something had been altered, like the mirror was not quite the same as before. That night, I stood in front of the mirror longer than usual. The bathroom was silent, except for the soft hum of the overhead light. My own reflection stared back at me, familiar but somehow distant. The scratch ran across the glass, distorting part of my face just slightly. I turned my head, watching how it shifted with my movements. It was such a small thing, but it made my skin crawl. I ran my hand along the mirror again, hoping to feel something different. It was just glass, just a simple imperfection, yet it felt like more. I shook my head, telling myself I was overthinking. With a deep breath, I turned off the light and left the room. I would forget about it in a few days, I told myself. It was nothing. The next morning, I woke up feeling uneasy. The air in my room felt heavy, as if something had changed overnight. I forced myself out of bed and went straight to the bathroom. My eyes widened as soon as I saw it. The scratch was different. It was longer now, stretching further across the mirror than before. My chest tightened as I took a step closer. I had not imagined it. The scratch had grown. My fingers trembled as I traced the new length of the mark. There was no reason for this to be happening. I had not touched the mirror, had not done anything to cause more damage. Yet here it was, a fresh extension of the same jagged line. It was no longer just a simple scratch. It was something else, something I could not explain. A deep sense of unease settled in my stomach. I checked the locks again, inspected the room, searched for any logical explanation. There was nothing. No sign of forced entry, no objects out of place. I was the only one here. The mirror had changed on its own, or at least, that was what it seemed like. I tried to push the thought away, but it lingered in the back of my mind. That night I left the bathroom light on. I told myself it was to see the scratch better, but deep down, I knew it was because I was afraid. Something about the mirror felt wrong, as if it was watching me instead of reflecting. I avoided looking at it directly, afraid of what I might see. The air felt colder than usual, pressing against my skin in a way that made me shiver. The next morning, I hesitated before going into the bathroom. My heart pounded as I stepped inside, my eyes immediately locking onto the mirror. My breath caught in my throat. The scratch had changed again. It was no longer a single line. It had split, branching off into smaller marks like veins spreading across the surface. My reflection was fragmented, broken by the jagged lines. I could not ignore it anymore. Something was wrong. This was not natural. Mirrors did not change on their own. My hands shook as I reached for my phone, ready to take a picture. I needed proof, needed to show someone. But as I lifted the phone, my reflection did not move with me. My hands were still, but in the glass they trembled. I dropped the phone in shock. I backed away, breathing heavily, my eyes locked on the mirror. My reflection stayed frozen for just a moment longer before finally moving in sync again. My chest tightened as I turned and ran out of the bathroom. I did not look back, did not dare to see if the scratch had changed again. I sat in my bedroom, my pulse racing, trying to make sense of what had just happened. I avoided the bathroom for hours, too afraid to go back inside. When I finally gathered enough courage, I took slow, cautious steps toward the door. The light was still on, casting a soft glow onto the hallway. I peeked inside, my breath held tight in my chest. The mirror was the first thing I saw. The scratch was still there, but it had not changed. My reflection stared back at me, normal again. I let out a slow breath, trying to calm my nerves. Maybe I had imagined it. Maybe I was just exhausted, my mind playing tricks on me. I stepped inside and touched the mirror again, feeling the smooth glass beneath my fingertips. It was just a mirror, just a simple, ordinary mirror. I repeated the words in my head, willing myself to believe them. That night, I covered the mirror with a cloth before going to bed. I did not want to see it, did not want to give it the chance to change again. I slept with the door closed, the weight of unease still lingering in my chest. When morning came, I hesitated before pulling the cloth away. My heart pounded as I lifted it, revealing the glass beneath. The scratch was gone. The mirror was smooth and flawless, as if nothing had ever been there. I stared in disbelief, running my hands over the surface. There was no trace of the jagged lines, no imperfections. It was as if it had erased itself overnight. Relief washed over me, but a lingering fear remained. The scratch had appeared without explanation. Now it was gone just as mysteriously. I stepped back, unsure of what to think. Maybe I had imagined it, or maybe something else had happened. Either way, I decided I would not question it. I took one last look at the mirror before turning off the light and leaving the room. Whatever had caused the scratch, it was over now. At least that was what I told myself. Story 48. I picked up my phone and pressed the power button, expecting the screen to light up. Nothing happened. Confused, I held the button longer, but the device remained unresponsive. I was sure I had charged it just an hour ago, leaving it at 100%. Now it was completely dead. A strange unease settled in my chest as I plugged it back in. The charging symbol appeared, but the battery was at 0. I let it charge for a few minutes before trying to turn it on again. This time the screen lit up, and I unlocked it to check what had drained the battery so fast. As I swiped through my apps, I noticed something odd. The flashlight icon was highlighted, as if it had been on the entire time. My brow furrowed as I tapped it off, but I did not remember turning it on. The thought unsettled me. I usually kept my phone nearby, and I was sure I had not used the flashlight at all that day. Even if I had accidentally left it on, it should not have drained the battery this quickly. I checked the battery usage history, and there it was, an entry showing that the flashlight had been running non-stop for almost an hour. I tried to recall if I had done anything that might have triggered it. My mind replayed the past hour, but there was nothing unusual. I had left my phone on my nightstand while I stepped out for a quick errand. The moment I returned, I picked it up, only to find it dead. The more I thought about it, the less sense it made. A chill crept up my spine as I considered the possibilities. Had someone used my phone while I was gone? That seemed impossible, as I lived alone and had locked the door before leaving. Even if someone had gotten inside, why would they turn on the flashlight and leave it running? I checked my security camera footage to ease my growing paranoia. The footage showed nothing out of the ordinary. No one had entered my home, and my phone had remained exactly where I left it. The idea that the flashlight had turned on by itself made my skin prickle. I tried to rationalize it, telling myself it was just a glitch. Maybe an app had caused it, or the phone had malfunctioned. But deep down, I was not convinced. Later that night, I left my phone charging and tried to focus on other things. I pushed away the unsettling thoughts and settled into bed, hoping sleep would come quickly. Just as I started drifting off, a faint glow caught my attention. My eyes snapped open, and I turned my head toward the nightstand. The flashlight was on again. My breath caught in my throat as I stared at the bright beam illuminating the ceiling. My hands felt clammy as I reached for the phone and turned it off. The battery, which had been charging, was already down to 70%. A cold wave of fear washed over me as I sat up, gripping the device tightly. This was not normal. I checked my settings again, searching for an explanation. Nothing pointed to an app or system error. The flashlight had turned on by itself, and I had no way of knowing why. My heart pounded as I placed the phone face down, as if that would somehow stop it from happening again. I tried to dismiss my fear, but the uneasiness lingered. The next morning, I woke up feeling exhausted. I reached for my phone, half expecting it to be dead again. The battery was low, but it was still on. I decided to reset the entire device, hoping that would fix whatever was causing the issue. Once the reset was complete, I checked everything carefully before setting it down again. Hours passed without any problems. I started to feel relieved, convincing myself it had been a temporary glitch. But just as night fell, the flashlight turned on once more. I froze, dread creeping through my veins. This time I watched closely, hoping to catch any sign of what was triggering it. There was nothing. The phone just sat there, glowing eerily in the dark. My pulse quickened as I picked it up. The battery was dropping rapidly again, as if something was actively draining it. I turned it off completely and placed it inside a drawer. I needed to stop thinking about it, even though every part of me wanted to stay awake and keep watch. By the next day, I had made a decision. I replaced the phone with a new one, not wanting to deal with whatever was causing this anymore. I backed up my data and moved on, hoping this was the end of it. Days passed without incident, and I felt at ease again. Even though I never figured out why the flashlight had kept turning on, I chose not to dwell on it. Whatever the reason, I was done questioning it. My new phone worked perfectly, and that was all that mattered. Story 49. I was sitting alone in the living room, the soft hum of the refrigerator the only sound in the apartment. The night was quiet, and the only light came from the lamp beside the couch. I had been scrolling through my phone for what felt like hours, barely paying attention to the world outside. The window across from me reflected the dim glow of the room, a perfect mirror of my surroundings. At least, that was what I thought at first. I shifted slightly, stretching my legs out on the couch. My eyes flicked to the window, catching my reflection in the glass. Something about it made me pause, though I could not immediately tell what was wrong. I leaned forward, watching as my reflection did the same. A small sense of unease crept up my spine, but I shook it off. It was late, and my mind was probably playing tricks on me. I moved my hand, expecting my reflection to mimic the action. It did, but something felt slightly delayed, almost like there was a fraction of a second where it lagged behind. I frowned, sitting up straighter. I raised my other hand, this time paying closer attention. My reflection followed, but the timing felt off again. My breath caught in my throat as I stared, unsure of what I was witnessing. I turned my head slightly to the left, my reflection doing the same. Just as I started to relax, I saw it. The version of me in the window tilted its head a fraction more than I had. It was barely noticeable, but it was enough to make my chest tighten. My heartbeat quickened as I sat frozen, waiting to see if it would happen again. The reflection stared back at me, unmoving, as if it had never done anything unusual. I shook my head and laughed nervously, convincing myself that I had imagined it. The dim lighting and the angle of the glass were probably messing with my perception. I leaned back into the couch, forcing myself to look away. My fingers scrolled aimlessly on my phone, though I could not focus on anything. The feeling of being watched crawled under my skin, refusing to go away. After a few minutes, I glanced at the window again. My reflection was still there, but something about it seemed wrong. My hands gripped the fabric of my pants as I tried to pinpoint what it was. The way the light hit my face in the glass looked slightly different from how it felt on my skin. My reflection's expression seemed a little too blank, almost like it was aware of me in a way it should not be. I swallowed hard, slowly raising my hand again. This time I moved my fingers in a deliberate pattern, watching carefully. My reflection copied me, but the delay was still there. I felt my stomach twist as I moved my arm in a small wave. My reflection did the same, but just as I was about to let out a breath of relief, it kept going for half a second longer than I had. I stopped moving, but it did not. Cold fear settled in my chest as I stared at the version of myself in the window. My own face stared back, but it was not mine anymore. I forced myself to blink, hoping I was just overtired, but when I opened my eyes, my reflection was still watching me with an eerie stillness. My breathing became uneven as I debated what to do next. Every logical part of my brain told me that this was impossible. I turned away quickly, pretending I had not seen anything. My hands gripped my phone tightly as I took slow breaths, trying to steady my nerves. The air in the room felt heavier, as if something had changed the moment I acknowledged it. I wanted to believe it was nothing, but my instincts screamed otherwise. I could feel the weight of my own gaze pressing down on me from the glass. I forced myself to stand, my legs feeling unsteady beneath me. The urge to run into my bedroom and shut the door was overwhelming, but I refused to act irrationally. Instead, I walked to the window, my reflection growing larger as I approached. The closer I got, the more uneasy I felt. I could not shake the feeling that I was about to see something I was not supposed to. Standing directly in front of the glass, I took a deep breath and raised my hand again. My reflection followed, moving with me in perfect sync this time. I let out a shaky laugh, feeling foolish for getting so worked up. I placed my palm against the glass, expecting to feel the cold surface beneath my fingertips. Just as I was about to pull away, my reflection blinked. I did not. My entire body went numb as I yanked my hand back. The reflection of my hand stayed in place against the glass for a fraction of a second longer than it should have before slowly pulling away. I stumbled back, my breath coming in short gasps. My mind raced to find an explanation, but nothing made sense. My reflection had moved on its own. I had seen it with my own eyes. I grabbed the nearest object, a book from the coffee table, and tossed it at the window. It hit the glass with a dull thud before falling to the floor. The reflection remained unchanged, staring back at me with an expression that I was no longer sure belonged to me. I turned on every light in the room, hoping that the added brightness would make everything go back to normal. The reflection stayed the same. I backed away, my legs nearly giving out beneath me. My mind screamed for me to leave, but I felt trapped, unable to look away. Just as I reached the doorway leading to the hallway, the reflection did something that sent ice through my veins. It smiled. My lips had not moved, but the version of me in the glass grinned as if it knew something I did not. Panic surged through me and I ran. I shut myself in my bedroom, locking the door behind me as if that would somehow keep whatever it was contained. My heart pounded so loudly I could hear it in my ears. I climbed onto my bed and pulled the blankets around me, trying to calm my breathing. The apartment was silent, but I knew it was still out there, waiting. I stayed awake for hours, listening for any sound that might indicate movement. Nothing happened. Eventually, exhaustion took over, and I drifted into a restless sleep. When I woke up, the morning sun was streaming through my bedroom window, making everything feel normal again. For a moment, I thought it had all been a dream. I forced myself to go back into the living room, dreading what I might find. The window was still there, just as it had always been. I approached slowly, my pulse hammering in my ears. My reflection stared back at me, perfectly normal. I hesitated before raising my hand. The reflection copied me without hesitation, moving exactly as it should. I let out a breath of relief, though the memory of the night before still lingered in the back of my mind. Days passed, and nothing strange happened again. I convinced myself that I had imagined it, that my mind had played tricks on me in the dim light. I stopped looking at my reflection in windows for too long, just in case. It was easier to pretend it had never happened. But sometimes, when I catch my reflection out of the corner of my eye, I cannot shake the feeling that it is watching me more closely than it should. Story 50. I woke up to the soft chime of the house alarm deactivating, the sound so familiar that it took a moment for my mind to register what it meant. My eyes snapped open, my pulse quickening as I turned toward the clock. It was still the middle of the night, too early for me to be up, and I had not touched the alarm system. A cold wave of fear washed over me as I sat up, listening for any movement in the house. The silence that followed was even more unsettling. My first instinct was to grab my phone, but I hesitated, unsure of what to do next. The alarm could only be disarmed with the correct code, a combination only I knew. My heart pounded as I forced myself out of bed, moving as quietly as possible. Every shadow in the darkened hallway felt like it was watching me, waiting for me to take another step. I strained my ears, listening for any signs of movement. I made my way toward the alarm panel near the front door, my breathing slow and controlled. The small screen confirmed what I already knew. The system had been turned off just minutes ago. My fingers hovered over the keypad, debating whether to reactivate it or call for help. If someone had entered, they would have known how to disarm it without triggering an alert. The thought sent a shiver down my spine. I backed away from the panel, moving toward the nearest light switch. The room flooded with light, revealing nothing but the familiar space of my living room. My mind raced as I checked the locks on the doors and windows. Every single one was secure, exactly as I had left them before going to bed. There was no sign of forced entry, no evidence that anyone had been inside, yet the alarm had been turned off, and I was the only one who should have been able to do that. A creeping unease settled over me as I tried to make sense of the situation. The possibility of a malfunction crossed my mind, but I knew better. The system required a precise code, and a single mistake would have triggered a warning. I checked the panel again, scanning the logs for any details I might have missed. The code used to disarm it was mine. I swallowed hard, my hands tightening into fists. The idea that someone else knew my code made my skin crawl. I had not given it to anyone. I had not written it down. There was no logical way for someone to have guessed it. My mind raced through the possibilities, but none of them made sense. I felt trapped in my own home, surrounded by walls that no longer felt safe. I needed to do something, but every option felt like a risk. If someone had been inside, they could still be here, hiding in the dark corners of my home. If they had left, what had been their purpose? A robbery would have left some sign, but nothing appeared out of place. My belongings remained untouched, my valuables still where I had left them. The only thing out of the ordinary was the deactivated alarm. I moved carefully through each room, flipping on lights as I went. The tension in my chest tightened with every empty space I checked. There were no signs of a break-in, no open doors or broken windows. The quietness of the house felt suffocating, like it was holding its breath, waiting for me to uncover something I had not yet noticed. I reached the kitchen, my fingers still gripping my phone. My thoughts were a mess of paranoia and logic, each fighting for control. If someone had been inside, how had they left without making a sound? The back door was locked. The side entrance was secure. There was no way in or out without me noticing. Yet the alarm had been turned off. I exhaled shakily, leaning against the counter as I tried to calm my nerves. Calling for help felt like the right thing to do, but I had no proof of anything beyond my own fear. If someone had come and gone, they had done so without leaving a trace. I checked the security cameras, my hands trembling as I scrolled through the footage. My breath caught in my throat. The recordings showed nothing. The front door remained shut, the windows undisturbed. The alarm panel sat untouched until the moment it deactivated. Then, as if controlled by an invisible hand, the code was entered, and the system shut off. There was no one there. The realization sent a cold chill through me. my entire body stiffening as I tried to make sense of it. I backed away from the screen, my heartbeat pounding in my ears. My own code had been entered, but I had been asleep. The house was empty, yet the alarm had been disarmed. A feeling of helplessness settled over me as I locked every door again, even though I knew it would not change what had already happened. Someone had access to my home in a way that defied reason. I spent the rest of the night in the living room, unable to close my eyes. Every sound made me jump, every shadow felt like it was watching me. The hours dragged by until the first light of dawn crept through the windows. With the sun rising, the fear did not fade, but at least it felt like I had survived the night. As soon as the morning settled in, I reset the alarm with a new code, one no one else could possibly know. I checked every inch of the house again, searching for any sign that I had overlooked something. Everything remained as it had been, yet the unease refused to leave me. I told myself that I was safe, that whatever had happened was over. Still, I could not shake the feeling that someone had been here, someone who knew exactly how to get in and out without a trace. The thought lingered in the back of my mind as I locked the doors again, determined to never let my guard down. After all, it was only one piece of jewelry, and there were no signs of forced entry or other disturbances in the apartment. I tried to convince myself that it was just some kind of mistake, but deep down I knew better. I searched the apartment, looking for any clues or signs of who could have been in my space. There was nothing out of place, no footprints, no fingerprints, nothing that would suggest someone had entered without my knowledge. I checked every room, even the closets, thinking maybe I had missed something, but everything was as it should be. The only thing that felt out of place was the missing bracelet and the sense of unease creeping up my spine. I stood in front of the jewelry box for a long time, trying to calm myself. Maybe I was just overreacting. After all, I had a tendency to be a little paranoid sometimes, but I knew something wasn't right. I had locked that box before leaving, and the key had been securely placed in its usual spot. So how had it happened? How had the bracelet gone missing without anyone having access to the box? I spent the rest of the day going over every possible scenario in my mind. I even questioned whether I had misplaced the key, though I quickly dismissed the idea. I was always so careful with it. Maybe I had forgotten to lock the box, but no, that wasn't likely either. I had a routine, and I always made sure to follow it. It wasn't like me to forget something so important. The more I thought about it, the more my mind spiraled. I considered all the possible explanations. Could someone have broken in without me noticing? Was there some hidden trick to the lock that I didn't know about? But none of these ideas felt right. I wasn't sure who could have taken the bracelet or why, but the fact that it was missing weighed heavily on me. Over the next few days, I became obsessed with figuring out what had happened. I checked my security cameras, but there was nothing unusual. The footage showed me coming and going, just as I had thought. There were no signs of anyone else entering the apartment. Still, I couldn't shake the nagging feeling that I had been violated in some way. The worst part of it all was the feeling of betrayal. Whoever had taken the bracelet had been in my space, in my home, without my permission. Even if they hadn't taken anything else, that single violation was enough to shake my sense of security to its core. I felt like I couldn't trust anyone, not even myself. Had I somehow let this happen? Had I been so careless that I hadn't noticed when or how the bracelet had gone missing? Days passed, and I continued to search for answers. I called around to pawn shops, asking if anyone had tried to sell a bracelet matching the description of the one I had lost. I even considered putting up flyers in the neighborhood, but something told me that the person who had taken it wouldn't be easily found. I began to feel more and more isolated, as though the mystery surrounding the missing piece of jewelry was a symbol of something larger, something I couldn't quite explain. Then, one evening, as I sat on the couch staring at the empty spot in the jewelry box where the bracelet used to be, something happened. I heard a faint knock at the door. My heart skipped a beat. I wasn't expecting anyone, and the sudden sound caught me off guard. I stood up slowly, hesitating before I reached for the door handle. When I opened it, there was no one there, but on the doorstep was a small box. I bent down and picked it up, my hand shaking slightly. The box was unmarked, no return address, nothing to indicate who had sent it. My mind raced as I tried to figure out who could have left it there. With a mix of hesitation and curiosity, I opened the box. Inside, nestled in soft velvet, was the bracelet. It was the same delicate piece that had been missing from my jewelry box. My first reaction was disbelief. How had it gotten here? Who had returned it? I examined the bracelet closely, and everything appeared just as it had been before. No scratches, no damage, just the same as it had been when I last saw it. The relief that washed over me was overwhelming, but so was the confusion. Who had taken it, and why had they returned it? I couldn't make sense of it, but somehow in that moment I felt a strange sense of closure. Even though I didn't have all the answers, the return of the bracelet brought an end to the mystery that had plagued me for so long. I locked the bracelet safely back in the jewelry box, but the experience stayed with me. I would never fully understand what had happened or why, but I learned to trust my instincts more. The sense of violation that had initially gripped me slowly faded as I realized that sometimes the answers we seek are not always meant to be found. I had my bracelet back, and that was enough. Story 2. It was a lazy Saturday afternoon when I decided to wander into the local thrift store. I wasn't looking for anything in particular, just passing the time as I explored the aisles filled with forgotten items. The store was small, tucked away on a side street, its windows clouded with the dust of years. I had been there before, but today something felt different, almost like I was walking into a place I didn't quite recognize. The air inside was cool, and the smell of old books and worn leather greeted me as I stepped inside. I drifted through the aisles, running my fingers across the edges of old furniture and vintage trinkets, but nothing caught my eye. The store was busy enough, with a few other people browsing, but none of them seemed particularly excited about what they were looking at. I walked past a section of old photo frames, some chipped and others still gleaming under the dim light. It wasn't until I reached the back of the store that I noticed something strange. A small pile of miscellaneous items stacked in a corner, almost as if they had been left there by accident. Curiosity tugged at me, and I moved closer, trying to get a better look at what was in the pile. There were old books, a few knickknacks, and some old postcards, but nothing that seemed out of the ordinary. But then I saw it. Beneath a stack of old magazines, there was a familiar shape of business card. I bent down to pick it up, my heart suddenly racing. As I turned it over in my hands, I froze. The card was mine. My business card. I stared at it in disbelief, my fingers gripping the edges as if it might slip away and disappear. The logo, my name, my contact information, all of it was there, just like I had designed it months ago. But there was no reason for my business card to be in a thrift store. I had never been there, never sold anything to them, never even considered donating anything. The card seemed out of place, like it had been dropped into the pile by mistake, or maybe it had been intentionally left there. I didn't know which thought unsettled me more. I looked around the store, my mind racing with questions. Who could have put it there? Was someone playing a prank on me? I glanced over at the woman who was working behind the counter, her eyes focused on a stack of receipts. She didn't seem to notice me, and no one else in the store appeared to be paying attention to what I was doing. My stomach churned as I stood there, holding the card in my hand. The more I thought about it, the more absurd it seemed. Why would my business card end up here? I walked up to the counter, still holding the card, my mind whirling with confusion. I set it down in front of the woman behind the counter, trying to sound casual. "Excuse me," I said, my voice a little unsteady. "I found this business card in one of your displays, and I'm a little confused. I've never been here before. Do you know how this might have ended up here?" She glanced at the card, then looked up at me, her expression neutral. "No," she said, shrugging. "I've never seen it before. Maybe someone just dropped it off. We get all kinds of things donated here." Her tone was calm, almost too calm, but it didn't give me any answers. I could feel a knot forming in my stomach as I tried to make sense of the situation. If this was some kind of coincidence, it was a strange one. If it wasn't, I had no idea what it meant. I didn't want to press her further, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. The card seemed too specific, too personal, to have just shown up randomly. I glanced back at the pile where I had found it, but nothing else seemed unusual. Just a few old books and postcards. No other business cards. I couldn't help but feel like I was missing something important, something right in front of me. I left the store quickly, the business card still clutched in my hand. I walked out onto the sidewalk, the cool air hitting my face as I tried to collect my thoughts. The more I thought about it, the more my mind spun with questions. How had the card ended up there? Who would have left it, and why? And more importantly, what did it mean that I had found it in such a random place? There was no answer that made sense to me, and that uncertainty gnawed at me as I walked home. When I got back to my apartment, I sat down at my desk, the business card lying in front of me. It felt heavy in my hand, as if it carried more weight than it should. I stared at it for a long time, trying to make sense of this strange encounter. There was no way this could be a coincidence. I thought about everything that had happened in the past few weeks, nothing out of the ordinary. At least nothing that I could remember. Still, something about the whole situation didn't sit right with me. I went over my daily routine, trying to think of any reason my business card might have ended up in a thrift store. I hadn't given any cards out recently, and I certainly hadn't been to that store. I had no explanation for how it could have gotten there. I thought about calling the store again, but I quickly dismissed the idea. I didn't want to sound paranoid, even though I couldn't shake the feeling that there was something more to this than I was seeing. Over the next few days, I couldn't stop thinking about the card. It sat on my desk, always in my line of sight, a constant reminder of the mystery. I went back to the store a few times, hoping to find some kind of clue, but each visit only left me feeling more unsettled. The workers there didn't seem to notice anything strange, and no one else seemed to think anything of the business card. It was as if I was the only one who was bothered by it. One afternoon, as I walked through the store again, I saw something that made my heart skip a beat. It was a photograph, framed and hanging on the wall near the entrance. It was old, faded around the edges, but it was unmistakable. The photo was of a group of people standing in front of the store, smiling for the camera. I squinted at it, trying to make out the faces. Then my eyes landed on one person in particular, someone I recognized all too well myself. I froze, my breath catching in my throat. There I was, in the photo, standing with a group of people I didn't recognize, in front of a store I had never been to. My stomach churned as I took a step back, my mind struggling to process what I was seeing. How could this be possible? I had never posed for this photo, never been in this store, and yet there I was, smiling in the middle of the group. It was a moment frozen in time, yet it felt completely out of place. I stood there for a long time, staring at the photo, trying to make sense of everything. How could my business card have ended up in the store? How could I have been in that photo, a photo from a time and place I had never been? The pieces of the puzzle weren't just scattered, they were completely disconnected, as if someone else was controlling the narrative. I turned to leave, my mind spinning, when the store's owner called out to me. "Hey," they said, a hint of recognition in their voice. "You're the one who found the card, right?" I nodded, unsure of where this conversation was going. "We get a lot of stuff in here," they continued. "Sometimes things get mixed up. But that card, that's a strange one. You might want to look into it." The words hung in the air, heavy with meaning. I didn't ask what they meant, but I knew this was far from over. I had no idea where the answers would come from, but I knew I couldn't stop searching for them. Story 3. It started with a simple errand. I had to stop by the gas station to fill up my car before heading to the grocery store. It wasn't a trip I was looking forward to, but it was part of the routine. The sky was overcast, the kind of day where you could almost feel the rain coming, though it hadn't quite arrived. As I pulled up to the pump and began filling the tank, I glanced around, my mind preoccupied with what I needed to buy at the store. That's when I saw him again. He was standing near the entrance to the gas station convenience store, just watching the traffic go by. The moment I saw him, a chill ran down my spine. It was the same man, the one I had seen at the market square a few days ago. His face was familiar, though I couldn't place where I had seen him before. My heart skipped a beat as I tried to shake off the unsettling feeling. I didn't know why, but his presence made me feel like I was caught in a moment I couldn't escape. I finished pumping the gas and quickly got into my car, trying to ignore the sense of unease building inside me. It was a coincidence, I told myself. The world was small, and people ran into each other all the time. But the feeling in my chest didn't ease. As I drove away from the gas station and made my way to the grocery store, I couldn't help but glance in my rearview mirror, half expecting to see the man following me. But the street was empty, and I tried to tell myself that I was being paranoid, overthinking a simple encounter. The grocery store wasn't far, and soon I was parking in front of the large glass doors, the bright fluorescent lights inside shining through. I grabbed a shopping basket and made my way inside, still feeling the lingering presence of the man in my mind. I pushed the thought aside and focused on my list, grabbing produce and dairy, moving from aisle to aisle without thinking much about it. But as I turned the corner near the bread aisle, there he was again. He was standing at the far end of the aisle, not looking at me, but his presence was unmistakable. My pulse quickened, and I felt a wave of confusion and disbelief. What was he doing here? How could he possibly be at the same grocery store, at the exact same time? I stood frozen for a moment, my mind racing to come up with some logical explanation, but nothing made sense. I looked around, hoping no one else seemed to notice him, but the people around me were too busy with their own shopping. I took a deep breath and continued walking, trying to act normal, but my eyes kept flicking back to where he stood. I turned the corner again, trying to put some distance between us, but my steps were quickening, my heart pounding in my chest. I wasn't sure what to do. Should I confront him? Should I pretend I hadn't seen him and just carry on with my day? The tension in my body was rising, and I was starting to feel trapped in a loop of bizarre coincidences. I decided to leave the aisle and head toward the checkout lines, but just as I passed the final aisle, I saw him once again. He was standing at the entrance to the store, staring out toward the parking lot. It was as if he was waiting for something or someone, or maybe just me. My breath caught in my throat, and I quickly averted my eyes, walking briskly toward the checkout counter. I couldn't understand it. What was happening? How was it possible that this man kept appearing everywhere I went? I paid for my items quickly, barely registering the cashier's smile, and made a hasty exit from the store, my mind spinning. I was determined to shake off the encounter, to tell myself that it was just a string of coincidences, that there was nothing unusual about it. But as I drove away from the grocery store, heading toward my next stop, a local coffee shop I frequented, I couldn't help but feel like something was following me. I tried to calm myself, taking deep breaths as I made the short drive across town. When I pulled into the coffee shop parking lot, I hesitated for a moment, wondering if I was just imagining things, if I was becoming paranoid. But as I stepped out of my car and looked around, there he was again. This time he was sitting outside on the patio, a cup of coffee in front of him. I froze, my hand still gripping the door handle of my car. How was this happening? I hadn't told anyone where I was going, and I hadn't seen him at the gas station or grocery store while I was in the car. I hadn't even been inside the coffee shop yet, so there was no way he could have known I'd be there. It didn't make sense. My mind raced as I tried to make sense of it, but no explanation seemed to fit. Was he following me? Or was it all just a coincidence? I stood there for a moment, unsure of what to do. I could turn around and leave, go home, lock the doors, and forget about this strange day I was having. But something kept me rooted to the spot. The curiosity, the need to understand, was too strong. I took a deep breath and walked toward the coffee shop, trying to keep my composure, but my hands were shaking slightly. When I reached the door, I hesitated, glancing once more at the man sitting outside. He hadn't noticed me yet, and I considered turning around and leaving. But then I saw his eyes and my stomach dropped. He was staring directly at me, his gaze intense and unwavering. I couldn't look away, and for a moment, it felt as though time stood still. Then, slowly, he raised his hand in a small wave, his lips curling into a faint, almost unreadable smile. I didn't know what to do. I had to do something. I opened the door and walked inside, my mind in a whirlwind. The barista greeted me as I approached the counter, but my focus was elsewhere, still on the man outside. I ordered my coffee as quickly as I could, trying to act as normal as possible, but every part of me was alert, aware of the man sitting just outside. I waited at the counter for my order, my hands clutching the warm cup when it was handed to me. As I turned toward the door, I glanced out the window, expecting to see him still sitting there. But when I looked, he was gone. My breath caught in my throat, and for a moment I was overwhelmed by a mix of relief and confusion. I stepped outside, still feeling the weight of the day's strange events. I scanned the parking lot, the street, the sidewalk, but there was no sign of him. The man had vanished, as if he had never been there at all. My heart was still racing, and I stood there for a long moment, trying to process what had just happened. I couldn't make sense of it. It felt like a dream, something I couldn't fully grasp. I got into my car, feeling a sense of exhaustion wash over me. The day had been surreal, and I wasn't sure what to make of it. Had I really seen him at all those places? Had it all just been some strange coincidence, or was there something more to it? I couldn't answer those questions, but one thing was certain: I wouldn't forget the events of that day. The man, the way he seemed to appear out of nowhere, and the unsettling feeling he left in his wake, it was all too strange to dismiss. But for now, all I could do was drive home and hope that the strange encounters would end there. Story 4. I had come home late after a long day at work, my mind swirling with thoughts of meetings and deadlines. I opened the door to my apartment, expecting the usual quiet and solitude that I had grown accustomed to. The lights were dim, casting long shadows across the room, but something was off. As I stepped into the living room, my eyes were drawn to the chair near the window, where I had left my jacket earlier that morning. Except it wasn't my jacket that was draped over the chair. It was a stranger's coat. My first instinct was disbelief. I froze in place, staring at the coat, unsure of what I was seeing. It was a dark wool coat, thick and heavy, the kind I would expect someone to wear on a cold winter day. The coat had a certain polished look, like it belonged to someone who cared about their appearance. It was completely out of place in my living room. I lived alone, and I knew for a fact that I hadn't invited anyone over recently. My mind raced, trying to come up with a logical explanation. Maybe I had left it there earlier, but no, I was certain that I hadn't seen this coat before. I walked closer to the chair, cautiously eyeing the coat. It didn't make sense. There was no reason for a stranger's coat to be in my apartment. I turned to check the door, wondering if maybe someone had come in while I wasn't paying attention. But the door was locked, just as I had left it. I scanned the apartment again, looking for anything that seemed out of place. But everything else was as I had left it, furniture in its usual spots, no sign of disturbance, and no one else around. Still, the coat on the chair remained, an undeniable presence that I couldn't ignore. I reached out and touched the fabric of the coat, trying to convince myself that there was a reasonable explanation. It felt real, the texture smooth but substantial. My fingers brushed along the sleeve, and I noticed something strange, a faint scent. It wasn't unpleasant, but it was unfamiliar. It was a mixture of cologne, tobacco, and something earthy, almost like wood. I pulled my hand back as if the coat might suddenly spring to life, and I took a step away from the chair. I didn't know what to do. I could feel my heart rate increase, my breathing shallow as I tried to make sense of the situation. I stood there for what felt like an eternity, staring at the coat, waiting for some sort of explanation to appear. But nothing came. No sudden memory of inviting someone over, no logical reason for the coat's presence in my home. It was as if the coat had just materialized out of thin air. I glanced around again, my mind racing through possibilities. Had I forgotten something? Maybe someone had dropped by earlier and I didn't remember it. But no, that didn't make sense either. I had been home all day, and I would have noticed someone coming in. I grabbed my phone, unsure of who to call or what to say. I wasn't sure if I should call the police. It seemed ridiculous to call them over something as trivial as a coat, but the sense of unease was too strong to ignore. I considered texting a friend, but what would I say? Hey, I found a random coat in my living room. Do you think it's haunted? I laughed nervously to myself, but the laughter didn't help. It only made the situation feel more absurd, and yet the coat still sat there, waiting for me to do something about it. I paced around the room, trying to clear my head. The logical part of my brain told me to leave it alone. Maybe I had just missed something, perhaps I had lent the coat to someone, or maybe it had been left behind by a visitor. But there was no one I could think of who would have left it here. I didn't even recognize the style of the coat, nor the faint scent that lingered on it. Nothing about this felt like a simple mistake. It felt like I was being watched, as though something unseen was waiting for me to figure it out. My gaze drifted back to the coat, and I felt a chill run down my spine. I had to know more. I couldn't just ignore it. I approached the chair again, this time more cautiously, and I lifted the coat off the backrest. As I held it in my hands, I noticed something else inside the pocket was a small, folded piece of paper. My pulse quickened as I carefully unfolded it, reading the words that were scrawled on the paper in what looked like a hurried, almost frantic handwriting. It read, "Leave now. It's not safe." The words hit me like a punch to the gut. I felt my breath catch in my throat as I stared at the paper, unable to make sense of it. Who had written this? Why had they left it in my apartment? The words seemed so out of place, so urgent. I felt the weight of them pressing down on me, a sense of danger creeping into my thoughts. It was as though the message was meant for me, a warning that I had somehow ignored. But who would leave a warning like this, and what did it mean? I looked around the room again, my heart pounding in my chest. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, that something or someone was hidden just out of sight. I felt like I had stumbled into something that I wasn't supposed to understand, something far more complicated than a simple coat left behind by a visitor. The more I thought about it, the more I realized that I was trapped in a situation that I couldn't explain. And the more I thought about it, the more I started to feel like I was not alone in the apartment anymore. I felt a strange urge to leave, to run away from the apartment and never return, but something kept me rooted to the spot. The message on the paper haunted me. Was it meant to be a threat? Was someone trying to scare me, or was there something more to it? I had no answers, and no matter how much I tried to convince myself that it was just a prank, the fear continued to grow. I couldn't ignore the nagging feeling that this was only the beginning, that something far more sinister was unfolding. As I stood there, frozen with the coat in my hands, I heard a sound faint at first, but growing louder. It was the sound of footsteps outside my apartment door. My heart skipped a beat, and I quickly dropped the coat back onto the chair. I stood motionless, straining to listen, my mind racing with thoughts of what to do next. Was it someone coming for the coat? Or was it something else entirely? The footsteps grew closer and my breath quickened. I grabbed my phone, ready to call for help if I needed to, but I wasn't sure if anyone would believe me. How could I explain this? The door handle rattled and I froze. My pulse pounded in my ears and my stomach twisted with dread. Whoever was on the other side of that door had to be the person who had left the coat. I wasn't sure what I was dealing with, but I knew that I had to face whatever was coming. The knocking on the door grew louder, more insistent. There was no turning back now. With a deep breath, I stepped forward, gripping the door handle tightly. The coat on the chair seemed to mock me, its message still lingering in the air. I took another breath, bracing myself for whatever was on the other side. When I opened the door, I found nothing. No one was there, just the empty hallway, dimly lit by the flickering lights above. But as I looked down, I saw something small and metallic lying on the ground, a key. It was an old, rusty key with no obvious lock to fit it. I bent down to pick it up, my mind spinning. This was only the beginning, and I had no idea where this twisted path would lead. But I knew one thing for certain. I couldn't ignore it any longer. The game had started, and I was a part of it now. Story 5. It started innocently enough. I was sitting on my couch, flipping through channels late one evening, when I noticed it for the first time. My neighbor's porch light, which I could see from my window, flickered. It wasn't anything out of the ordinary at first, just a quick blink, and then it was gone. But then it happened again the following night, and then again. Each time it flickered at exactly the same time, around 9:30 p.m. At first I thought it was a coincidence. Maybe something was wrong with the light bulb, or perhaps it was an electrical issue. It wasn't unheard of for lights to flicker every now and then, especially with old wiring. But then it became more noticeable. The flickering wasn't random. It had a pattern. It was rhythmic, almost deliberate. Each night at 9:30 p.m. the light would flicker twice, pause for a moment, and then flicker twice more. It was like someone was trying to send a message, but I had no idea what that message was. I tried to ignore it at first. I didn't want to jump to conclusions. There were plenty of logical explanations. Perhaps the wiring in their house was old and needed maintenance. Maybe it was just a quirk of the electricity. But the more I thought about it, the more unsettling it became. Why was it happening exactly at the same time every night? And why that rhythmic pattern? It didn't feel like a simple malfunction, it felt intentional. The days passed and the flickering continued. Every night at 9:30 p.m. it would happen without fail. I found myself becoming increasingly intrigued by it. My curiosity grew as I tried to make sense of the situation. I couldn't shake the feeling that there was something more to it. It wasn't just a random glitch. It had purpose. The fact that it was so consistent like clockwork made it hard to ignore. I began to pay more attention to the other lights around the neighborhood. Would any of them flicker in a similar pattern? Would anything else odd happen at 9:30 p.m.? But no. The lights on the other houses were fine. The street was quiet, peaceful. It was just my neighbor's house, and it was the same rhythmic flicker every night. One evening I decided to do something I'd never done before. I walked over to my neighbor's house. It wasn't anything drastic, but I was curious. Maybe I could ask if they had noticed the flickering lights. If they were aware of it, maybe they could explain what was going on. I stood at the front door for a moment, hesitating. But then, I heard voices coming from inside. They were having a conversation, laughing even, so I figured it would be okay to knock. I raised my hand and knocked twice, but the moment the sound echoed against the door, I realized something strange. The lights had just flickered. It was exactly 9:30 p.m. I stood there for a few moments, waiting for someone to answer, but no one did. I knocked again, a little more insistently this time, but still, no response. The lights flickered again. Twice, paused twice. I took a step back, feeling a sudden chill creep over me. I was still uncertain whether the lights had anything to do with me, but now, seeing the exact same pattern, I couldn't deny the sense of unease growing within me. I decided to leave, but not before I glanced up one last time. The lights were still flickering. Rhythmic, consistent, unexplained. The next day, I asked a few of the other neighbors if they had noticed anything unusual about the lights. Most of them shrugged, either indifferent or unaware of the issue. One of them said, "Oh, I've seen that too, but I just thought it was a faulty bulb or something." Another said, "You're just noticing it now. That's been happening for months." I was taken aback. Months? How had I never noticed it before? It was as if everyone else had become so accustomed to the pattern that they no longer thought about it. I couldn't stop thinking about it. What did it mean? Was there some sort of signal behind it? I couldn't make sense of the pattern. It wasn't a regular malfunction, that much was clear. There had to be something intentional about it, but who was behind it and why? That night, I decided to stay up and watch it happen. I had to see the flickering with my own eyes in real time, without any distractions. I sat by my window, staring out at the lights across the street. As the clock neared 9:30 p.m., I could feel the tension building in my chest. I focused on the light, and just as I had expected, it flickered twice, paused, and then flickered twice again. I felt my heart race, a cold sweat forming on the back of my neck. It was too much to ignore now. The next day, I decided to take matters into my own hands. I called an electrician. Perhaps they could help me figure out what was going on. I wasn't sure if it was my neighbor's wiring or something more complicated, but I needed to get to the bottom of it. I spoke to the electrician over the phone, explaining the situation as best as I could. He was skeptical at first, but after I mentioned the pattern and the exact time, he seemed more intrigued. "We can check it out," he said, "but I'm not sure what could cause something like that. It might be more of a coincidence." He didn't sound convinced, but I was desperate to find an answer. Later that afternoon, he came over and took a look at the electrical setup in my neighbor's yard. After checking the wiring and the lights, he confirmed that everything seemed to be in perfect working order. There was no sign of faulty equipment or any other explanation. I was left with more questions than answers. The electrician had no explanation for the rhythmic flickering. He suggested that perhaps I had just become overly sensitive to it after noticing it, but I couldn't shake the feeling that there was something more to it, something I wasn't seeing. I went home that evening, my mind still racing, but the flickering continued without fail, right at 9:30 p.m. I grew obsessed with the lights. Each night I found myself glued to the window, waiting for the flicker. I couldn't stop watching. The consistency was maddening. It was as if the lights were trying to tell me something important. But what? One evening, I decided to sit on my porch, directly facing my neighbor's house. I wanted to be closer, to get a better sense of the situation. The air was thick with tension as I waited for the familiar flickering. And then, right on schedule, the lights flickered. Twice. Pause. Twice. This time I noticed something else. It wasn't just the light, it was the sound. A faint buzzing sound, barely audible, like a hum. It wasn't coming from the light bulb, but from somewhere deeper, from the ground itself. It was a vibration, a strange, almost imperceptible hum. Suddenly, a thought struck me. What if the lights weren't meant to communicate with me? What if they were meant to communicate with something else? Something or someone was trying to make contact. I wasn't sure if that thought was comforting or terrifying, but it felt real. It felt like I had uncovered something, even if I didn't fully understand it. The next morning, I decided to ask my neighbor about the lights. I went over to their house and knocked on the door once more. This time, they answered. I hesitated for a moment, unsure of how to explain the situation. Finally, I blurted it out. "I've noticed your lights flickering every night at exactly 9:30 p.m. Do you know what's going on?" They looked at me, a little confused, but they didn't deny it. "Yeah," they said slowly. "I've seen it too. It started a while ago, but I never thought much of it. I thought it was just some electrical thing." It wasn't much of an answer, but it was enough for me. At least I wasn't imagining it. It was real. The flickering lights, the rhythmic pattern, the hum, it was all real. After that conversation, the lights didn't stop flickering, but now I didn't feel as unsettled by them. I couldn't explain what was happening, but I was no longer afraid. Maybe some things didn't need to be understood. Some mysteries were meant to remain just that, mysteries. Story 6. The warm water from the shower beat down on my shoulders, washing away the remnants of a long, exhausting day. I closed my eyes for a moment, savoring the relief the heat brought, letting the steam fill the small bathroom. The hum of the water was comforting, like a soft, constant background noise. But then, just as I was beginning to relax, I heard a sound that cut through the noise of the shower like a sharp edge. The creak of my front door opening echoed through the apartment, unmistakable and sudden. My heart skipped a beat, and for a brief moment, I froze in place. It was the kind of sound that shouldn't have been there. I had been home alone for hours, and the door was locked when I entered. The noise from the door made no sense. But there it was, as clear as day, and it came from the direction of the front hallway. I quickly shut off the shower, the water abruptly stopping, leaving the air thick with silence. I stood still for a moment, listening, straining to hear anything that followed the sound of the door. The stillness in the apartment felt oppressive, almost unnatural. My heart was beating fast now, the weight of unease sinking into my chest. I was sure I had heard the door open, but now there was no sound, nothing to indicate that anyone had entered. After a few moments, I reluctantly wrapped a towel around myself, my mind racing. The apartment was small, and from the bathroom I could easily see the front door if I stepped just outside. I glanced at the bathroom door, wondering whether I should check or not. If someone had entered, I needed to know. But my feet felt heavy, as if some part of me didn't want to confront whatever was happening. I took a deep breath and stepped out of the bathroom, the towel snug around my body. The hallway was empty, just as I had left it. I walked cautiously toward the front door, my steps slow and deliberate. The door was standing wide open, a few inches from the frame, but there was no sign of anyone on the other side. I stared at it, bewildered. The wind wasn't strong enough to push the door open, and I had locked it when I entered earlier in the day. I checked the locks, my fingers fumbling with the handle as I tried to make sense of what was happening. The lock was still engaged, and yet the door had opened. It wasn't possible. No one could have entered without unlocking it. I felt a cold chill spread through my body, the hairs on the back of my neck standing on end. Had I imagined the sound? It seemed so real, and yet there was no logical explanation for it. I scanned the hallway again, but the apartment was still quiet and unchanged. I walked over to the door, closing it slowly, my mind running through possible scenarios. I considered the possibility that I had somehow left it unlocked, though I was certain I hadn't. I was always meticulous about locking the door when I came home. I turned the deadbolt and checked the chain, ensuring everything was secure before I stepped back. But no matter what I did, the feeling of unease lingered in the air, settling in my chest like a weight I couldn't shake. I stood there for a moment, looking out into the hallway as if expecting someone to appear from the shadows. There was nothing. The quiet returned, but it felt different now, almost hollow, like the silence was somehow broken. I walked back to the living room, but the sense of discomfort didn't fade. Something had happened, something I couldn't explain, and it was gnawing at me. The rest of the evening passed in a blur. I tried to distract myself, but the thought of the door opening kept creeping back into my mind. I kept replaying the sound of it in my head, the slow creak that had startled me so much. I tried to convince myself that it was just my imagination, that I had misheard it somehow, but every time I thought about it, the unease returned. I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right, that something had happened in that brief moment when I was in the shower. Later that night, as I lay in bed, the feeling of being watched wouldn't leave me. The apartment was dark, the only light coming from the street lamp outside, casting long shadows on the walls. My mind kept drifting back to the open door, to the brief, disorienting moment of silence that followed it. I rolled over in bed, trying to force myself to sleep, but sleep wouldn't come. Every little sound seemed amplified in the quiet of the night, the ticking of the clock, the hum of the refrigerator, even the soft rustle of the sheets. Around 3 a.m., I was jolted awake by the sound of something faint but unmistakable. The creak of the front door opening again. My heart raced as I sat up in bed, listening intently. This time I didn't move. I didn't dare to. The noise was so quiet, as if someone was trying to be discreet, but I couldn't deny what I was hearing. It wasn't my imagination. The door was opening again, slowly, just as it had earlier. I felt a cold sweat break out on my skin as I lay perfectly still, my pulse pounding in my ears. Was someone in my apartment? I felt paralyzed by fear, unable to move, unable to take action. My body was frozen in place, and for a moment, I could hardly breathe. The creaking sound continued, and then nothing. Silence. The silence was suffocating, more intense than the quiet of the night had ever been. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, listening for any signs of movement. But there was nothing. The apartment was eerily still, and I couldn't tell whether I had imagined the noise or if someone had really opened the door again. I closed my eyes, trying to steady my breathing, but the coldness that had settled over me refused to go away. The next morning, I woke up to the same feeling of unease. The apartment was still as it had been the night before, and there were no signs that anything had changed. The door was closed, locked just as I had left it, but I couldn't shake the nagging feeling that something had happened. I went about my day, trying to ignore the sensation that had clung to me ever since I had heard the door open, but it lingered. The air felt thicker, heavier, as though I was being watched. Later in the afternoon, I decided to call a friend, hoping that talking to someone would bring me some relief. I explained everything to them: the noise, the open door, the strange feeling that had followed me since. They listened intently, but after a long pause, they suggested something that I hadn't considered. "Maybe it's a sign that you're not alone," they said, their voice calm but serious. "Maybe you should think about getting some extra security just to be safe." The suggestion caught me off guard. It wasn't that I hadn't thought about safety before, but the idea that someone had entered my apartment and I hadn't noticed was unsettling. I realized that I had been so focused on trying to explain away the strange events that I hadn't considered the possibility that someone really had been there. The more I thought about it, the more I realized I couldn't ignore it anymore. I needed to take action. I decided to install additional locks on my door and get a security camera for my apartment. The unease wouldn't go away on its own, and I needed to feel safe again. Weeks later, after I had set up the new security measures, I never heard the door creak open again. The camera, which I had placed near the door, never caught any unusual movement. And yet, I couldn't shake the feeling that something had happened in that brief moment when I was in the shower. Perhaps it was all in my mind, or maybe it wasn't. Whatever the case, I had learned to trust my instincts, and I had made sure that no one could enter my apartment again without me knowing. Story 7. It was a regular Saturday afternoon when my friend invited me to meet someone they had recently met. We had planned to get together for a casual lunch, and my friend mentioned they wanted me to meet this person. They described them as friendly and easygoing, and I was intrigued, curious to meet someone new. We decided on a cozy cafe